Chapter 804, Wind God's Spear. Is he the person you were talking about? The female berserker and her two male companions shifted their gazes towards Feng. The young man wore a black cloak and silver armor. From his waist hung two exquisite long swords, one white and one black. Every one of his movements felt natural and graceful. His actions lacked any awkwardness, so much so that, if they did not focus on this young man, their minds might ignore him altogether. Moreover, the young man did not give off the familiar pressure they usually felt from experts. On the contrary, he felt safe and relatable. As Feng made his way through the bar, players seemed to move out of his way as if trying to avoid him intentionally. It was as if they couldn't sense Feng's existence. It did not take long for Feng to move through the crowd and reach the party. Big brother Feng, you've finally arrived. We were just talking about you. Blue Bamboo said, giggling. Let me introduce you. This great beauty is Autumn Goose, this gentleman with the beard is called Death Wind, and this handsome man is Gunfire. They are members of Wind God's Spear. Hello, Feng said, smiling as he looked at the three people. Inwardly, however, he was surprised. He was familiar with the name, Wind God's Spear. The name belonged to an independent organization similar to the famous Midnight Tea Party, and it based its operations in the Dark Knight Empire. Independent players that disliked the restriction of guilds and preferred adventure would usually form independent organizations to conquer certain quests that could not be completed alone. Among the independent organizations in the past, Wind God's Spear had been relatively famous. This organization had once completed several legendary quests. Legendary quests were difficult enough to give even super guilds pause, not accepting one unless they were extremely confident in succeeding. However, the Wind God's Spear contained countless players who would not hesitate to take up the challenge. To put it simply, they were a bunch of lunatics with no fear of death. When everyone had believed that the organization would fail, the Wind God's Spear shattered these naysayers' beliefs, completing one legendary quest after another. Aside from those who loved to challenge deadly quests, the Wind God's Spear also contained players with a furious love of battle. Every member within the organization was a battle maniac. They had often challenged God's domain's experts in the past. These players would even hunt down the older monsters from super guilds for a duel. Unfortunately, Feng was not privy to the outcome of those fights. However, seeing as the Wind God's Spear had still been around after a decade and had even become a legend in the eyes of many independent players. As for the three people before him right now, Feng had heard of two of them before, the Shield Warrior Death Wind and the Berserker Gunfire. Both of them had taken part in a legendary quest in the past. Even an apex expert of God's domain would not have more than a 20% success rate against a legendary quest. Meanwhile, these two had completed a legendary quest before. Their abilities were unquestionable. They were extremely powerful. Feng had thought that Thoughtful Rain would, at most, have a few ordinary elite players accompanying her. He had never imagined she knew such experts. If an elite party tried to complete the Silver Legend quest, even if they succeeded, their completion rate would not be high. However, with this group, achieving a high completion rate would be a piece of cake. Just who is this girl? Curiosity overwhelmed Feng as he shifted his gaze towards the quiet, Thoughtful Rain. The first time they met, Feng felt as if he had seen Thoughtful Rain before, but he couldn't recall meeting her elsewhere. She felt both familiar and unfamiliar to him, yet he couldn't remember an expert named Thoughtful Rain in God's domain during his previous life. Meanwhile, now that he met Thoughtful Rain again, both her aura and strength had undergone a heaven-defying change. If she continued to develop at this pace, she would definitely become more than an ordinary expert. Moreover, with the fact that she knew members of the Wind God's Spear, it was even less possible that she had been an unknown entity in God's domain in the past. Hello, Autumn Goose and the others returned Feng's greeting. It seems that Blue hadn't been exaggerating. If we can have an expert like you with us, we should be able to complete this quest with ease. They had not expected that Zero Wing also had someone like this in its ranks. To ordinary players, Feng was an ordinary young man. However, they were neither ordinary players nor ordinary experts. After hundreds of life and death battles and overcoming their limits, again and again, not only had they cultivated a beast-like intuition, but they had also gained the ability to distinguish the strong. True experts would only reveal their domineering auras when displaying their strength. Normally, their auras would remain hidden. Their auras would appear to be as calm as the great ocean, unperturbed regardless of what was thrown at them. Others would find it hard to generate hostility against someone with such an aura. Without a doubt, they noticed this about Feng. Feng was a true expert. He was far beyond the ordinary experts they usually encountered. Big Brother Wind, who is this guy? Why haven't I heard of someone named Feng in Zero Wing before? Autumn Goose could not help but ask the shield warrior through a private chat as she evaluated Feng. I'm not sure, but based on our information on Zero Wing, aside from Black Flame, the guild's experts are subpar at best. However, I expect no less from the upstart guild that defeated the Star Alliance. The guild has even constructed a stable. Zero Wing's strength is truly unfathomable, Deathwind laughed. It is good that Rain has joined such a guild. Indeed. While we still have a headache over our mounts, both Rain and Blue can obtain a guild mount of their own as soon as they reach level 40, Autumn Goose responded enviously. What's so great about guilds? The Berserker Gunfire snorted. How can they compare to the freedom we enjoy? We can move about God's domain unrestricted. We also don't have to work under anyone. Weapons, equipment, rare skills, or mounts, whatever these large guilds can get their hands on, we can, too. After they had joined God's domain, guild players had often sought them out to cause trouble. The various large guilds occupied all of the valuable leveling areas. Hence, they had formed the Wind God's Spear. Not only had they fought the various large guilds in the Dark Knight Empire, but they had also made these guilds suffer abundant losses. Pampered guild players could not compare to the hardships they faced. Neither Deathwind nor Autumn Goose refuted Gunfire's words. Their hatred of guilds had been precisely the reason they had joined Wind God's Spear. Now, they would never bother with joining a guild. Since everyone's here, let's head over to the Crystal Forest, Thoughtful Rain said as she invited Feng to their party. Moreover, she had even passed the party's leadership to Feng. Gunfire was not pleased. No matter how he looked at it, Deathwind should be the party leader as he was the most qualified for the role. Deathwind possessed a wealth of leadership experience. He even had completed many advanced quests before. He was the best choice. However, since Thoughtful Rain had invited them, it was up to her to choose the party's leader. Arguing against it would be inappropriate. Following which, Feng and the others headed to the teleportation hall and teleported to the Crystal Forest. The Crystal Forest was a small level 40 to level 50 map. However, the terrain was complex. The monsters here also had high defense and HP. As a result, very few players were willing to level up here. Taking a look at the quest details Thoughtful Rain had sent him, Feng looked towards the distant cave and said, that should be the place. Close to the cave entrance, over a dozen level 43 special elite crystal giants roamed the area. Meanwhile, a massive icefire cheetah slept a short distance from the cave. This icefire cheetah was a level 44 lord. It would slaughter an ordinary party easily. Ha, let's watch you make a fool of yourself. Gunfire inwardly sneered as he watched Feng. The Silver Legend quest was extremely difficult. Even with Deathwind leading them, their party would be hard-pressed to complete the quest. Hence, it was impossible for a pampered young master like Feng, who had only completed a few high-difficulty quests, to succeed here. Chapter 805, Insane Suggestion. This is bad. Autumn Goose muttered as she glanced at the cave's surroundings. Aside from the crystal giants and icefire cheetah guarding the cave, she also spotted a group of crystal wolves patrolling the area. As long as they fought within the cave's vicinity, they would attract the attention of the crystal wolves. The monsters would inadvertently catch them in a pincer attack. The crystal wolves were roughly 2 meters long, and their bodies were made of light blue crystal. Unfortunately, several hundred crystal wolves patrolled the forest. Crystal Giant, Elemental Being, Special Elite. Level 43. HP 510000/510000. Icefire Cheetah, Elemental Being, Lord. Level 44. HP 400000/40000000. Crystal Wolf, Elemental Being, Common. Level 41. HP 48000/48000. If they took on so many monsters at once, it would be extremely difficult for them to make it to the cave. Furthermore, there were large level gaps between them and the cave's guardians. They were only level 35, yet they had to face a level 44 Lord and over a dozen level 43 special elites simultaneously. This would not be an easy endeavor. As a monster's level increased, not only would its HP increase, but its attributes also increased. A level 44 Lord dealt no less damage than a level 30 High Lord. The level 44 Lord might even be slightly stronger. Facing down a level 30 Field High Lord would be suicide. Not to mention, they would also have to fight so many Crystal Giants and Crystal Wolves. Every one of these monsters had high HP and defense. Without a team of at least 50 level 40 elite players, defeating these monsters would be incredibly difficult. Thoughtful Rain frowned at this situation. Why don't we clear away those Crystal Wolves first? Thoughtful Rain suggested after a moment of thought. I think it would be wiser to take out the Crystal Wolves first as well. If we trigger a battle while trying to enter the cave, with a speed-type boss like the Icefire Cheetah chasing us, we won't be able to avoid a pincer attack. Death Wind nodded in agreement. After we get rid of those Crystal Wolves, I'll hold back the boss while you guys enter the cave. With the Icefire Cheetah's size, it should not be able to get in. Even if he were strong, with only one healer in the party, he could not tank a level 44 Lord for very long. After all, there was a vast difference between his attributes and the boss's. Moreover, the Icefire Cheetah was a speed-type boss, the bane of MTs. It was extremely difficult to avoid the attacks of a speed-type boss. The level gap only made the situation worse. Leader, what do you suggest? Gunfire asked as he turned to the silent Feng, grinning. The members of the various large guilds were accustomed to using Zerg tactics to solve their problems. Regardless of what kind of problems they faced during a quest, they just needed to send a large group of players to deal with it. Now, however, they only had the strength of a party. Moreover, this quest was located in such a high-level map. Unlike Death Wind, who had long since grown accustomed to high-level monsters and could remain cool-headed in such a situation, Feng would have no idea what to do here. However, their quest was quite difficult. Normally, they would challenge monsters that were, at most, 5 levels higher than them. Even then, the fight would be risky. Now, they had to face a level 44 Lord. The slightest mistake could cause a party wipe. Me? Feng glanced at the Crystal Wolves before shifting his gaze back towards the Icefire Cheetah. I suggest that we charge for the cave. There is no need to waste time on the Crystal Wolves. Once we enter the cave, the Icefire Cheetah won't be able to follow us. Afterward, we just need to deal with the Crystal Giants and Crystal Wolves. Moreover, the cave is cramped inside, so the Crystal Wolves won't be able to use their wolf pack tactics. It should be fairly easy to annihilate them. In truth, Feng wasn't overly worried about the Icefire Cheetah or the Crystal Giants, his biggest worry was the Crystal Wolves. Thoughtful Rain and the others had no idea just how scary those Crystal Wolves were. Wolves love to hunt in groups. Naturally, this was the case for the Crystal Wolves in the Crystal Forest. Although they could only see a few hundred in the area, once the battle began, these Crystal Wolves would call for reinforcements. If they could not finish the Crystal Wolves off quickly enough and allowed the monsters to use their summon skill, they would have to fight far more than just a few hundred Crystal Wolves. If the Crystal Wolves summoned the Crystal Wolf King, tragedy would befall them. The Crystal Wolf King was the Crystal Forest's ruler. It was also a level 50 Great Lord. In Feng's previous life, countless players, who had ventured to the Crystal Forest in search of ores, had died under the Wolf King's paws. Hence, after the general populace learned of this beast, many players had tried to avoid provoking the Crystal Wolves. If their party attacked the Crystal Wolves, they would find death waiting for them. Charge for the cave. Autumn Goose was dumbstruck. How are we supposed to shake off the crystal giants and enter the cave? Although Death Wind could pin down the Icefire Cheetah for a short time, if the others wanted to enter the cave, they had to deal with the crystal giants. The crystal giants were level 43 special elites, not common monsters that even noobs could defeat. They were not easy opponents. The crystal giants would flatten them under their fists if they made the slightest mistake. Meanwhile, the Crystal Wolves would have enough time to join the fray while they had their hands full with the special elites. In the end, they would be caught a pincer attack with no path of retreat. Leave the Icefire Cheetah to me. Death Wind will attract those crystal giants. Blue, you just need to focus on healing Death Wind. Rain, you'll assist Death Wind by restricting the crystal giants from afar. Everyone else, head straight towards the cave, Feng explained slowly. Death Wind was a shield warrior and had the crowd mock skill. He would have the easiest time holding the giants aggro. Without the crystal giants in their way, the crystal wolves wouldn't have time to launch a pincer attack. Once they entered the cave, without the Lord's interference, it would be easier to deal with the special elites and common monsters. Even if the Crystal Wolves summoned the Crystal Wolf King, with how little space the cave provided, all the Crystal Wolf King could do was wait outside with the Icefire Cheetah. You'll tank it? Thoughtful Rain and the others turned to Feng as one. Feng was only a swordsman. Although he had hidden his level with the black cloak, even if he were the same level as the level 44 Icefire Cheetah, its claws would rend him to death with 2 or 3 attacks. Furthermore, he wouldn't have a healer on him. At most, he could hold off the Lord for a brief moment. That certainly wasn't enough time for them to make it into the cave. Rain, are you sure that there won't be any issues? Autumn Goose quietly asked thoughtful Rain. It was not that she did not believe in Feng. However, this plan was simply too dangerous. The slightest mistake could compromise their lives. If they lost a level, it would become far more difficult to complete the quest. I trust him, thoughtful Rain said with confidence as she looked at the calm, composed swordsman. Although she, too, had her doubts, when she looked at Feng's composure and confidence, she wanted to believe in the young man. She did not know why, but whenever she looked at Feng's figure, she thought of Zero Wings Guild leader, Black Flame, whom she had met only a few times before. Black Flame always tried something that everyone else thought was impossible. In the end, however, he always proved everyone wrong. Black Flame had become a legend in Zero Wing. Many members in the guild admired him. Whatever. It's just one death, Autumn Goose sighed as she prepared herself to take a leap of faith. Even if the plan failed, she had a backup plan to help thoughtful Rain and the others escape. As for Death Wind and Gunfire, they also prepared to die. After Feng arranged the party's positioning, he activated Windwalk and dashed towards the Icefire Cheetah. When Feng was within 80 yards, the Icefire Cheetah woke, discovering the swordsman immediately. It released a vicious growl. Groar! With its growl, the Icefire Cheetah, which stood over 8 meters tall, spat scorching flames. Immediately, over a dozen massive fireballs bombarded Feng. It's over. When thoughtful Rain and the others saw the dozen or so fireballs, their hearts sank. Feng could never dodge all of those attacks. However, before they could sigh, they saw a streak of blue light cut across the space before Feng, slicing the massive fireballs in half. Chapter 806, Difference in Weapons. This surprise flashed in everyone's eyes as they watched Feng. The Lord-ranked monster's fireballs were extraordinary. Even from this distance, they could feel the power contained within those massive fireballs. If they encountered one of those fireballs, the blast from the impact would definitely send them flying. Yet, in front of Feng, these massive fireballs were as fragile as glass. With one hit, Feng sliced apart every fireball sent at him. The Ice Fire Cheetah's attack hadn't slowed Feng in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, Feng was only 30 yards away from the Ice Fire Cheetah. Grr! Seeing the impudent human approach, the Ice Fire Cheetah released an angry, deafening roar. Rather than attacking with its fire, its paws pushed off the ground. Instantly, the level 44 Lord transformed into an afterimage as it pounced on Feng. A Lord-ranked monster's attributes were frightening enough. To add to the terror, the Ice Fire Cheetah was a speed-type boss. It would only take the Ice Fire Cheetah an instant to cross the 30 yards. The Ice Fire Cheetah loomed like a 3-story building as it appeared before Feng. It swiped its razor-sharp claws at Feng's head. Boom! The hard, rocky ground beneath the swordsman shattered and exploded, sending dust everywhere. Even Thoughtful Rain and the others, who stood roughly 100 yards away from Feng, could feel the ground tremble. Such high strength. Autumn Goose was shocked when she saw the flying rocks. Is that a level 44 Lord-ranked monster? Death Wind's expression grew serious. Previously, he thought he could, more or less, cope with the Ice Fire Cheetah's attack. Now, however, even with a healer, he would only last a few hits. Moreover, not only was the Ice Fire Cheetah's strength absurd, but its speed also astonishing. He would have an extremely difficult time trying to dodge the Lord's attacks. Death Wind, hurry and attract the Crystal Giant's attention. Everyone else, head for the cave as quickly as possible. Feng's voice suddenly burst into the team chat. The team was shocked to hear it. They had not expected Feng to still be alive after taking the Ice Fire Cheetah's attack. How did he evade that attack? When the dust settled, Gunfire's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Feng actually stood beside the Ice Fire Cheetah's claws, completely unharmed. The Lord's attack had only created a massive crater beneath its feet. The Ice Fire Cheetah was incredibly quick. Even Gunfire had failed to catch a clear look before the Lord's claws landed. If even his eyes had trouble keeping up with the monster, he would have no hope of evading its attacks. Yet, without a doubt, Feng had done just that. At this moment, however, everyone shoved away their shock as they charged towards the cave. Death Wind immediately cast Crowd Mock on the Crystal Giants, attracting the dozen or so special elites aggro. The Crystal Giants were not speed-type monsters. Rather, they relied on their strength. Their movements were relatively slow. Although ordinary players would still find it difficult to evade the Crystal Giant's attacks, an expert like Death Wind could easily evade simultaneously the attacks of 2 or 3 Crystal Giants. Even if he could not dodge, he could block them with his shield. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain cast ice walls and ice spheres to limit the giants' movement, allowing the others to shake off the special elites and head into the cave. Such immense power. There were too many Crystal Giants. For a time, even Death Wind struggled to cope with the attacks he was receiving, and he was forced to defend with his shield. However, the instant a Crystal Giant's fist struck his shield, the impact forced Death Wind to retreat by 4 steps before he steadied himself, a damage of over -800 points appearing above his head. Why are these Crystal Giants so strong? Autumn Goose wore a solemn expression when she saw the damage above Death Wind's head. Death Wind was a level 35 shield warrior with over 14,000 HP. He was also fully geared with level 30 top-tier equipment. Even his shield was a level 30 dark gold ranked shield. The shield warrior had also learned plenty of passive skills that increased his defense. Death Wind would lose around 200 HP when he blocked an attack from a level 35 special elite with his shield. Now, the level 43 Crystal Giant dealt over -800 damage with one punch. Its strength could rival a level 35 chieftain. If Death Wind failed to block or dodge the attack, the shield warrior would only last 3 or 4 hits. Autumn Goose's gaze shifted towards the distant Feng once more. Currently, Feng was tanking a level 44 lord. If even a level 43 special elite was so strong, just how horrific was the Lord? However, even now, the Icefire Cheetah had yet to land a single hit on Feng. If she or anyone else tried to tank the Lord, the Icefire Cheetah would have long since claimed their lives. She never thought that there was such a massive gap between them. Autumn Goose and the others did not realize that Feng was actually struggling. One could say that he was on thin ice with every move. Feng's attributes were very high. However, he was only level 39. The Icefire Cheetah, on the other hand, was level 44. Moreover, it was a Lord-ranked monster. Previously, when Feng had faced the level 50 special elite Blood Warrior, he only managed to defeat it after using all of his strength. The Icefire Cheetah was much stronger than the Blood Warrior. Not only did it possess higher strength, but it was also significantly faster. If not for his reaching the Void Realm and accurately predicting the cheetah's attack trajectories, the level 44 Lord would have already shredded Feng to pieces. Of course, Feng had the ability to suppress the Icefire Cheetah. He just needed to activate his Berserk skill. Unfortunately, Berserk skill's cooldowns were too long. On the off chance that they encountered danger later on, without the trump card of a Berserk skill, they would be easy prey. Aside from Berserk skills, he could also summon a Tier 2 demon with the Bible of Darkness. With a Tier 2 demon acting as a meat shield, killing the Icefire Cheetah would not be a problem. However, doing so would reveal the Bible of Darkness to outsiders. He could not use it casually. Moreover, as a veteran gamer who had adventured in God's domain for over a decade, he knew how important it was to maintain his peak state. Currently, his job was to hold the Icefire Cheetah back, not to kill it. He had no reason to go all out. This should be enough. While dodging, Feng glanced towards the other party members, noticing that they had almost reached the cave. He then began to move towards the cave as well. After everyone entered the cave, and Feng shook off the Icefire Cheetah. Death Wind blocked the Crystal Giants and the quickly approaching Crystal Wolves. The rest of the party members then launched their own attacks. The cave was cramped, so only 3 Crystal Giants could attack the Shield Warrior at a time. Even if Death Wind blocked the attacks with his shield, the Cleric Blue Bamboo could heal him in time and keep his HP full. So hard. Autumn Goose felt her hands numb as she hacked her greatsword at a Crystal Giant. Meanwhile, the Crystal Giant she attacked only received around -1,300 damage. This defense could rival a Lord-ranked monster's. As for Gunfire, his damage was around the same as Autumn Goose's. His normal attacks only dealt around -1,200 damage. Only with his skills could he deal over -2,000 damage. Among the party members, Thoughtful Rain was the most awkward. As these monsters were elemental beings, their magic resistance was quite high. Despite her top-tier equipment, her spells dealt less than -1,000 damage. Only Tier 1 skills were slightly more effective. Peng! The crack of crystal echoed throughout the cave, and the players shifted their gazes towards the sound's origin. A damage of -5,458 points appeared above the head of a Crystal Giant. A deep groove had appeared on the Special Elite's hard crystal exterior. Chapter 807, War Spirit Possession. How can his attack power be so high? Autumn Goose and the others were momentarily stunned. Despite wearing top-tier equipment, their attacks barely scratched the Crystal Giants. These monsters' defense was so high that their weapons couldn't injure the Special Elites. Yet, not only had Feng's attack dealt a frightening amount of damage, but it had also wounded the monster, decreasing its combat power. However, before Autumn Goose and the others could recover from their surprise, Feng executed Chop on the Crystal Giant. 3 arcs of blue sword light converged to a single point and flew towards the Crystal Giant. The attack even sliced apart space, a black seam appearing along the sword light's trail. When the black seam encountered the Crystal Giant, the Special Elite's crystal exterior shattered. Feng's sword passed through the Crystal Giant's body as if it were air. Without any resistance whatsoever, the weapon cleaved through one side of the monster's body. minus 9,462. This damage hadn't been the result of a critical hit. This damage was simply from Feng's skill. Immediately, a large chunk of the crystal giant's HP vanished. Moreover, due to the injury from the attack, the crystal giant's movements became somewhat sluggish. After a brief fight, the crystal giant, which had 510,000 HP, fell to the ground, dropping a piece of equipment and several materials. Everyone in the party also received a bounty of EXP. Meanwhile, the crystal giant that Deathwind and the other party members fought still had over half of its HP. The difference between Feng's damage and theirs was obvious with a glance. Is he even human? How is his damage so high? Autumn Goose exclaimed when she glanced at Crystal Giant. Feng's damage was several times higher than theirs combined. Moreover, he easily defeated the Crystal Giant without receiving any help at all. Even in the Wind God's Spear, they would be hard-pressed to find such a strong player. I told you that Big Brother Yi Feng is very strong, yet none of you believed me. You get it now, right? Blue Bamboo said proudly as she puffed her chest, acting as Feng's achievement were her own. Seeing her friend's behavior, Thoughtful Rain shook her head and smiled bitterly. However, Feng's performance had been satisfying. Previously, Autumn Goose and the others had continuously advised her to leave Zero Wing. Moreover, they had insisted that she would improve slower in the guild than if she joined the Wind God's Spear and that their organization's experts were far stronger. However, Feng's performance proved them wrong. With this, Autumn Goose and the others would most likely stop trying to persuade her to leave Zero Wing. Is this the strength of a Zero Wing expert? Gunfire was stunned after watching Feng's performance. He was considered one of the top-ranking experts in the organization. He had even killed many guild experts during his time in the Dark Knight Empire. However, if he compared himself to Feng, the difference between them was practically the difference between heaven and earth. He could not bring himself to believe that a player could be so powerful. First, Feng had tanked a level 44 lord. Now, Feng swiftly defeated a level 43 special elite by himself. Both the swordsman's combat techniques and his basic attributes were far more powerful than his own. With such a powerful DPS player like Feng in the party, they could clear out the crystal giants and crystal wolves far faster. In less than half an hour, the giants and wolves inside the cave had died, leaving behind all sorts of weapons, equipment, and materials. We're leveling so fast. I will usually need to grind for 2 or 3 hours to earn this much EXP. If we continue grinding at this pace, I'll reach level 36 within a day. Autumn Goose's excitement grew as she looked at her own EXP bar. Players could use mounts once they reached level 40. At that time, she would not have to waste so much time running about. She could also explore new places, reducing her competition over resources. The other party members also received a huge boost to their EXP bars. Their leveling speed here was at least 2 or 3 times faster than their usual leveling speed. To Feng, however, the EXP he obtained from killing the crystal giants and crystal wolves was not nearly enough. He was level 39 already. Moreover, he required double the normal EXP to level up. The EXP these special elites and common monsters provided barely moved his EXP bar. Huh. There's a skill book here. Deathwind stated when he noticed a thick, glowing golden book on the ground. Picking it up, he exclaimed, a berserk skill book. We've hit the jackpot. The main method to learn skills in God's domain was by visiting NPC instructors. Players also learned skills by purchasing them with legacy skill points or obtaining skill books. The skills that instructors offered were general. Their strength was also subpar at best. However, one could learn a large variety of skills with this method. Meanwhile, although the skills one purchased with legacy points were very powerful, it was extremely difficult to obtain legacy points. Normally, players only obtained them by leveling up. As for skills learned from skill books, they were generally quite powerful. Some were even stronger than legacy skills. In the current God's domain, a player's strength did not only depend on weapons and equipment. Skills were very important as well. It was especially true for berserk skills. If an elite player learned a berserk skill, they could contend with expert players, they might even be able to defeat them. If an expert player learned a berserk skill, they could defeat top-tier experts who lacked their own berserk skill. They could also hold off a lord-ranked monster of the same level for a short time. Hence, berserk skills were incredibly valuable in God's domain. Unfortunately, berserk skills were even rarer than top-tier dark gold equipment. On the market, a single berserk skill book could cost several hundred gold. This fascinated countless players. If they could obtain an extremely powerful berserk skill, they could easily sell it for hundreds of gold to a large guild. However, players were rarely willing to sell their berserk skills. Even now, the powerful Wind God's spear only had 2 players with berserk skills. Big Brother Wind, what kind of berserk skill is it? Blue Bamboo asked, her eyes practically glowing. Is it for magical classes? When the others heard this, they glanced at the golden skill book as well. They were all curious about the skill book. It's a melee class berserk skill called War Spirit Possession, Death Wind said. He then displayed the skill's introduction to the party chat. War Spirit Possession allows a heroic spirit to possess a melee class for a short period. When activated, decreases all skill cooldowns by 30%, increases damage by 20%, strength by 90%, agility by 50%, and endurance by 50% for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 8 hours. Cannot be stacked with other attribute-increasing skills. Such a powerful berserk skill. Many in the party fell speechless after reading the skill's details. Generally, a berserk skill only increased one attribute. Berserk skills that covered multiple attributes were extremely rare. This skill book excited Autumn Goose, Death Wind, and Gunfire, who were all melee classes. On the other hand, Blue Bamboo and Thoughtful Rain were slightly disappointed. With this berserk skill, questing by themselves or fighting other players would become much easier. Don't just focus on the skill book. There's still a fine gold treasure chest here, Feng informed the others as he pointed towards the large, golden treasure chest that sat deep inside the cave. Chapter 808, Yi Feng's Invitation. A fine gold treasure chest. Hearing Feng's words, everyone spun towards the distant, glowing altar. 5 crystal pillars stood around the altar, glowing a faint blue. A golden treasure chest sat above the altar. Next to the treasure chest sat a massive, pitch-black egg. Runes decorated the egg's surface, and a faint, white mist flowed into it. Rain, that should be the item you're looking for, Autumn Goose said as she pointed towards the egg. Due to the quest's introduction, the team knew that the quest would award a mount. That giant, sealed egg was the reason for their visit to the Crystal Forest. That should be the one. Thoughtful Rain nodded. However, when she looked at the altar, her expression darkened slightly. A faint, blue barrier enveloped the altar. An NPC also stood next to the altar with his eyes closed. If one used an identification skill on this NPC, they would discover that he was actually a level 100, Tier 3 illusionist. Gerard, illusionist. Level 100. HP 8, 00000/8. 000. The indicator above this illusionist was red, informing players that this Tier 3 NPC was an enemy. A Tier 3 class was the equivalent of a Great Lord of the same level. Although NPCs had far less HP than Great Lords of the same level, players would rather deal with a Great Lord than a Tier 3 NPC. Furthermore, the illusionist before them was a level 100, Tier 3 NPC. The instant everyone noticed Gerard's presence, they felt a weight land on their shoulders. A gloomy atmosphere descended on them, sabotaging their earlier joy of finding the berserk skill. Are we supposed to defeat him? Blue Bamboo asked softly as she pointed at Gerard, worried that her voice would attract the NPC's attention. Nobody in the party had an answer to the cleric's question. If they had to defeat Gerard to complete this quest, then this trip had been in vain. Even a level 100, Tier 1 NPC could beat them black and blue, much less a level 100, Tier 3 NPC. The difference in levels and attributes was simply too massive. None of the equipment currently available in God's domain could make up for this gap. Just as everyone considered giving up. No. There should be a way to complete this quest, Feng suddenly said through the party chat. You have a plan. Everyone turned to Feng in surprise. Surviving Gerard's attacks would be a miracle, not to mention stealing the giant egg he guarded. How could they possibly walk away with that egg? As far as they were concerned, this task was impossible. That was a level 100, Tier 3 NPC, not a common monster. Yes. That NPC is clearly maintaining the defensive magic array and injecting most of his mana into that giant egg. There are two possible outcomes if we approach him. In the first scenario, Gerard gives up maintaining the magic array and attacks us, while in the second scenario, he continues to maintain the magic array, but summons a beast to deal with us. If that is the case, Gerard himself will be unable to move. If we interrupt his casting, the defensive magic array will fail. In either scenario, we have a chance to steal the egg as long as we interrupt the magic array. The only problem is delaying Gerald and creating an opportunity for one of us to steal the egg. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Feng's logic. But which one of us will delay the NPC? Autumn Goose asked. Even if Big Brother Wind is a shield warrior, against a level 100, Tier 3 NPC, he will die instantly. And which one of us will be responsible for stealing the egg? Putting it bluntly, they did not even qualify as cannon fodder. How could they successfully steal the egg? I can delay him for a short time. However, the person stealing the egg must be quick. If they're not fast enough, this operation will fail, Feng said after giving it some thought. With his current strength, he had no hope of defeating a Tier 3 illusionist. Delaying one, however, was possible. Although Feng had spoken softly, his words had dumbfounded his companions. They had a rough understanding of this swordsman after witnessing Feng's actions and hearing what he had to say. He lived up to his words and was extremely trustworthy. Since Feng had made the claim, it meant that he was confident that he could accomplish it. Otherwise, he would not have said anything at all. But there are no speed-type classes among us. We won't make it in time, thoughtful Rain said, shaking her head. Setting aside magical classes and Feng, who had to pin down the NPC, everyone else was a warrior. They would be able to steal the egg fast enough. Don't we have the War Spirit Possession? Feng asked, chuckling. The War Spirit Possession skill increased a player's agility. Naturally, the player's speed would also increase. Moreover, he had speed scrolls in his bag. With these, they should be able to reach the egg in time. But this skill book is too valuable. Moreover, we have only come this far thanks to you, Feng. Would you really be alright with letting outsiders learn the War Spirit Possession? Autumn Goose asked awkwardly. The Berserk skill was more valuable than top-tier equipment or weapons. It's just a skill book. If you feel so bad about it, why don't you join Zero Wing? If experts like you join Zero Wing, you will be given a set of dark gold equipment. Receiving a Berserk skill is also normal. Moreover, Zero Wing's management is not strict. There aren't many restrictions on our members. If you want to go out on an adventure or do a quest, the guild will even provide with all sorts of assistance, Feng offered, grinning. All three of these players, Autumn Goose, Death Wind, and Gunfire, exhibited remarkable combat standards. They only lacked some formal guidance. Otherwise, they could become a force to be reckoned with. Zero Wing had grown a lot stronger. However, it still had very few experts. If Autumn Goose and the others joined Zero Wing, it would undoubtedly make the guild even stronger. Not to mention a mere Berserk skill book, Feng was even willing to give each of them a Tier 1 set equipment if they joined the guild. To other expert players, the War Spirit Possession might be precious, but to Zero Wing's experts, it was nothing. Feng could simply give them the power of darkness. Although the power of darkness did not provide as much of a boost as the war spirit possession did, its duration was far longer. Overall, the power of darkness was stronger than the war spirit possession by a large margin. Moreover, compared to several berserk skill books, Feng was more interested in the fine gold treasure chest. That treasure chest was even rarer than a berserk skill. After Feng's blatant attempt to recruit them, Autumn Goose and the others pondered their options for some time. Previously, they had felt nothing more than disdain for guilds. However, after seeing Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's daily lifestyle in the game, in addition to the fact that Zero Wing was home to an expert like Feng, their impressions of Zero Wing had changed significantly. Even an expert like Feng was willing to help Thoughtful Rain with her quest. It was simply unthinkable in other guilds. Moreover, Thoughtful Rain adventured with their group often. She had never been restricted. On the contrary, every time Thoughtful Rain joined them on a quest, she offered an abundance of useful information that she had obtained from her guild. The information was usually out of their reach and had been incredibly convenient when they quested. In the end, after a serious discussion between the three, Autumn Goose walked up to Feng with a solemn expression. Chapter 809, Power of a Tier 3. Although we don't think that joining Zero Wing would be a mistake, we have many friends in the Wind God's Spear. Various guilds are also targeting the Wind God's Spear in the Dark Knight Empire. It is not in a favorable position right now. We won't abandon the Wind God's Spear during such a crucial time, so please forgive us for rejecting your goodwill. Autumn Goose spoke with determination. Feng could tell that the berserker loved and was devoted to the organization. After all, they were all companions who had experienced life and death with each other. How could they abandon that for personal gain? If he were in their shoes, he wouldn't do such a thing, either. Moreover, Autumn Goose understood that should they join Zero Wing, if they were seen fighting with the members of the Wind God's Spear, those guilds would turn to Zero Wing and cause trouble. Zero Wing would be dragged into the Wind God's Spear's mess. I understand. If you wish to join a guild in the future, please consider Zero Wing. Feng nodded. However, you cannot refuse the War Spirit Possession skill book. We cannot complete this quest without it. Feng had understood that it would be very difficult to poach members from the Wind God's Spear. After all, it was an organization of players that detested guilds, to begin with. However, he had still wanted to try. He would take any opportunity he was given. After all, on the off chance he succeeded, he would make a huge profit. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who had watched this from the side, were somewhat disappointed. If Autumn Goose and the others had joined Zero Wing, they would have a much easier time questing and adventuring together. Following which, after a brief discussion, it was decided that Autumn Goose would learn the War Spirit Possession. Ah, right, take these, Feng said. He retrieved 5 silver magic scrolls from his bag, handing them to his 5 party members. Is this a Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll? Death Wind could not help his shock after examining the scroll. There were all kinds of magic scrolls in God's domain. Among them, the most precious were the summoning scrolls, although the instantaneous movement magic scrolls followed closely behind. Instantaneous movement magic scrolls allowed players to teleport from one location to another, although it was limited. Players could travel 300 yards in the blink of an eye with a Tier 0 instantaneous movement magic scroll, 1,000 yards with a Tier 1 scroll, and 4,000 yards with a Tier 2 scroll. It was one of the best tools for retreat. However, these scrolls were extremely rare. Even dungeon and field bosses rarely dropped them. Death Wind had only ever heard about such scrolls. On the market, one Tier 0 instantaneous movement magic scroll sold for more than 1 gold, not to mention a Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll. Now that they had these scrolls, they could immediately escape the area once they obtained the egg. They could even avoid the Icefire cheetah that still guarded the cave's entrance. Autumn Goose and Gunfire were similarly speechless. Big brother Feng, you're rich. Can I mooch off of you in the future? Blue Bamboo joked as she smiled at the Tier 1 magic scroll in her hands. Blue. Thoughtful Rain immediately flicked her friend's forehead. To think that the girl was still in the mood to fool around at such a crucial time. Begin the operation. Upon seeing Autumn Goose in position, he charged towards Gerard the illusionist. When he was 80 yards from the NPC, Gerard discovered Feng's presence. Foolish fellows. You rush to your deaths. I'll send all of you to hell. Gerard smiled disdainfully as he swung his staff. Immediately, a black magic array appeared beside Gerard. A two-headed hellhound launched itself from the magic array. Are you kidding me? A level 100 Lord-ranked monster. Isn't this cheating? Blue Bamboo's jaw dropped when she saw the Crimson Hellhound. A Tier 3 NPC was already enough trouble. Now, said NPC had summoned a level 100 Lord. This was absurd. Everyone else's expressions similarly darkened. Ha! Feng, however, only revealed a faint smile. The Hellhound hadn't surprised him in the least. An illusionist was a Tier 3 class. It was not unusual for one to summon a Tier 2 Lord. Powerful illusionists were even capable of summoning Tier 3 Lords. A Tier 3 illusionist was even more effective in battle than a Tier 3 Great Mage. Of course, while illusionists were capable of summoning powerful monsters, they were very weak. After emerging from the magic array, the Hellhound opened its two mouths and spewed crimson flames. The fire engulfed over half of the cave, and any rock that these flames touched instantly turned into molten magma. At this time, Feng activated Thunder God's Descent, increasing his movement speed and attack speed by 150%. He then transformed into a shadowy streak as he dodged the oncoming fire before continuing towards Gerard. By the time the Hellhound ceased its fiery attack, Feng was less than 40 yards away from the illusionist. Following which, Feng activated Absolute Time, silencing Gerard and cancelling his spellcasting. Despicable ant. You dare to ruin my work. Gerard grew enraged. However, under a silenced state, even Gerard could not cast any spells without leaving Absolute Time's effective area. Suddenly, Feng threw the blazing meteor in his hand. Flame God's Fury. A streak of crimson light appeared before Gerard. Peng. What? The party members exclaimed when they saw what had happened. Gerard had actually caught Feng's blazing meteor between his fingers. Sure enough, the difference between our attributes is simply too massive. Feng smiled bitterly. However, he had already achieved his initial goal. Gerard focused solely on him. In the next moment, both Gerard and the Hellhound charged at Feng. Both the Tier 3 illusionist and the Hellhound's attributes were far higher than Feng's. Like a powerful gale, the two enemies closed the distance between themselves and Feng. Not daring to be careless, Feng immediately swapped the Aura of Time for the Aura of Wind and activated Wind Rider. His speed soaring once more, he made a mad dash for the cave's exit. Autumn Goose had also activated War Spirit Possession and dashed for the giant egg. However, Feng's situation was precarious. To avoid receiving the brunt of Gerard's full strength, he had to remain inside Absolute Time's field. Unfortunately, Feng was slightly slower than the Hellhound. However, by relying on his understanding of the terrain, dodging the Lord's direct attacks was still relatively easy. Only, the Hellhound's attack range was quite long. In addition to the limited amount of space he had to dodge to, he received some splash damage from the Lord's attacks. The flying rubble alone devoured nearly 2,000 of Feng's HP. He could only survive a few hits. Autumn Goose was extremely anxious. Upon arriving before the giant egg, she began to collect it. Why is there a collection time? Autumn Goose's anxiety jumped as she glanced at Feng. While she had approached the giant egg, Feng had lost 1/4 of his HP. If she delayed any longer, they would all be in extreme danger. Time seemed to crawl by. Autumn Goose had spent a total of 3 seconds collecting the giant, black egg. As for the locked fine gold treasure chest, she simply chucked the thing into her bag. Meanwhile, Feng had less than 1/3 of his HP remaining. Damnable thieves. Don't even think of leaving this place alive. Discovering that the giant, black egg had been stolen, Gerard was furious. Waving his staff, he shattered the restriction absolute time placed on his magic power. Over a dozen silver-colored elemental balls appeared around his body before flying towards Autumn Goose and Feng. Go! Feng shouted sternly. He then unfurled his own instantaneous movement magic scroll and vanished from the cave. Chapter 8:10, Zero Wings Horror. In a secluded, primitive forest, several figures suddenly appeared. As these figures appeared, a distant cave crumbled as a pillar of light shot into the sky. The frightening power that radiated from the pillar of light caused the air to stagnate. A long, terrifying roar echoed throughout the forest. These players finally realized just how truly terrifying a level 100, Tier 3 NPC was. Astonishingly, Feng had actually survived against the NPC for so long and escaped relatively unharmed. He was a monster. Autumn Goose, Death Wind, and Gunfire sighed. They had been given an opportunity to deepen their relationship with an expert as powerful as Feng. If they had accepted his offer to join Zero Wing, the swordsman might have even offered to tutor them. However, they had rejected his offer. Quickly, use your return scrolls. Feng urged once he accounted for the whole team. Although the Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll was a powerful escape tool, their pursuer was a level 100, Tier 3 NPC. Gerard would not let them get away easily. Hearing Feng's reminder, everyone quickly took out their return scrolls and began to activate them. The seconds ticked by. They were all on edge. If Gerard caught up to them, they wouldn't have another chance to escape. Fortunately, the Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll had put quite a bit of distance between themselves and Gerard. Even if the illusionist managed to escape the cave, he wouldn't discover their exact location immediately. Sure enough, Gerard had not found them as they finished activating their return scrolls. White River City's teleportation hall. That was close. I thought we were dead for sure, Blue Bamboo said as she patted her chest. Even though she had returned to the city, some fear still lingered in her heart. A level 100, Tier 3 NPC was practically invincible to current players. This had also been the first time she had ever seen a monster shatter a player's attack. One could imagine just how vast the gap was between either side's attributes. Fortunately, they had completed their quest. As soon as Blue Bamboo finished speaking, a sound of a system notification reached their ears. System, you have been targeted by Gerard. If you cannot incubate and hatch the giant egg in 3 days, Gerard will discover your presence in any field map you venture to. If Gerard kills you, you will suffer a double death penalty and 3 days of a weakened state. Why is there another quest? Thoughtful Rain frowned as she looked at the system notification. Her initial quest had been to retrieve the giant egg. Now, after so much trouble to accomplish that, she received another one. Moreover, the penalty for failure was considerably severe. If she failed this quest, a level 100, Tier 3 NPC would hunt them down. Unfortunately, players at this stage of the game had no hope of killing this NPC. In other words, they would no longer be able to explore or level up if she failed. Autumn Goose and the others wore similarly horrified expressions. Although they had helped Thoughtful Rain, they had never expected to be held accountable for the quest as well. This was the first time they had encountered such a quest. They had experienced Gerard's power personally. If they encountered Gerard in the fields, they would only find death. Does the egg's description include any incubation methods? Feng asked Autumn Goose. He had long since grown accustomed to such sudden developments. Let me see. Autumn Goose hurriedly called up the giant egg's information. It says that we'll need a large amount of life force to incubate this egg, which can only be obtained by killing great lords that are level 40 or above. How many do we need to kill? Feng asked. 20. Autumn Goose said helplessly. 20. This is a joke, right? We're talking about great lords. Blue Bamboo could not help but despair. Death Wind and Gunfire frowned as well. A level 40 Great Lord was no laughing matter. Generally, each of these monsters required a raid team of 100 level 40 players geared with top-tier equipment. Even then, any mistake could get them all killed. Even if they gathered such a team, raiding a single Great Lord would most likely require an entire day. The sacrifices they'd have to make were also staggering. No matter how one thought about it, it was impossible to raid 20 level 40 Great Lords in 3 short days. First of all, level 40 Great Lords were not that easy to find. Normally, these monsters only lurked in 100-man team dungeons. Even finding 20 Great Lords in the fields would take more than 3 days. How difficult was raiding a level 40, 100-man team dungeon? Even now, the various large guilds were still attempting to challenge the hard mode version of these dungeons, not to mention hell mode. Even if they mobilized all of Wind God's spear, they could not complete this quest. While everyone struggled with their frustration and despair. It isn't exactly impossible to complete this quest, Feng said after giving it some thought. However, I'll need to prepare first. You guys should wait here for a while. Of course, it was impossible to kill a level 40 Great Lord with the power of a 6-man party. However, a 20-man team might have a chance. What? He even has a plan for this? Gunfire watched Feng's departing back with doubtful eyes. Even thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, who were in the same guild as Feng, were shocked. They had been talking about level 40 Great Lords, yet Feng spoke of them as if they were only common monsters. After waiting for some time, they heard excitement spread throughout the teleportation hall. Wah! Isn't that Fire Dance from Zero Wing? Look! That's Zero Wing's vice leader, Aqua Rose. The players inside the teleportation hall were stupefied when Fire Dance and the dozen or so Zero Wing core members entered the building. To ordinary players, these experts were basically legends. They lived in a completely different world. After the war in the Stoneclaw Mountains, players finally understood the power of a true expert. Zero Wing's core members had long since become idols in White River City. How could these players contain their excitement as they finally saw these stars? What? Blue Bamboo was dumbfounded when she saw Fire Dance and the others approach their party. These players were Zero Wing's upper echelons. Every one of them was a top-tier expert in Star Moon Kingdom, yet after a single call, they had hurried over. Even Violet Cloud, whom she admired greatly, was here. She could not believe this was happening. Just who is Feng? Autumn Goose could not help but turn to look at Feng. Death Wind and Gunfire were similarly shocked. They had still felt disdain and disinterest towards guild experts. However, after seeing these experts from Zero Wing, they suddenly realized how little they knew. They could feel an intense pressure from each of these experts. Fire Dance, in particular, felt as if they stood before a humanoid lord-ranked monster. With a single glance from the assassin, they trembled with fear. Their instincts screamed for them to run as far as they could from the assassin. When these experts stood together, the combined pressure was overwhelming. The air in the teleportation hall was stifling. Even moving was a struggle. Moreover, they were not in combat. If they attempted to fight these Zero Wing experts, they were certain that they would never escape these people's grasp. Alright, now that everyone has arrived, let's begin the quest, Feng said, chuckling. Chapter 811, Giant Beast. White River City, War God's Temple. For a long time, players had seldom visited this place. However, due to the appearance of the Abyss battlefield, it had become a popular hub for players. Independent team recruiting members. Those who want the double EXP buff, come on over. Town reclamation team recruiting. Minimum requirement of level 30. Equipment must be at least Mysterious Iron rank. Must have reached the Trial Tower's 2nd floor. Noobs, do not disturb. looking for players to carry me through the Abyss battlefield. 5 silver for 100 honor points. Limited spots available. First come, first served. Shortly after the new expansion pack launched, everyone had adapted to the new changes. Many players had already gained some experience of the playstyle in the Abyss battlefield. Feng was very surprised when he arrived. He had not expected everyone to adapt to the Abyss battlefield so quickly. The Abyss battlefield was a paradise for experts, particularly solo experts. Due to the Abyss battlefield's appearance, many solo experts had been able to shine brilliantly in the past, creating countless legends in God's domain. The Abyss battlefield back then had also shortened the gap between independent players and guild players. One of the main reasons for this was the EXP gain. Guild members could accumulate the double EXP buff in their guild residences. Although the accumulated double EXP buff did not seem like much, ordinary players could not fight for long periods. All players needed a break at some point, whether it was to repair their weapons and equipment or to recover their concentration and stamina. Overall, a large part of a player's time in the game was spent resting. Hence, the difference the double EXP buff created became significant. However, it was extremely difficult for independent players to accumulate the double EXP buff. Aside from purchasing a house of their own in NPC cities, the only other option was to rest in a player-built city. This further highlighted the importance of the Abyss battlefield. Players would earn honor points corresponding to their performance on the battlefield. They could trade those honor points for the double EXP buff or potions. Powerful solo experts could easily earn a large number of honor points, and the double EXP buff they could purchase was far more than guild players. In addition, these solo experts were strong enough to kill monsters of a higher level. Overall, solo experts were able to level only slightly slower than guild experts. Aside from the EXP buff, honor points could also be traded for top-tier equipment. Although the equipment's attributes leaned more towards PvP, it was still valuable. The various large guilds also took advantage of the Abyss battlefield to grind for top-tier equipment. There were many bosses in the Abyss battlefield. Every town that monsters conquered would contain multiple bosses. The weakest among these bosses were lords, while most were great lords. Some towns were even protected by high lords or mythic monsters. Guilds didn't need to look far to find field bosses. However, although there were many advantages to the Abyss battlefield, it had its downsides as well. Every player who entered the battlefield was allotted 1 life each day. In addition, the monsters dropped neither materials nor money, they only dropped weapons and equipment. If one's goal was purely to obtain top-tier equipment, the Abyss battlefield was the perfect place for them. Feng led his team into the Abyss battlefield. After entering the Abyss battlefield, players were transported to the human race's campsite. As soon as Feng and the others arrived, they were greeted by a sea of players. White River City's players weren't the only ones who had gathered at this campsite. Players had arrived from every city in Starmoon Kingdom. They were all gearing up and preparing to set out. However, as this was a battlefield, one could see wandering abyssal monsters in every direction. Players generally formed 100-man groups in the Abyss battlefield. That way, they had a higher chance of survival. After all, the longer they remained alive, the more opportunities they would have to earn honor points. This run has been the best. I earned 500 points during this run. I can afford a basic double EXP potion. I'll get 10% of the double EXP buff with that. I might be able to reach level 32 by the end of the day. That's nothing. I heard that the players in Heaven's Burial's main army have conquered a town. With the honor points they earned, they can purchase 3 basic double EXP potions. For those that perform well, they might even earn enough points to buy a basic body strengthening potion. Wow! That much? One of those potions could improve my attributes by 10% and reduce my stamina consumption by 15% for 2 hours. The basic body strengthening potion costs 5 times as much as the basic double EXP potion. What did you think? They cleared out the abyssal monsters of an entire town. Naturally, they received a ton of honor points. The various guilds are dispatching their armies to clear out these monster towns. With enough basic body strengthening potions, raiding dungeons will be a breeze. It's a pity that my guild is so small. We are nowhere near strong enough to clear out a town. The players around the campsite chatted as they stood in line to repair their weapons and equipment. They envied the players who had joined large guilds. Unlike those players, they had to accumulate honor points slowly by killing wandering abyssal monsters in the Abyss Battlefield's outermost regions. Let's go. Feng opened the battlefield's map. After examining it for a moment, he headed towards the nearest small, ruined city. Wow, those guys got guts. They are leaving the campsite with just a 20-man team. Are they tired of living? I think they're experts. So what if they're experts? Once they start fighting, they'll learn that even experts are useless here. Moreover, didn't you see which direction they went? They are heading towards South Lake City. None of the players who have gone there have returned alive. The players resting at the campsite fell into a heated discussion when they saw Feng's group of cloaked figures. The Abyss battlefield was comprised of various regions. Different regions had different threat levels. The outermost region was the safest. However, there were far fewer monsters here. Players could not earn many honor points with so few targets. More monsters wandered around the outer region of towns, most being elites with a few chieftains thrown in the mix. Ordinary players who ventured into these areas quickly lost their lives. However, one could earn quite a sum of honor points if they survived. Monsters were abundant inside a town. There were also plenty of lord-ranked monsters present. Sometimes, even great lords would appear in towns. A party of players would find it very difficult to survive. As for small cities, these were considered monster nests. When players entered the city, their attributes were suppressed immediately. Generally, great lords guarded these small cities. Sometimes, one even encountered a mythic monster. Even a 100-man elite team would find it very difficult to survive here. Grand lords generally ruled over medium cities, and players had a very high possibility of encountering a mythic monster. In large-sized cities, players were guaranteed to find a mythic monster waiting for them. Even a guild-organized 1,000-man army risked a one-way trip by attempting to challenge these locations. Naturally, Feng understood the battlefield's layout. He was far more familiar with the battlefield's rules than any other player. To grind for great lords, towns were the safest choice. However, Feng had a time limit. Hence, he had no choice but to pick a small city. After traveling for over 2 hours, Feng and the others finally arrived at South Lake City. The entire city had become a nest for abyssal monsters. One could smell the rich scent of blood from the city's edge. Is that a Grand Lord? Autumn Goose's heart pounded when she saw the giant monster, which was over 100 meters long, hovering above the city. Chapter 8:12, Siege. How can a monster be so massive? Every member of the party was flabbergasted as they watched the massive figure in the sky. This was a bone dragon with a body that stretched over 100 meters and a wingspan that covered over 200 meters. As its name suggested, its entire body was made of bone. Its massive skeletal head loomed like a small mountain. Smoldering green fire danced in its hollow eye sockets. The bone dragon created storms with every flap of its skeletal wings. Frost Bone Dragon, Undead, Grand Lord. Level 45. HP 64, 000/64, 000/000. This was the first time Autumn Goose and her companions had ever seen a Grand Lord, and they stared, struggling to breathe. The Frost Bone Dragon had a staggering 64 million HP. However, this was not the Bone Dragon's biggest threat. At the rank of Grand Lord, a monster could inflict a powerful mental pressure, preventing players from exerting their full strength. That thing can probably instant kill me with its breath attack. Gunfire involuntarily gulped as he watched the bone dragon circle above the city. Are we really going to kill monsters here? There are too many. Blue Bamboo asked worriedly as she glanced at the sea of abyssal monsters within the city walls. Skeleton Soldier, Undead, Elite. Level 42. HP 140,000/140,000. These skeleton soldiers bore a shield and weapon in each hand. They also stood together in large groups with over 100 other skeleton soldiers. If they fought one of those skeleton squads, it was highly likely that they would attract even more skeleton soldiers. Skeleton captains also roamed the city. Skeleton Captain, Undead, Chieftain. Level 42. HP 1,300,000/1,300,000. If they fought here, an endless stream of monsters could easily surround them. Their chances of survival would plummet. Why don't we check somewhere else? Autumn Goose suggested. They could deal with these numbers if they were merely common monsters. However, the weakest monster in the city was an elite. Chieftains even called this city home. Even a 20-man team had little hope of surviving this place. Although they knew Feng and the others were quite strong, the skeleton captains were not isolated. From where they stood, they could spot as many as 6 captains. Who knew how many more would appear once they started fighting? It was simply too dangerous to fight here. Relax. You guys just need to watch from the sidelines. Feng laughed, not bothering to explain. After stabilizing their mental states, Fire Dance and the others burst into action. Ordinary experts might struggle against this sea of monsters. To Zero Wings core members, however, this wasn't even a challenge. This was a paradise. Fire Dance and Flying Shadow charged into the crowd of skeleton soldiers, luring the elite monsters. Meanwhile, Minor Wind and the other ranged classes launched their bombardment from a distance. Immediately, they had attracted the attention of nearly 800 skeleton soldiers and 3 skeleton captains. Autumn Goose and her friends' anxiety mounted. The army of skeleton soldiers and the 3-meter-tall skeleton captains that wore black, thorny armor, seemed to have an unstoppable momentum as they charged to meet Zero Wings' group. Death Wind, who stood between his team and the monsters, felt a massive pressure weigh him down. Just as the skeleton soldiers were about to reach the team, Cola, Yi Wumian, and Turtledove made their move. Justice Roar. Angry Howl. The 3 MTs tore the aggro from the small team and forced the monsters to focus on them. Take this. Cola raised his flaming divine blue fire shield and bashed it into the approaching crowd. Boom. With one hit, the MT sent the leading skeleton soldiers into a backward tumble. Cola then used Devotion, and a golden glow blossomed over an area of 15 by 15 yards, a damage of around -500 points appearing above the head of every skeleton soldier. As for Turtledove and Yi Wumian, they also dominated over their opponents. With each crash, they knocked down a group of skeleton soldiers. When they used an AoE skill, they devoured hundreds of HP from several dozen soldiers. The 3 MTs stood like an iron wall as they blocked the undead's advance. The 3 skeleton captains had just as much trouble. Even against the chieftain's attacks, Cola and the others did not retreat by a single step. They dodged the majority of the attacks sent at them, launching counterattacks and dealing over -2,000 damage to each chieftain. So strong. Gunfire could not help his shock. Not only could these 3 MTs hold back the hundreds of elite monsters and 3 chieftains, but they also dodged most of the incoming attacks, barely losing any HP. They should have stabilized the aggro by now. Let's start attacking as well, Blackie said excitedly. As Blackie spoke, he activated Stars of Light. Aqua Rose also used the Tier 1 spell, Death and Decay. Meanwhile, Feng had switched to the Aura of Fire and activated Firestorm. At this time, Cola and the others suddenly stomped the 3 skeleton captains, causing all 3 to lose their balance and fall to the ground. Immediately after, the 3 MTs retreated. In the next moment, the area before Cola and the others transformed into hell itself. Huge stars fell from the sky, black smoke emerged from the ground, and fire erupted into the air. The ground shook as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom. 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 After several seconds, most of the 800 or so skeleton soldiers had been annihilated. The 3 skeleton captains had lost close to half of their HP. Everyone's level bars exploded with EXP. Blue Bamboo even leveled up on the spot, climbing from level 34 to level 35. At this time, Cola and the others slammed their shields into the 3 skeleton captains and began building their aggro once more. Meanwhile, Shadow Sword and Rampant Blade used charge and appeared before a skeleton captain. They then swung their greatswords at the chieftain's joints, momentarily freezing the captain's movement. 2 critical damages of over -5,000 points appeared above the chieftain's head. As for Fire Dance, she appeared behind another skeleton captain and used Absolute Strike. -28,467. Fire Dance immediately followed up with a backstab, her attack triggering 1,000 transformations critical point effect. The fragmented legendary weapon then transformed into a streak of silver light as it pierced and shattered the skeleton captain's sturdy armor. A frightening damage of -19,482 points appeared above the skeleton captain's head. Is she even human? Fire Dance's damage shocked Autumn Goose and her team. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo were also shocked into silence. This was their first time they had seen their guild's upper echelons grind monsters. The difference between the way they normally grinded was like the difference between heaven and earth. In a party dungeon, a chieftain-ranked monster was a boss. In front of Fire Dance, however, it was no different than a common monster. Not a single one of Fire Dance's attacks dealt less than -10,000 damage. Under the continuous bombardment of Zero Wing's core members, the 3 skeleton captains had not even had a chance to land a finger on Cola and the other 2 MTs. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud, one of the team's healers, had become one of the main damage dealers. Each of her numerous mana balls dealt over -600 damage to the skeleton captains. As a result, the chieftain's HPs fell at a rate visible to the naked eye. After just 20 seconds, the 3 skeleton captains and the remaining skeleton soldiers crumbled to the ground, transforming into piles of bones and dropping several pieces of equipment. They also granted every player with a significant amount of EXP. Chapter 8:13, Frightening Leveling Speed. Seeing the scattered bones and their rapidly rising experience bars, Autumn Goose and the others were at a loss for words. Facing hundreds of level 42 elites and 3 level 42 chieftains would be a challenge even for a 100-man team of level 40 elite players. Now, however, a dozen or so players had easily defeated these monsters. Although they had realized that there was a gap between them and Zero Wing's core members, this battle made it clear just how wide that gap was. This grinding and leveling speed is amazing. I wish we could level like this every day. Blue Bamboo sighed as she looked at her experience bar. She had gained more EXP in less than a minute than she usually obtained after 2 hours of grinding. They were leveling faster than a rocket. Moreover, the speed at which they were earning money was simply ridiculous. In less than 1 minute, they had gained 6 pieces of equipment. Nowadays, in God's domain, the higher a monster's level was, the lower its drop rate for equipment would be. They had killed many level 40 monsters before. Even when they killed level 40 elites, they rarely obtained any equipment. Only level 40 chieftains were certain to drop equipment. Even then, they usually only dropped 1 or 2 pieces. Among the 6 pieces of equipment they had obtained, 4 were level 40 bronze equipment, and 2 were level 40 mysterious iron equipment. Although they were not pieces of top-tier equipment, they could sell for quite a bit of money. Even after splitting the profits among the team, they would earn more than what an ordinary player earned in a single day. Feng had intended to split the loot equally. However, Autumn Goose and the others rejected the offer. After all, they had not done anything, they also were not members of Zero Wing. They already felt uncomfortable about receiving a share of such a lucrative amount of EXP despite not contributing. As for Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo, the 2 girls similarly rejected the offer. In the end, Feng had no choice but to pass the equipment to Aqua Rose to store in the guild warehouse. Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, Minor Wind, lure the monsters. We'll clear the city's borders before we enter the city itself, Feng commanded after he finished collecting the drops. In the Abyss battlefield, the basic strategy to capture a city was to eliminate the monsters in the outer edge. If they did not take care of the minions outside the city, once they started fighting in the city, a single roar from a boss could very well attract every single minion. The monsters would surround them, greatly increasing their chances of wiping. Hence, it was important to annihilate the monsters outside the city first. Moreover, in the Abyss battlefield, monsters in towns and cities had long respawn times. They didn't have to worry about endless respawning. They also wouldn't have to waste a lot of time getting out of the city. Following which, Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, and Minor Wind lured wave after wave of monsters towards Kola and the others. After the MTs had built up their aggro with the skeleton captains, Feng would use Firestorm. Anyone else who possessed AoE skills would join him with their own attacks, finishing off the skeleton soldiers quickly. Afterward, everyone would focus their attacks on the chieftain-ranked skeleton captains. The team finished off a wave of monsters every 5 minutes, rapidly filling their experience bars. After 3 hours of hard work, Autumn Goose and the others reached level 35, whereas Blue Bamboo reached level 36. The 5 felt as if they were dreaming as they watched their absurd leveling speed. We're leveling so fast. I'm the same level as the boss now. Gunfire was flabbergasted by his own level. Autumn Goose and Death Wind had similar reactions. Even expert players needed to grind for 2 or 3 days just to reach their level. It should be known that there were 48 hours in a single day in God's domain. Now, however, they had only taken 3 hours to level up. Their leveling speed was ridiculous. Furthermore, the monsters outside the city were no threat to Zero Wings members at all. Finally, after grinding for over 9 hours, the team had managed to kill all the abyssal monsters in South Lake City's outer region. Meanwhile, Thoughtful Rain and the others had reached level 37, whereas Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, and the other members of Zero Wing had reached level 39. As for Feng, he had reached 81% of level 39. He was only 19% away from the level 40 threshold. After clearing out the monsters from the city's north side, Feng led everyone into the city. South Lake City was far more dangerous inside its walls than it was outside. Abyssal monsters had a hierarchy. The lowest monsters generally lived in the outermost regions. As players ventured deeper into a city, they would encounter higher-ranked and stronger monsters. Rather than increasing inside the city, the concentration of monsters decreased significantly. However, it was not difficult to spot the skeleton warriors that roamed the city streets. Skeleton Warrior, Undead, Special Elite. Level 42. HP 550,000/550,000. The city was also home to plenty of skeleton captains. Even a level 40, 100-man elite team would have to be extremely careful upon arriving here. One mistake could attract hundreds of skeleton warriors and 7 or 8 skeleton captains, leaving the team surrounded. Fortunately, Zero Wings core members would have little trouble handling such a situation. They could defeat a monster army of such size with relative ease. However, Feng's goal was not to level up, but to kill great lords. Hence, he prioritized scouting the city over grinding. I've discovered a great lord over here. Flying Shadow, who used stealth to scout the city, reported through the team chat. I'm in the city plaza. Only, there is another team of players fighting the Great Lord right now. Who are they? Feng asked, surprised. The others were surprised and curious as well. South Lake City was many times more dangerous than monster towns in the Abyss battlefield. Even a level 40, 100-man elite team had to be extremely careful here. Their team had spent so much time clearing out the monsters around the city, yet someone had gotten ahead of them and had already begun killing a great lord. They're a 100-man team. These people are wearing a guild emblem, so they should be the main force of some guild, Flying Shadow reported as he observed the situation. The lowest leveled player is level 34, while the commander is level 36. Currently, they've dropped the Great Lord's HP by a third and have yet to suffer any losses. Field Great Lords were different from Dungeon Great Lords. They were a lot stronger. However, they did have a little less HP. The fact that the team had taken one-third of a level 40-plus Great Lord's HP without losing a single member showed that the team was extraordinarily strong. Hold on, I'll send you their battle video. Flying Shadow then started recording a short video before sharing it with the team. I've never seen their guild emblem before. I don't think that it's a Star Moon Kingdom guild. However, the fact that they can handle a Great Lord this well shows that the guild is certainly not ordinary. Upon receiving the video, they watched the short clip of this guild in battle. In the video, the corpses of abyssal monsters filled the wide fountain plaza. Meanwhile, a group of players faced a giant skeleton. The giant skeleton stood over 10 meters tall. The skeleton wore black, heavy armor and wielded two massive war axes. Skeleton General, Undead, Great Lord. Level 43. HP 18-000/18-000-000. The Skeleton General brandished its war axes madly, each swing causing the earth to tremble. However, the players fighting the Skeleton General were very coordinated. Their MTs guided the Skeleton General's attacks to an area void of other people. Meanwhile, the healers and ranged damage dealers responded when and how they needed to, decreasing the Great Lord's HP continuously. Overall, the players were quite organized. This is interesting. I hadn't expected to meet them in a place like this. Feng's lips curled up into a faint smile after seeing the players in the video. Chapter 814, Legendary Guild. These people have relatively good combat standards and equipment, but why haven't I heard of this guild before? Even after racking her mind, Aqua Rose could not figure out which guild these players were from. The Skeleton General displayed frightening power. Not only did it possess extremely high strength, but it was also very fast. Even for Cola, tanking this Great Lord would be a burden. Although these players did not possess an MT like Cola, who had extremely high defense and strength, they made up for the lack of strength with the cooperation of 4 MTs. The team's damage dealers also kept the boss in check. This made it possible to raid the Skeleton General. Moreover, the team's damage dealers and healers were very powerful. Almost all of them dealt over -1000 damage with each attack, causing the Skeleton General's HP to decrease slowly but steadily. It was only a matter of time before they defeated the Great Lord. No ordinary guild was capable of such a feat generally, only the experts of famous large guilds could raid a level 43 Great Lord so easily. However, Aqua Rose knew nearly every famous guild in the virtual gaming world, but she had never seen this guild emblem before. Look, that Skeleton General seems to be summoning a companion. Cola shouted as he watched the surrounding monsters gather towards Skeleton General, who stood in the plaza's heart with a grim expression. The others were also shocked. They had not expected the boss inside the city to have such a move. With this, killing the Skeleton General would be far more difficult. After all, one was already required to go all out against a Great Lord. More monsters joining the fray might become the last straw that broke the camel's back. Everyone finally understood why Feng had them clear out the surrounding monsters while on their way, rather than avoiding confrontation. This boss is too overpowered. It has lured another Great Lord. Flying Shadow, who hid in the plaza, stated as he watched the blurry figure fly straight towards the skeleton warrior. Agonizing Banshee, Undead, Great Lord. Level 40. HP 17-000/17-000-000. Although the agonizing Banshee had less HP than the Skeleton General, it was a magical class monster. It posed more of a threat than the first Undead. The instant the agonizing Banshee arrived, she released a piercing screech, forcing over a dozen players into a confused state. These players lost all control over their bodies as they began behaving like raving lunatics. The sudden development was precarious for the team. "Let's head over and take a look," Feng said, laughing as he watched the agonizing banshee massacre the team of players. It was not unusual that Aqua Rose had not heard of this guild. After all, the guild wasn't famous, it was an upstart guild. The guild's name was Immortal Light. Immortal Light was based in the Twin Towers Kingdom. The Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom were adjacent to each other. Hence, Feng knew quite a bit about the Twin Towers Kingdom. Although Immortal Light was only an upstart guild, it had performed exceedingly well in the competition for dominance over the Twin Towers Kingdom. It had stolen over a dozen cities from the first-rate guild, Emperor's Light, going as far as to occupy the third largest city in the Twin Towers Kingdom. In Feng's previous life, Immortal Light had been one of Shadow's allies. However, Immortal Light was much stronger than Shadow had been. In God's domain, it was very difficult for a small guild to survive. Hence, these guilds needed to work together. However, Immortal Light was different from Shadow. After 10 years of development in God's domain, it had become a first-rate guild and had occupied over half of the Twin Towers Kingdom. It had even dominated various cities in other kingdoms. Back then, it had developed into a guild that could rival even Ouroboros. Meanwhile, Immortal Light's guild leader, Sindhart, was a very famous expert in God's domain. He had been one of God's domain's 12 sacred elementalists in the past. Immortal Light also had several other Tier 5 experts. Even Ouroboros and Emperor's Light had not dared to provoke the guild in the past. One could say that Immortal Light had been a legend in the Twin Towers Kingdom. In just a few years, a no-name guild had gone from an organization without any background or backing to a huge existence in the virtual gaming world, which even first-rate guilds feared and respected. The difficulty of such a feat was unimaginable. Feng never imagined that he would actually encounter this guild so soon. "Do you know them?" Fire Dance asked curiously. She understood Feng quite well. He would not attack someone unless they attacked him first. In addition, his pride as an expert would not allow him to steal a boss from a stranger. Even if he wanted the boss, he would simply wait for the two great lords to annihilate the other team. However, since Feng chose to approach the battle, it was likely that he knew the guild. "Something like that," Feng replied vaguely, not knowing how to answer this question. In the past, he had been acquainted with this group from Immortal Light. In this life, however, they did not know him. Above the wide plaza, two great lords and dozens of skeleton warriors faced down the 100-man team. "Split up the bosses." "Rangers, kite the minions," the team's leader, Sindhart, shouted. He would not let his confidence waver even though his team now had to fight two great lords simultaneously. On the contrary, he remained extraordinarily calm as he commanded the battle. "Guild leader, that agonizing banshee's AoE spells are too powerful. We've already lost 8 people. Thousand Leisures, lead your group and follow me. We'll suppress the banshee together. Everyone else, focus on the skeleton general." Even Sindhart was helpless against the banshee's shadow sweep attack. He could only lead a contingent to distract the Great Lord. Immediately, with Sindhart at the lead, 10 players activated a barrier magic array around the agonizing banshee, trapping the Great Lord behind a purple barrier. "Narrow the magic array's area," Sindhart shouted as he watched the banshee resist. Quickly, the 10 players controlling the magic array shrank the magic array, sealing the agonizing banshee inside a small, purple globe and preventing the Great Lord from moving. "Guild leader, someone's heading this way. How are there other people here?" At this moment, even Sindhart grew anxious. To surely kill the skeleton general, they had even used their most precious barrier magic array. They could not afford any more surprises. "This guild is quite impressive. They have an intermediate magic array as well," Aqua Rose stated when she saw the hovering, purple ball. She could estimate the barrier's strength with a single glance. Currently, in God's domain, being able to obtain a basic magic array was quite a feat. One could probably count the number of intermediate magic arrays players had found on one hand. Yet, now, an unknown guild employed their own. The guild clearly had an extraordinary background. Friend, if you are interested in these two great lords, why don't we take them on together and split the loot equally? Sindhart shouted. Although the group that had just arrived only consisted of 20 players, the fact that this small group had made it this far spoke of their extraordinary strength. Without knowing Feng and his team's motives, Sindhart was unwilling to give up on the great lords. Hence, he might as well make them an offer. After all, even if Feng's team were strong, they could not handle two great lords at once. Guild leader, I think they're from Zero Wing. What? Zero Wing? Isn't that Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild? The players from Immortal Light were instantly on edge, wearing grim expressions. Chapter 8:15, Zero Wing takes action. Why are they here? Sindhart was shocked when he saw Feng and his team. Even in the Twin Towers Kingdom, Zero Wing was resoundingly famous. Starting out as a small guild, Zero Wing had faced down the various large guilds in White River City, becoming White River City's overlord. Later on, it successfully repelled the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a super first-rate guild. However, this was not Zero Wing's greatest achievement. Afterward, Zero Wing had occupied Stone Forest Town and won a war against the joint forces of the Star Alliance, a first-rate guild and their various allies, instantly becoming the most sought-after guild in Star Moon Kingdom. In addition, Zero Wing was a guild of experts. Its guild leader, Black Flame, even ranked 51st on the God's Domain experts list and had been given the title of Sword King. A recently established guild like Immortal Light could not possibly compete with a guild like Zero Wing. Those people are Zero Wing's upper echelons. Look! That's Aqua Rose. Fire Dance is here as well. Look over there. Isn't that Violet Cloud, Cola, Turtle Dove, Minor Wind, Shadow Sword, Blackie, and Yiwumian? Why are so many of Zero Wing's experts here? Immortal Light's members panicked for a moment. Aqua Rose and the others were all publicly acknowledged, top-tier experts. One of them could exterminate a 100-man elite team by themselves. Ha ha ha. I never thought our guild would be so famous. Even a guild from another kingdom knows us. Blue Bamboo could not help her pride as when she saw the Immortal Light's collective anxiety. I wonder when my name will be as famous as Big Sis Fires and the others. Fire Dance and her fellow echelons couldn't help but laugh when they heard Blue Bamboo's excitement. In reality, even they had never imagined that they would, one day, become famous experts in God's domain. Before they had met Feng, they had never dreamed of such a thing. Now, however, they were targets for players' admiration. Is Zero Wing really such an amazing guild? When Autumn Goose overheard the Immortal Light's members, she was shocked. She and her companions were independent players from the faraway Dark Knight Empire. Hence, they had only heard rumors of Zero Wing's strength through the forums. They had never witnessed the guild in action. In their opinion, however, even the large guilds in the Dark Knight Empire were subpar at best. Hence, how strong could a guild from a kingdom possibly be? However, after witnessing these players' performance, they had a clearer understanding of the guild's strength. They felt that Zero Wing was different from those large guilds in the Dark Knight Empire. Yet, it would seem that Zero Wing was far more powerful than Blue Bamboo and the official forums made it out to be. Guild leader Sind, rest assured, we aren't here to steal your bosses. However, we won't help you with these bosses, either. If you can't handle them, give up. We'll take over from here, Feng said, shaking his head as he responded to Sindhart's proposal. Level 40+ Great Lords were not easy to find, even in the Abyss battlefield. Moreover, a Great Lord dropped far better loot than a Lord. Monsters of such rank generally dropped top-tier equipment. Even in Zero Wing, level 40 top-tier equipment was still quite rare. Hence, he could not afford to split the drops. Hearing Feng's answer, a huge weight lifted from Sindhart's heart. Zero Wing was the #1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom. The guild's upper echelons would not break their word easily. Thank you, Sindhart said with heartfelt gratitude. Following which, Sindhart commanded his team to focus on the skeleton general, which only had 60% of its HP remaining. The agonizing banshee was still trapped inside the intermediate magic array, so it was possible to kill the skeleton general. Time passed quickly. Finally, Immortal Light's members reduced the skeleton general's HP to 30%. Be careful. The skeleton general is about to go berserk. Sindhart hurriedly reminded his team. Immortal Light's MTs began to prepare, activating their life-saving skills. The healers at the rear also readied themselves. Humans, I will devour you, the skeleton general shouted, its eyes releasing a bloody radiance. Suddenly, the skeleton general split into 3 copies of itself. All 3 were identical, even down to their HP bars. Amazing, this skeleton general actually knows a duplication skill. Aqua Rose exclaimed. Among the many bosses they had encountered, very few could duplicate themselves. Any bosses capable of such a feat were extremely difficult to fight. Suddenly dealing with 2 additional bosses could destroy a team's formation and rhythm. If not handled properly, it would not take long for the team to suffer annihilation. They're in trouble, Fire Dance stated as she glanced at the 3 skeleton generals. Each general radiated the same pressure. This meant that all 3 skeleton generals had the same combat power. It had taken almost everything the Immortal Light members had to deal with the one skeleton general. Now, they had to take down 3 such monsters simultaneously. While Zero Wings members discussed the situation among themselves, several Immortal Light MTs were thrown into the air. Until now, the team had relied on the combined strength of 3 or 4 MTs to defend against the skeleton general's attacks. Now that they had to fight 3 great lords at the same time, their MTs had to split up. As a result, they didn't have enough strength to tank the bosses. In 10 short seconds, Immortal Light lost another 8 members. Guild leader, at this rate, will most likely wipe. How did things come to this? Sindhart balled his fists, frustration filling his heart. They had already lacked enough members to deal with the skeleton general. Furthermore, to deal with the agonizing banshee, they had been forced to split their team and pull 10 members away from the main fight. Now that the general had split into 3, they didn't have nearly enough strength to face the boss. A single attack from one of the great lords could obliterate over 7,000 HP from one of their MTs. If the MTs did not block the attack with their shields, they might die instantly. Retreat! Sindhart commanded, gnashing his teeth. If they wasted any more time, none of them would leave this place alive. If they retreated now, at the very least, half of their numbers might survive. They can't hold on anymore, Blackie chuckled. Let's go, then, Feng said. Hearing Feng's command, Zero Wings members exploded into action. Kola and Yi Wumian charged at the fully regenerated skeleton general, whereas Turtledove made her way towards the agonizing banshee. We're going in now. Autumn Goose and the others were momentarily stunned, thinking that they had heard wrong. Although Immortal Light's members had already left, there were still 2 great lords in the plaza. What could they possibly do with a team of 20 players? What are they trying to do? The members of Immortal Light, who had escaped, were even more flabbergasted. Zero Wings' team had far too few members. Furthermore, to deal with the 2 great lords, their team of 20 had to split itself. This was insane. Just as Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and the others struggled against their days, the battle against the 2 great lords had begun. Kola sent a shield of vengeance at the skeleton general, taking more than 2,000 of the great lord's HP. He then followed up with a hammer of sanctions, eliminating another 3,000 plus HP and focusing the great lord's aggro on himself. Facing the skeleton general's quick blow, Kola raised his shield and received the attack. He was immediately forced to retreat by 6 steps, both his hands numbing slightly. A damage of over -3,000 points appeared above his head. However, to Kola, who had over 18,000 HP, this damage was acceptable. That's a lot of strength. I can use this opportunity to test a move that I recently learned. Kola smiled. Seeing another of the skeleton general's battle axes swiftly approach, he lifted his shield, blocking and pushing against the attack. As the attack sent Kola backward, he only lost around 1,700 HP, far less than the previous attack. Very quickly, Violet Cloud recovered his HP to full. "Let's also begin," Aqua Rose said as she smiled at the agonizing Banshee. She then used Bluefire Summon. Immediately, 3 Bluefire Crows appeared on the battlefield and assisted Turtledove against the agonizing Banshee. Chapter 8:16, Bullying a Great Lord. What a powerful summoning skill. Autumn Goose and the others were shocked when they saw Aqua Rose's 3 level 39 elite-ranked Bluefire Crows. Generally, summoners could only summon 1 elite or a few common monsters. Aqua Rose, however, had summoned 3 elite monsters at one time. This was the equivalent of adding 3 powerful melee fighters to their team. Turtledove threw her shield at the agonizing Banshee, slamming it into the Banshee's head. Not only did this attack interrupt the Great Lord's Tier 2 spell casting, but it also achieved a critical hit, dealing nearly -5,000 damage. The agonizing Banshee was enraged. She pointed a finger at Turtledove. Immediately, 8 black fog spears shot towards the Guardian Knight. These black fog spears had significantly damaged the Immortal Light members when they had faced her. As the spears were incredibly powerful, even when the Immortal Light's MTs blocked the attack with their shields, they had lost nearly 4,000 HP, worse yet, the Banshee had launched 8 of these spears. Even an MT would lose their life if they received 4 or 5 spears. "That won't work against me," Turtledove declared. Rather than retreating, she charged towards the black fog spears. Just before the spears reached her, Turtledove raised her shield and leaped forward, smashing into one of the black fog spears. The remaining spears simply flew past Turtledove's body, missing her completely. Boom! Upon collision, Turtledove was forced back by 2 steps. She lost nearly 1,800 HP. In the next moment, however, a healing light touched the Guardian Knight, returning her HP to full status immediately. "That is an MT from Zero Wing." Sindheart was astonished as he watched Turtledove handle the agonizing Banshee's attacks so gracefully. When their strongest MT blocked one of the black fog spears, he had lost over 3,400 HP instantly. In addition, due to the incredible speed of the spears, he hadn't been able to avoid the following attacks in time. Generally, he would receive roughly 3 spears, destroying more than half of his HP. On the other hand, Turtledove had neutralized the black fog spears with such ease. The other Immortal Light members were similarly stupefied when they saw Turtledove tank a Great Lord by herself. None of them could believe their eyes. Normally, they needed at least 4 or 5 MTs to rotate tanking a single Great Lord. Even so, there were times when they failed to hold the boss. Turtledove was definitely stronger than they were. However, the members of Immortal Light did not know that Turtledove currently wore a Tier 1 set equipment. Her plate armor was even epic rank. Although equipping the Divine Frost armor had caused Turtledove to lose the final set effect of the Yin-Yang Walker set equipment, the former not only reduced the damage she took, but one of its passive skills also reduced the agonizing Banshee's movement speed and attack speed. Although the black fog spears were quite fast, Turtledove could easily determine the best evasion route with the speed reduction effect. Moreover, Turtledove was a Guardian Knight. Her magic resistance was very high. With over 18,000 HP, she could even survive a direct hit from a Tier 2 spell. Very quickly, Kola and Turtledove had pinned down the 2 Great Lords. Now, everyone just needed to focus everything they had on 2 bosses. Are those monsters really Great Lords? Blue Bamboo felt as if she were dreaming as she watched Turtledove tank the agonizing Banshee without assistance. Even now, she alone had maintained Turtledove's HP at full. Normally, when she raided High Lords with Autumn Goose and the others, they needed at least 3 healers to focus on a single MT. Even so, their heals were not always sufficient. Yet, despite facing a Great Lord, only she was the only necessary healer to keep Turtledove alive. Autumn Goose also wondered if the agonizing banshee seemed very weak. She even doubted that the MT needed her assistance as she focused solely on damage. However, Autumn Goose was very aware. The agonizing banshee was not weak at all. Rather, Zero Wing's members were just that strong, which resulted in such a misconception. Only now did she understand why Feng had been so confident, why all of these experts from Zero Wing were so confident. Now that the MTs had solidified their hold on the bosses, Zero Wing's members had no issue dealing sufficient damage. The assassin class relied on speed to deal massive amounts of damage over time. Fire Dance, however, played the class differently. Standing behind the skeleton general, Fire Dance launched streak after streak of silver light at the Great Lord. Despite the skeleton general's incredible defense, the female assassin's damage was mind-boggling. -9,480. -30,121. -16,916. -20,518. Feng's damage was also impressive. None of his attacks dealt less than -6,000 damage. From time to time, his chop achieved a critical hit, dealing over -20,000 damage with a single attack. As for the other melee classes like Shadow Sword and Rampant Blade, they never dealt less than -3,000 damage. With their powers combined, these several players devoured the skeleton general's HP of 18 million at a rate visible to the naked eye. Are they even human? The Immortal Light members were astonished. The total damage Feng, Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, Rampant Blade, Blackie, and a few other core members of Zero Wing dealt was higher than their 100-man team's total damage. Previously, their attacks had only dealt over -1,000 damage to the Great Lord. Even Sind Heart, the most powerful player on the team, had only dealt over -2,000 damage to the skeleton general. Feng and Fire Dance, however, easily managed tens of thousands of damage. From time to time, they even dealt over -30,000 damage. Despite the skeleton general and agonizing banshee being two daunting great lords, against Zero Wing, they were no different than helpless common monsters. The two bosses could only struggle against the small team of players. Even with its prided speed and strength, the skeleton general, in particular, rarely landed a hit on the Guardian Knight Cola due to Fire Dance and Feng's coordinated attacks. Even when the Great Lord used a Tier 2 skill, Cola easily took the hit with a life-saving skill. As for the team's healers, aside from the slight pressure they felt when the skeleton general used a powerful skill, they needed to do so little to keep their companions alive that they had time to join the attack on the Great Lords. In just 5 minutes, the skeleton general's HP fell to 30%. Wumian, pin one of them down and leave the other to me. Everyone else, focus on the skeleton general. Cola is tanking. Feng shouted after seeing the skeleton general begin to split itself into 3 clones. Although this move was quite powerful, all 3 copies shared the same HP. As long as they had enough players to tank the 3 skeleton generals, they could cope. As soon as the skeleton general had completed its cloning, Yi Wumian lured one away. As for Feng, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. After all was said and done, a Great Lord was still a Great Lord. Unlike MTs, Feng did not possess any damage reduction skills or very high defense. He didn't have a shield either. If he wanted to withstand the boss's attacks, he had to rely on his own strength. Unfortunately, he could not contend with a level 43 Great Lord with his normal strength attribute. Only by activating a Berserk skill could he pin a skeleton general down by himself. Among the many Berserk skills Feng possessed, Heavenly Dragon's power had the shortest cooldown, which was 3 hours. The Power of Darkness had a 6-hour cooldown, whereas Blade Liberation had a 10-hour cooldown. The last one also had side effects he needed to worry about. Hence, Dragon's power was Feng's best option. Moreover, Heavenly Dragon's power was his best-suited Berserk skill for head-on confrontations. It was the best option against bosses. Chapter 817, Suffocatingly Explosive Power. What is he trying to do? Sindhart and the others were confused as they watched Feng charge towards a skeleton general. No swordsman could solo a great lord. Even a berserker, a class famed for its strength, would fly through the air if they tried to block a great lord's attack with their weapons. Peng. Feng used Killing Ray to block one of the skeleton general's descending battle axes. Sure enough, my attributes aren't high enough to deal with this great lord. The resulting impact had forced Feng to retreat by 3 steps, his hand numbing slightly. Meanwhile, a damage of over -700 points appeared above his head. However, to Feng, who had close to 50,000 HP after activating Heavenly Dragon's power, such a small amount of damage was nothing. His battle recovery regenerated nearly 500 HP every 5 seconds. Violet Cloud waved her staff, and immediately, a faint golden film blanketed Feng's body. Bluish-green life force flowed into the swordsman. Suddenly, a recovering status appeared over Feng's status bar, recovering over 1,600 HP every 1.5 seconds for 15 seconds. In the blink of an eye, Feng's HP was full. Seeing that its first attack had failed, the skeleton general swung its other battle axe at Feng violently. Having predicted the skeleton general's attacks, Feng sidestepped abruptly, using the abyssal blade to receive the descending battle axe while thrusting Killing Ray towards the skeleton general's armor. A streak of blue light flashed. Although Killing Ray could not compare to the fragmented legendary rank 1000 transformations, after equipping a magic device, its sharpness was only slightly weaker than the 1000 transformations. As a result, it easily pierced the skeleton general's robust armor. A critical damage of -15,824 points appeared above the skeleton general's head. The Great Lord bellowed, angry with the damage it had received. Suddenly, its battle axes released a strange, smoldering green flame as it swung the weapons at the ground. The ground instantly shattered, flames surging into the sky and covering a radius of 15 yards. Feng had long since prepared for this moment. He jumped up and passed the skeleton general's head. He then used one of Killing Ray's skills, Summon Lightning. Arcs of blue lightning descended and struck the skeleton general's battle axes. The collision's impact was massive. Feng then utilized the force of the impact to avoid the smoldering flames. He then activated Silent Steps and appeared behind the skeleton general, the sacred sword in his hand releasing a dazzling, flaming glow. Flame burst. 15 brilliant explosions discharged behind the skeleton general, one after another. -48,167. -117,954. -49,715. 15 damages appeared above the general's head, one after another. Killing Ray had a 50% critical rate. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton general lost over 1 million HP. For a time, Autumn Goose, Sindhart, and the others were speechless. They sucked in a breath of cold air, not believing their eyes. Feng's damage was insane. He had dealt over 1 million HP. Even a level 40 chieftain only had so much HP. Feng had the power to instant kill a level 40 chieftain. This power was no longer that of a player. This was the power of a humanoid great lord. However, Feng did not think much of his attack. After all, his strength attribute was almost on par with a chieftain of the same level. After Heavenly Dragon's power doubled his strength, he surpassed ordinary lords of the same level. He had also used his sure kill skill, Flame Burst. Being capable of instant killing a chieftain of the same level was expected. Flame Burst was not called a sure kill skill for no reason. Feng's Flame Burst had heavily wounded the skeleton general. The swordsman had destroyed nearly half of its armor. Several bones beneath the armor had even cracked. Focus on killing my skeleton general. Feng shouted to his team. Not only had the general lost some of its combat power after receiving the several injuries, but its defense had also dropped significantly. Hence, dealing with this skeleton general would be much easier than dealing with the other two. Sure enough, in less than 1 minute, the skeleton general's HP fell below 500,000. Just before the general died, Feng shouted once more, commanding, everyone, switch to the Banshee. Turtledove, tank this skeleton general. What is Big Brother Yifeng trying to do? Blue Bamboo asked, confused. If they finished off the skeleton general, it would become much easier to deal with the agonizing Banshee, yet Feng decided not to kill the skeleton general. No matter how she looked at it, the decision was unwise. Blue Bamboo wasn't the only one who was confused. Experts like Thoughtful Rain and Autumn Goose didn't understand either. However, none of Zero Wing's members doubted Feng's command. Immediately, they shifted their focus towards the agonizing Banshee. Turtledove swapped targets with Feng. However, the agonizing Banshee couldn't care less about the sudden change as it continued to attack Turtledove with black fog spears. I am your opponent. Feng appeared behind Turtledove, the killing ray transforming into numerous streaks of blue light. Pang! 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 Players usually suffered heavy injuries if the black fog spears struck them, yet Feng easily shattered each one. Is this an expert of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild? Sindheart was astounded. He felt his chest tighten, struggling to breathe. Zero Wing was far more frightening than the rumors make the guild out to be. It was no wonder why even Emperor's Light, a first-rate guild in the Twin Towers Kingdom, feared Zero Wing, choosing to give up in Star Moon Kingdom entirely. After Feng shattered the black fog spears, he vanished, abruptly reappearing before the agonizing Banshee. Arcs of blue electricity circled his body. Tier 2 Taboo Skill, Instant Strike. For 3 seconds, Feng's attack speed increased by 500%, and his damage increased by 400%. Before the agonizing Banshee could react, over a dozen streaks of blue light wrapped around her body. -21,046. -43,248. -42,987. In the blink of an eye, the agonizing Banshee's aggro shifted to Feng. However, even though Feng now held the Great Lord's aggro, the situation had not changed. The agonizing Banshee was a magical class monster. Even as a Great Lord, her strength could not compare to Feng's while he had a berserk skill active. As the Banshee began to cast another spell, Feng struck, interrupting her casting. For 3 whole seconds, the agonizing Banshee could not use a single spell. Instead, she lost more than 1,000,000 HP. Suddenly, Fire Dance appeared behind the agonizing Banshee, launching a sneak attack at the back of the Great Lord's head and forcing her into a fainted state for 2 seconds. She then used the Tier 1 skill, 5-star Burst. -16,718. -34,297. 5 numbers appeared above the agonizing Banshee's head in quick succession, only slightly lower than the damage of Feng's normal attacks while in a berserk state. Following which, the agonizing Banshee received a one-sided beating, her HP draining like flowing water. When her HP reached 30%, the Great Lord was thoroughly enraged. As the agonizing Banshee released a piercing scream, a massive black magic array appeared in the sky. Everyone immediately felt their strength leave their bodies. Crap! This spell absorbs players' stamina. Fire Dance immediately noticed the abnormality. If players ran out of stamina, even with godlike combat power, they were helpless. At this rate, they'd run out of stamina in 30 seconds. After that, they would be sheep for the slaughter. Not today. Feng, who had long since prepared for such a situation, switched to the Aura of Time and activated Absolute Time, freezing the mana fluctuations in the surrounding area. Although Absolute Time's duration on a Great Lord was less than 10 seconds, interrupting the agonizing Banshee's mana channeling was enough. After losing its supply of mana, the gigantic magic array in the sky gradually dissipated. Seeing this, the members of Immortal Light finally understood how presumptuous they had been, thinking that they could raid South Lake City's Great Lords. Seconds flew by. Finally, both the agonizing Banshee and Skeleton General's HPs were below 100,000. Feng activated Divine Providence, significantly increasing his luck attribute. He then used Thundering Flash to finish off the agonizing Banshee, before following up with a Thunder Flame explosion on the Skeleton General. After a momentary struggle, the agonizing Banshee and the Skeleton General fell to the ground, one after the other, dropping several items around their bodies. Chapter 8:18, Abyss Set. It's over. Autumn Goose wondered if she were dreaming as she stared at the two fallen Great Lords before her. In the current God's domain, Great Lords struck fear into every player's heart. Even a 100-man elite team, led by an expert, would find it extremely difficult to defeat one. They might even be annihilated. Yet, now, this team of 20 players had defeated two Great Lords simultaneously. Moreover, a few of the team members had held back. No matter how she looked at this situation, it simply could not be real. Looking at it now, Autumn Goose found that the Wind God's spear simply could not compare to Zero Wing in terms of strength. They lived in entirely different worlds. If not for Thoughtful Rain, they probably would never have met Feng and the other core members of Zero Wing. When she thought back to how they had tried to persuade Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo to leave Zero Wing and join the Wind God's spear, she could not help her embarrassment. Rain, hurry up and collect their life force. If you do not collect them within 5 minutes after the Great Lords die, you will lose your chance, Feng hurriedly reminded his companion. Thoughtful Rain finally woke from her daze as she retrieved the giant, pitch-black egg and collected the life force of the two Great Lords. While Thoughtful Rain collected the dissipating life force, Feng gathered the loot the two bosses had dropped. The two Great Lords had dropped a total of 7 pieces of equipment. Although this did not seem much, in the Abyss battlefield, this was a considerable harvest. It was easier to find high-ranking monsters in the Abyss battlefield than it was elsewhere. Hence, the drop rate of the top-ranking monsters had been reduced. With the increase in levels, monsters' drop rate for weapons and equipment also decreased. The drops this time are fairly nice. Joy surfaced on Feng's face after he finished appraising the items with his omniscient eyes. Among the 7 pieces of equipment, 5 were level 40 fine gold equipment. They had even obtained a piece of level 40 dark gold weapon. Ice Spirit Staff, dark gold rank. Level 40. Attack power plus 1045. Strength plus 51, agility plus 47, intelligence plus 92, vitality plus 87, endurance plus 66. Casting speed increased by 15%. Magic damage increased by 20%. Casting range plus 5. When casting, 20% chance to obtain the power of frost, causing 220% frost damage and reducing target's movement speed by 30% for 5 seconds. Additional passive skill dash. Frost Blessing, increases ice-type spell effects by 30%. Additional active skill dash. Waterfall, causes 300% frost damage every second in a radius of 20 yards for 8 seconds, freezing everyone within range for 10 seconds. Effective radius increases by 10 yards every second. Cooldown, 3 hours. Once Feng shared the Ice Spirit Staff's information in the team chat, everyone fell speechless. Although the staff's basic attributes are average at best, it increases all of them. Moreover, its active skill is insane. This is the first time I've seen a skill that can cover a radius of 100 yards. Even Stars of Light can't compare to this waterfall. If one uses waterfall on a battlefield, it will devastate the enemy forces. It's a pity, though. It would be amazing if it were an epic ranked staff. Large-scale destruction spells were priceless treasures to every guild in God's domain, not to mention waterfall, a spell with so much AoE range. On a battlefield, this spell could easily wipe out several thousands of players. In a battle of 10 or 20,000 players, this spell could decide the victor on its own. The active skill was worth more than an epic item. Feng chuckled as he watched everyone admire the Ice Spirit Staff's active skill. Among the 7 pieces of equipment and weapons, the Ice Spirit Staff's active skill was astonishing. However, rather than the Ice Spirit Staff, what surprised Feng was the dark gray breastplate. A faint, bloody glow surrounded the armor, giving the equipment a creepy feeling. Sure enough, divine providence is a godly skill. Feng could not help but sigh. He then shared the statistics of this item through the team chat. Upon seeing the breastplate's attributes, even the excellently geared core members gasped. Abyss Armor, Breastplate. Level 40, Level 60. Equipment requirement, Strength 700. Defense plus 1240, Level 40. Magic resistance plus 10. Strength plus 42, Endurance plus 40, Agility plus 35. Abyss Set Equipment. Level 40, Level 60. Equipment requirement, Berserker. Set consists of 8 parts: head, shoulders, chest, hands, wrists, waist, legs, and feet. Set effect. 2-piece effect, increases all attributes by 10%. 4-piece effect, all skill damage increased by 20%, attack speed increased by 20%, and movement speed increased by 15%. 6-piece effect, obtain Abyss Rampage skill, increases all attributes by 100% and gain immunity to all control effects for 1 minute. Cooldown, 5 hours. 8-piece effect, obtain Blade of Abyss skill, transforms equipped weapon into the Blade of Abyss, increasing strength attribute by 300%, attack speed by 100%, and attack range by 10 yards for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 3 hours. What a powerful set. Blackie nearly drooled when he saw read the Abyss set equipment's information. The breastplate's basic attributes were only the equivalent of a dark gold item. However, as one obtained more pieces of the set, their combat power would grow exponentially. If one gathered all 8 pieces, although the set's basic attributes might not compare to epic items, the boost it granted would only be slightly weaker than a set of epic equipment. Of course, it is strong. This set equipment is purely intended to increase violence. Even the Tier 1 set equipment for Berserkers cannot compare to the Abyss set. After reaching Tier 2 at level 50, no Tier 1 set equipment will be able to compete with the Abyss set, Feng explained. The Abyss set equipment was the battlefield's representative equipment. Moreover, it was not exclusively for Berserkers. All classes had their own Abyss sets, and their attributes were all specialized for violence. These sets were extremely well suited for PvP. However, the Abyss set's drop rates were extremely low. It was practically impossible to collect all 8 set pieces for a single class. If one could collect 6 pieces of a set, they could increase their prowess in combat far more than with a Tier 1 set equipment. After all, the Tier 1 set equipment only consisted of 5 pieces. If one gathered all 8 pieces of an Abyss set, they would be practically invincible in PvP fights. I wonder if we'll gather a complete set. Aqua Rose was eager to find out. If they gathered all 8 pieces and let either Rampant Blade or Shadow Sword equip the set, the Berserker's abilities would soar, becoming one of the guild's top fighters. Most likely, aside from Feng and Fire Dance, nobody in the guild would be able to match them. Alright, rest up. We're going to look for the next Great Lord soon, Feng commanded as he stored the equipment. Meanwhile, Immortal Light's members, who had watched from a distance, had not recovered from their shock after watching Zero Wing easily defeat the 2 Great Lords. Their team of 100 had failed to defeat even 1 Great Lord, yet Zero Wing had taken 2 down at once with a team of 20. The difference between their guilds was like the difference between heaven and earth. Sindhart suddenly said, "Follow me." Chapter 819, City Deed. Huh? Why are they heading our way? Aqua Rose asked when she saw the members of Immortal Light approach their team. Jokingly, she said, "Are they going to try to plunder our loot? If they try to rob us, I won't mind giving them a final send-off." Fire Dance laughed as she unsheathed her 1,000 transformations that hung from her waist. Although the Immortal Light players were relatively strong, she was more than enough to annihilate their team. Moreover, she looked forward to the day someone tried to rob them. Previously, she had found plenty of inspiration during her time in the Dark Arena. This was the perfect opportunity to test some of her ideas. They shouldn't be that stupid. They should be able to tell the difference between our strength and theirs. Feng laughed as he watched his teammates prepare for a fight. Sindheart would be one of the 12 sacred elementalists of God's domain in the future. If he lacked the necessary insight to tell the difference in strength between their teams, he would never have been able to make Immortal Light a famous, first-rate guild in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Thank you for your help. If not for you guys holding off those two great lords, none of us would be alive right now. Sindheart immediately expressed his gratitude upon arriving before Zero Wing's team, his tone containing a hint of respect. Sindheart's expert companions also stared at Zero Wing's members with reverence. The heavy pressure fire dance emitted, in particular, made them breathless. If these teams fought each other, they would most likely die in an instant. It's nothing. Feng shrugged. If you guys are looking for great lords, we can help, Sindheart offered. On our way here, we encountered quite a number of great lords. Only, these great lords resided in concentrated areas. It's highly likely that you'll attract a second great lord while dealing with the first. Saying so, Sindheart sent Feng the coordinates of those several great lords. Thanks. Feng rejoiced when he received the coordinates. Sindheart had given him the coordinates for 7 great lords. This would save them a lot of time searching for these bosses. Glad to be of help. Sindheart smiled. I don't believe that you came over here just to give me these great lords' locations. What's on your mind? Feng asked. He could not help but laugh when he saw Sindheart's hesitation. In the past, even he had looked up to Sindheart. Countless small guilds had tried to gain Immortal Light's favor, yet now, watching this man struggle with his desire to ask for help, Feng could not help but sigh. Hearing Feng saying so, Sindheart released his tension with a sigh of his own and said, in truth, aside from thanking you for the help, I wanted to ask something of Zero Wing. Although this may be sudden, I don't have any better options right now. Guild leader, are you really going to ask? One of the guild's upper echelons asked with surprise. If they refuse and news of this leaks, we'll be in big trouble. Do you think we have any other choice? Sindheart grumbled, a deep sense of powerlessness touching his expression. He did not want to do this either. However, he could not think of a better plan. Only after encountering Zero Wing and seeing how powerful the guild was did he find hope. This might very well be their last opportunity to escape their dire situation. The other upper echelons fell silent. Although they wanted to argue their guild leader's decision, they could not bring themselves to do so. However, this had certainly captured Feng's interest. He could understand if Sindheart simply wanted to form a connection with Zero Wing. However, for a prideful person like Sindheart to place all his hopes in a stranger, the situation must be severe. Moreover, Feng was familiar with Sindheart's personality. He was not someone who would simply bow out of a challenge. Even when Immortal Light had fought a first-rate guild, Sindheart had refused to lower his head. He prioritized bonds and friendship over personal benefits. Otherwise, he would not have risked Immortal Light's extinction just to help an allied guild resist a first-rate guild. God's domain was only a game. Feng could not imagine what could cause someone like Sindheart to despair. I wish to sell several plots of land in the Twin Towers Kingdom. I will sell these lands at 90% market price. I'd like to offer them to Zero Wing in exchange for coins or top-tier equipment of the same value, Sindheart finally said after a long moment of silence. Sell land? Feng was curious. Since when had Sindheart become a land broker? If they're rubbish lands, Zero Wing is not interested. Please rest assured, the lands are in Snowfield City and have a lot of potential, Sindheart said as he took out several Snowfield City deeds. These are close to the underground arena, the Adventurers Association, the auction house, and the War God's Temple. Have you lost your minds? You're actually selling these? Blackie could not help his shock after seeing the deeds. Currently, most of the lands in major NPC cities with potential had been purchased already. It was extremely difficult to buy these lands even if one could afford them. With God's domain's blazing popularity, more people would join the game in the future. The value of these lands would soar. In less than half a year, these lands would be worth several times their current value. It was especially true for the lands in Twin Towers Kingdom's third-ranking city, Snowfield City. Yet, Immortal Light wanted to sell away these lands, at 90% market price no less. This was simply inconceivable. They are indeed good plots of land. However, why are you trying to sell them to Zero Wing? Feng asked. The Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom shared many aspects. Both were medium-sized kingdoms. Although Snowfield City was no match for White River City in terms of status, it was its kingdom's third-ranking city. Many organizations would offer a high price for these lands. Sindhart fell silent for a moment. Shortly after, he sighed and said, "It's not that I don't want to sell them, but nobody is willing to buy them." Why? The value of these lands will only increase in the future. Why doesn't anyone want to purchase them? Aqua Rose asked, slightly surprised. Even the lands in the 20th ranking city in the Twin Towers Kingdom would be highly sought after, much less the valuable lands in the third ranking city. Aqua Rose had personally ventured to other kingdoms to purchase several plots of land for the Candlelight trading firm, so she understood how popular these lands were. Because none of them wished to earn the ire of the Super Guild King's return, Sindhart said helplessly. When Zero Wing's members heard Sindhart's words, they were dumbfounded. King's Return was a veteran super guild. Even a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was nothing in comparison. Moreover, the King's Return's headquarters was in the Glory Empire, an empire located only a short distance away from Star Moon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom. Feng was similarly shocked by this revelation. A small guild like Immortal Light had actually provoked a super guild like King's Return. No matter how he thought about it, this shouldn't be possible. Moreover, it would be child's play for King's Return to wipe Immortal Light out of existence. Immortal Light was no threat to the super guild at all. Gnashing his teeth, Sindhart stated, "I don't want much for these 5 plots of lands. I only ask for 13,000 gold. Chapter 820, A Group of Lunatics. Guild Leader. Sindhart's asking price shocked the several upper echelons he had with him. These were 5 high-potential, golden lands. "I know what I'm doing," Sindhart barked, having made up his mind. Originally, he had intended to raid Great Lords for some level 40 top-tier equipment and sell the items. However, they were not strong enough to take down level 40+ Great Lords. The only option they had left to earn a large sum of coins quickly was to sell these 5 plots of land. However, they could not sell the land to anyone in the Twin Towers Kingdom. King's Return had already declared their stance in the Twin Towers Kingdom, and nobody was willing to provoke the Super Guild. However, with Zero Wing's strength, even a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been forced to back down. Hence, Zero Wing should not fear King's Return at all. Moreover, only a large guild like Zero Wing had the financial strength to spend 13,000 gold. Zero Wing occupied a treasured land like the Stone Forest town. The magic crystals and coins the town generated could tempt even first-rate guilds. Although there were guilds in their kingdom that did not fear King's Return, these guilds would need a relatively long time to gather the required money. Unfortunately, Sindhart could not afford to wait. 13,000 gold. Feng had never expected Sindhart to sell these lands for so little. Based on the current market, these lands were roughly worth 20,000 gold. Even at that price, many people would fight over them. Now, however, Sindhart wanted to sell them for 13,000 gold. Feng could profit greatly if he bought them. Not to mention, Star Moon Kingdom and the Twin Towers Kingdom were neighbors. These lands could benefit Zero Wing when it expanded towards the Twin Towers Kingdom. It seems that Sindhart has been backed into a corner. Feng could more or less understand Sindhart's current predicament after seeing the man's anxiety. In Feng's previous life, however, Immortal Light had never ceased to exist. This showed that King's Return had not wiped out Immortal Light in the past. Moreover, he had never heard of King's Return attacking Immortal Light. Immortal Light had most likely relied on itself to solve this problem. Alright, we'll buy these 5 plots of land. Sure, Feng nodded. Only, we'll need some time to prepare such a large sum. Why don't we conduct the trade in 3 days? 3 days? Sindhart pondered for a moment. Quickly, his tense expression relaxed as he responded, "Thank you. I'll visit Zero Wing personally." Following which, Sindhart led his guild members away from South Lake City. "Guild leader, are we really going to oppose King's return?" Aqua Rose asked Sure Feng through a private message. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could not compare to King's return. Moreover, Glory Empire was not far from Star Moon Kingdom. Once mounts were available in God's domain, the Super Guild's threat to Zero Wing would not be a laughing matter. "Don't worry. We're just conducting business. If we stop doing business just because a Super Guild demanded it, we might as well give up competing for dominance over God's domain," Sure Feng said, shaking his head. "Moreover, this isn't a major issue. If King's return were truly angry, it would have annihilated Immortal Light already. If the Super Guild struck, Immortal Light would have no power to resist. Sindhart had helped him in the past. Now, he was only returning the favor. Moreover, he could make a huge profit with this trade and secure Sindhart's gratitude. If Sindhart owed him a debt, he might be able to poach Sindhart into Zero Wing in the future. Why wouldn't he accept such an offer? Indeed. If we can obtain those 5 plots of land, the Candlelight trading firm can start its development in the Twin Towers Kingdom. Aqua Rose agreed with Sure Feng's reason. Zero Wing was no longer the weak, little guild it had been. If they cowered from such a small issue, developing the guild in the future would be a problem. If King's return truly wanted to deal with Zero Wing, it would have to consider its options carefully. The Super Guild was not powerful enough to annihilate Zero Wing in Star Moon Kingdom. Zero Wing really is amazing. They're not even afraid of King's return. Death Wind had never imagined that Sure Feng would agree to Sindhart's offer so decisively. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. The Wind God's spear was already impressive for standing up against the first-rate guilds in the Dark Knight Empire. However, Zero Wing was far more amazing. The guild was not even afraid of the titans of the virtual gaming world. I wonder when the Wind God's spear will conduct itself like Zero Wing. Death Wind's mind wandered. Maybe joining a guild like Zero Wing isn't a bad idea. At this moment, Autumn Goose envied Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. After Immortal Light departed, Sure Feng led the team on a hunt for more Great Lords. With the coordinates Sindhart had provided, the team quickly cleared a path towards these Great Lords. The Great Lords behind city walls were no challenge for Zero Wing's core members. The only issue they encountered was their Berserk skills cooldowns. Fortunately, however, not every Great Lord required their Berserk skills. For 2 days, Sure Feng and the others spent their time either killing Great Lords or clearing a path through random monsters towards Great Lords. Time passed leisurely as they learned more about each other. Over these 2 days, their experience bars had risen rapidly due to the large mobs of monsters they killed. Not only had Sure Feng reached level 40, but Aqua Rose and the others had also hit level 40. This is the last one. Thoughtful Rain looked at the fallen Great Lord as she collected her 20th Great Lord's life force. Oh. Not bad. We actually got another Abyss set piece, Sure Feng said after appraising the 3 pieces of equipment he had picked up. Smiling, he said, "Now, we only need 2 more to complete the Abyss set for Berserkers." Although he had used Divine Providence for every Great Lord they had killed during the past 2 days, the Abyss set equipment's drop rate was simply too low. Even with his boosted luck attribute, a limited number of pieces had dropped. Fortunately, the Great Lords in South Lake City only seemed to drop the Abyss set for Berserkers. Otherwise, they would not have gathered 6 pieces. Our job is finally done here. Autumn Goose released a sigh of relief after watching Thoughtful Rain collect the final life force. If not for Zero Wing's help, they would never have killed 20 level 40 Great Lords in 3 days. In the end, the level 100, tier 3 NPC would have hunted them down until they quit God's domain. However, after realizing that they had completed their quest, Autumn Goose was slightly disappointed. While grinding monsters and raiding bosses with Feng and his team, not only had they enjoyed chatting with each other, but she had also learned several techniques from Zero Wing's core members. Now that their quest was complete, they would have to go their separate ways, and she could not help her slight reluctance. Leader, since we have completed the quest, it's time to deal with the other issue, right? Fire Dance asked as she turned to the gigantic bone dragon in the sky, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes. The rest of the team laughed at Fire Dance's jubilance. It was definitely not their style to leave a Grand Lord alone. To avoid any unnecessary risks, they had avoided challenging the Frostbone Dragon. Now that they had finished their main objective, however, they had to kill the Grand Lord. That's a level 45 Grand Lord you're talking about. Autumn Goose could not believe that these members from Zero Wing actually considered raiding the dragon. They were insane. How can we possibly win against that with so few people? It might have been impossible before, but it is definitely possible now, Feng said, laughing. He then retrieved a dark gold flute from his bag. Complex runes decorated the flute, and it emitted a faint pressure. Chapter 821, Demonic Flame Tiger. Is it really possible? Autumn Goose muttered doubtfully. Chills crawled down her spine despite the Frostbone Dragon being so far away, her instincts constantly warning her of the danger. Every time the bone dragon flapped its massive wings, the sounds of explosions rang through the air. Even a fool could see the difference between the Grand Lord and a mere Great Lord. The two were on entirely different levels. Feng understood this fact as well. The Frostbone Dragon was South Lake City's final boss. Of course, it wouldn't be an easy opponent. Fortunately, however, he had two powerful trump cards. They still had a chance of victory. Moreover, it wouldn't be a major issue if they died. At worst, they would be teleported out of the Abyss battlefield. They would not suffer the usual death penalties. Following which, Feng played the dark gold flute, the sweet sound echoing throughout South Lake City. Roar! With a roar, a golden magic array appeared before Feng. Suddenly, a massive black tiger leaped out of the array. The massive tiger stood over 4 meters tall. Black flames covered its razor-sharp claws, exquisite black armor wrapped around its body. Just by standing there, the tiger's flames increased the surrounding temperature significantly. The ground beneath its feet melted under the scorching heat. The tiger was too hot to approach. What's that? Everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of the black, flaming beast. It's a mount, of course. Feng walked up to the giant tiger and rubbed the soft fur on its head. He was quite satisfied with his mount. Demonic Flame Tiger, Dark Gold Mount. Level 40. HP 1 020 000/1 020 000. In the past, the best mount Feng had ridden was only fine gold rank. In this life, however, he had obtained a dark gold mount after killing Noya, a guardian boss in the Dark Denver. Mounts were extremely useful to players in field battles, especially a dark gold mount. Even a bronze mount already possessed certain combat capabilities, assisting players in battle. After reaching dark gold rank, the mount was the equivalent of a chieftain of the same level. Although a chieftain might not be anything to a top-tier expert, a dark gold mount's true power did not lie in its damage-dealing abilities. Such a thing was only useful to ordinary players. The true value of a dark gold mount lay in its support skills. Having a dark gold mount was the equivalent of having a player with support skills by one's side. Sure enough, a dark gold mount's skills are very powerful. Feng was slightly surprised after he examined the Demonic Flame Tiger's skill menu. A level 40 fine gold mount only had 2 support skills. One was single target skill, while the other was an AoE skill. However, a level 40 dark gold mount had 3 support skills, with one being a single target skill and the other 2 being AoE skills. Synergy, passive skill. While within 100 yards of the demonic flame tiger, all attributes of owner increase by 10%. Battle roar. The demonic flame tiger releases a deafening roar. All allies within 20 yards experience a 20% damage increase, movement speed increased by 20%, and attack speed increased by 30% for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Dark Blessing. All allies within 20 yards gain 100 points of magic resistance, 20% damage reduction, and all attributes increased by 10% for 30 minutes. Cooldown, 10 hours. These 3 skills alone could raise the strength of the entire team by a huge margin. This was the value of dark gold mounts. A mount? Everyone's jaws dropped when they heard Feng's explanation. This can't be true, right? The demonic flame tiger before them looked absolutely stunning. Moreover, they felt a heavy pressure from it. Based on its HP, it should be at least as powerful as a chieftain. A monster like the demonic flame tiger could even serve as the boss in a party dungeon, yet such a powerful monster was actually a mount. This shattered any knowledge they had about mounts. What rank is this mount? Secret silver? Fine gold? Everyone nearly drooled as they stared at the demonic flame tiger. With its imposing might and its majestic appearance, the demonic tiger would be the center of attention regardless of where it was. It's just dark gold rank, Feng said as he tapped the demonic flame tiger's front paw. The demonic tiger obediently bent down before Feng, its dignified behavior vanishing. Feng's team members shot him a disdainful glare. It's just dark gold rank. Even though they had already reached level 40, none of them even had a common mount. They just hoped to obtain a bronze or mysterious iron mount. They wouldn't even dare dream of owning a secret silver mount, let alone a fine gold mount. They had never even expected to see a dark gold mount. After we leave the battlefield, I must find my own dark gold mount to show off. Blackie declared as he drooled over the demonic flame tiger that was the size of a small house. He could not help but fantasize about riding his own demonic tiger down White River City's streets. He would be the object of everyone's envy. Just the thought gave him chills. The other team members nodded in agreement. The horses one could buy in cities were garbage compared to the demonic flame tiger. Only a mount like the demonic flame tiger could be considered a real mount. This is not the time for this. Everyone, head to your appointed locations. Aqua, cast Song of Sprites on me, Feng commanded. The epic ranked staff Song of Beatrice he had previously given Aqua Rose had a very powerful skill, the Song of Sprites. It could amplify the effects of a specific spell. When used on large-scale destruction spells and summoning skills, this skill was incredibly powerful. Feng had long since used up his magic amplification scroll. The Song of Sprites was the perfect skill to replace it. Following which, Feng summoned the Demon Gate. Aqua Rose used Song of Sprites on Feng, instantly buffing the demon's summoning by 300%. In the next moment, a Tier 3 battle demon wielding a two-handed sword in one hand emerged from the Demon Gate. Battle Demon, Demon. Level 55. HP 14,000/14,000,000. It was a success. Seeing the Tier 3 battle demon step away from the Demon Gate, Feng used the Bible of Darkness's ability to rob the battle demon of its will, turning it into a puppet. Is this Feng and these core members' true strength? The instant the battle demon appeared, Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and the others were stunned. A Tier 3 demon was the equivalent of a Great Lord-ranked monster. It was also level 55. That monster could kill them instantly. Just how powerful is Zero Wing? Autumn Goose and the others struggled with their shock. Only now did they finally understand why Zero Wing's members had been so calm against all of those great lords. They even wanted to take on the Frostbone Dragon. With such a powerful summon monster, even with so few members, it was not entirely impossible to defeat the level 45 Grand Lord. Chapter 822, Adjudicator. Glory Empire, Imperial Capital Light City. As the main headquarters of the Super Guild King's return, Light City's prosperity surpassed even that of the Black Dragon Empire's imperial capital. The player population alone exceeded the capital's by 15 million. The player population wasn't the only indicator of Light City's prosperity, players' levels also displayed the city's success. Currently, God's Domain's mainstream players were around level 32, while some of the more powerful elite players had reached level 35. However, if one wandered the streets of Light City, they would easily spot level 35 elite players. From time to time, one would also notice level 36 or level 37 independent players. The capital cities of various kingdoms and ordinary empires could not hold a candle to Light City. The reason behind the high levels of Light City's players was none other than the Super Guild King's return. Super Guilds had very long histories in the virtual gaming world. Normally, these super guilds had their own means of nurturing experts, and they had no need to recruit powerful players from elsewhere. Moreover, the experts who enjoyed super guilds nurturing would always rank as the top rookies of the year in the virtual gaming world, instantly becoming well-known experts. Their personal value would soar by several times. Countless players held this long-cherished dream of gaining overnight fame and riches. Hence, every year, swarms of young players would take part in the internal exam of super guilds, fighting to gain membership and participate in the guild's expert training programs. Aside from nurturing its own experts from scratch, King's Return, a super guild that had already existed for a long time, did recruit some experts from elsewhere as well. These experts would become internal members and receive a multitude of resources. If any of these experts became one of the year's top newcomers, they might even earn the privilege of becoming one of the guild's upper echelons. If that happened, they would not have to worry about a lack of money for the rest of their lives. Aqua Rose and Purple Eye were both such players. However, they had chosen their own paths. Hence, after finishing their training and paying a certain price, they left their super guild. Meanwhile, King's Return was once again recruiting experts. Hence, many players throughout God's Domain had come to Light City, hoping to join King's Return. There was no lack of expert players among the crowd. Currently, many players were lined up inside King's Return's guild residence, giving the place a lively atmosphere. However, when two men entered the guild residence's main hall, the room fell silent, every gaze shifting towards these two people. Of these two, one was a middle-aged man wearing black armor. He also carried a great sword with inscribed runes, a chill radiating from the weapon. This man was a level 38 berserker. A handsome, younger man stood beside the berserker with an unruly temperament. The young man carried a staff made of sapphire crystal and wore a set of gray mage robes. Faint arcs of gray electricity surrounded his body. This man was a level 38 elementalist. Even in the entire Glory Empire, these people's level could rank at the very top. Isn't that the Thunder Sword, Broken City? I actually get to meet one of King's Return's upper echelons. I'm so lucky today. The person beside Broken City seems to be the newly promoted Adjudicator of King's Return, Hell Fiend. I never thought that he would be so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Immediately, the various players in the main hall fell into heated discussions among themselves, reverence filling their eyes as they gazed at the two latest arrivals. Every one of these players dreamed of joining the ranks of King's Return's upper echelons or obtaining the title of the guild's Adjudicator one day. Hell Fiend, in particular, had obtained the position of King's Return's Adjudicator at such a young age. This had been unheard of in the Super Guild's long history. Generally, experts could become an adjudicator only after many years of arduous training. The title should be out of the reach of a rookie like Hell Fiend, yet the youth had managed to obtain it. Under the crowd's watchful eye, Broken City and Hell Fiend walked into a small meeting room. A man in a black cloak had been waiting in the meeting room for quite some time. When this man noticed the two people enter the room, he immediately stood to welcome them. Hand me the files and items. Also, give me a summary of the situation, Broken City commanded gruffly. Understood, the cloaked man nodded. He then handed over a box and a folder before saying, originally, the plan had proceeded quite smoothly. However, Sind Heart encountered Zero Wing's upper echelons. Moreover, Zero Wing's people agreed to Sind Heart's offer, and they are willing to purchase the 5 plots of land. Sind Heart will be to Zero Wing to complete the trade today. Do those people from Zero Wing not know about our warning? Hell Fiend asked coldly, frowning. Sind Heart had taken the initiative to reveal the situation to them. However, Zero Wing agreed to the purchase on the spot as if King's return means nothing to them, the cloaked man reported anxiously, sweat beading on his forehead as he felt the weight of Hell Fiend's gaze. Peng. Zero Wing is taking us too lightly. Rage flashed in Hell Fiend's eyes as he slammed his staff into the ground, cracking it. There is no reason to be anxious. They have yet to conduct the trade, so we still have time to do something about it. I'll have someone send Zero Wing's guild leader a light warning. I believe Zero Wing will make the right choice, Broken City said, chuckling. If Zero Wing truly refuses to listen, it won't be too late for us to act. I understand, Uncle Broken, Hell Fiend said as he suppressed the rage in his heart. To him, this matter was of utmost importance. If Zero Wing dared to interfere, he did not mind annihilating the upstart guild. Elsewhere, Feng directed his team's battle preparations. Fire, Flying, Minor, lure the surrounding monsters to us. Rain, get ready to use Waterfall. Blackie, get ready to use Stars of Light. After Feng summoned the Tier 3 Battle Demon, he did not rush to take on the Frostbone Dragon. A level 45 Grand Lord was simply too powerful for current players. Furthermore, the slightest mistake while the team fought inside a monster next could result in a team wipe. Clearing the surrounding monsters was a must, particularly when facing a guardian boss like the Frostbone Dragon. All guardian bosses possessed a similar ability, Life Devour. If a team did not respond to this passive skill appropriately, it would not matter how many players charged at a guardian boss. Everyone would simply charge towards their graves. Life Devour allowed guardian bosses to absorb all life force within a radius of 1,000 yards. Be they players or monsters, all those in range would lose 1% of their HPs every 3 seconds. Meanwhile, the guardian boss would absorb this HP. Hence, when going up against a guardian boss, too many people was not always a good thing. Guardian bosses usually had very high HP, chances were high that players could not even deal enough damage to these bosses to overcome their innate battle recovery. Moreover, when fighting a Grand Lord like the Frostbone Dragon, players' stamina consumption rate would be very high. They could not afford to fight a battle of attrition against such bosses. In the end, players would die from exhaustion. Finally, after over an hour, Feng's team managed to clear all of the monsters within the Frostbone Dragon's range of activity. Move out. Following which, Feng directed the Battle Demon to charge at the Frostbone Dragon. He also activated the Demonic Flame Tiger's Battle Roar and Dark Blessing. Immediately, the entire team's attributes and magic resistance rose by a large margin. Chapter 823, Monster Level Battle. Groar. When the Battle Demon was within 200 yards of the boss, the Frostbone Dragon sensed the demon's presence. As it released a furious roar, the Grand Lord flapped its massive bone wings, the generated gust prevented the Battle Demon from approaching. Before the wind came to an end, the Frostbone Dragon stretched open its jaws. Suddenly, a storm broke out, covering a 200-yard radius, and a seemingly endless amount of mana gathered in the Bone Dragon's mouth. Damn it, it's using dragon breath. Realizing what he was seeing, Feng hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, get away from the Bone Dragon's front." Feng's command confused Aqua Rose and the others. They were currently over 300 yards away from the Grand Lord. At such a distance, the Bone Dragon's attack should not be a threat. However, seeing at Feng's anxious expression, the Zero Wing team did not dare to be careless as they rushed to the sides. Due to Battle Roar and Dark Blessing, everyone's attributes had received a significant boost. Their movement speeds had also increased massively. In the end, they managed to move just as the mana in the Grand Lord's mouth reached a critical level. Before the team could relax, however, they suddenly felt a chill from behind them, and they could not help their shivers. Instantly, a beam of white light devoured the buildings behind them. How is this possible? Aqua Rose could not believe her eyes. The 600-yard stretch before the Frostbone Dragon had transformed into a frozen tundra. Had they not dodged the breath attack in time, they would have lost their lives. How can a Grand Lord be so powerful? The crowd gasped collectively. With such a wide and long-ranged AoE attack, even an army of 10,000 players would die instantly. Alright, snap out of it. Let the battle demon pin the Frostbone Dragon down. Everyone else, attack from the dragon's sides. Absolutely do not stand in front of it, Feng immediately commanded, not finding the Grand Lord's powerful attack one bit surprising. The Frostbone Dragon ruled over a city. Zerg tactics would never be enough for players to kill it. If not for his ability to summon a Tier 3 demon, he would not risk everyone's lives by provoking such a boss. Although the Frostbone Dragon was more powerful than their team, it was only a level 45 Grand Lord. However, the Tier 3 demon he had summoned was level 55. The difference of 10 levels could, mostly, make up for the difference in rank. Even if he could not exert the Tier 3 demon's full strength, he could use it to pin the boss down. As the breath attack ended, the battle demon, which Feng had previously moved out of the breath attack's range, arrived before the Grand Lord and used a Tier 3 skill. Round Flash. Countless flashes of light appeared around the bone dragon's skull until the monster's head was hidden behind a dazzling, silver glow. -592,018. The Frostbone Dragon released a pained cry as its body fell to the ground abruptly, flattening the buildings beneath it. The impact caused South Lake City to tremble. As for Autumn Goose and the others, who had begun their charge towards the Frostbone Dragon, they were momentarily stunned. With a single hit, the Tier 3 demon demolished a small, but visible, chunk of the Frostbone Dragon's HP. This one attack was most likely more powerful than the combined attacks of a player army of thousands. Moreover, this was the first time she had ever seen Tier 3 beings fight against each other. Usually, she only saw players tackle monsters. The shock of watching two monsters face each other was intense. This scene allowed them to realize just how weak players were. Compared to this great battle, their previous battles were practically child's play. Before the Frostbone Dragon, which towered over 100 meters tall, any player would seem insignificant. The mental pressure the Grand Lord exerted stole their breath. Don't stop. We've entered its frost domain. As long as we remain inside this domain, our stamina will decrease rapidly. Even if we don't move, our stamina will decrease. We need to hurry and get rid of the bone dragon before our stamina runs out. Feng reminded his team as he glanced at Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and the others, who had stopped moving due to shock. Notify me immediately if any of you run out of stamina during the battle. Yes. Everyone nodded as they regained their focus. Against such a boss, Aqua Rose and the other core members of Zero Wing fared relatively well. After all, they had raided a Grand Lord before. Only, the Frostbone Dragon was significantly more powerful than that Grand Lord. However, this was the first time Autumn Goose, Death Wind, Gunfire, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo had faced a Grand Lord. Fighting against such an oppressive pressure and bathing in such frigid killing intent, even moving became a struggle for them. It would be a miracle if they could even exert 50% or 60% of their usual strength. How can a Grand Lord be so terrifying? Autumn Goose's heart pounded as she watched the bone dragon's mountain-like body. She then looked at Fire Dance and the others, who appeared almost unfazed and were still charging towards the Grand Lord, and she smiled bitterly. Back in the Wind God's Spear, she had always pursued adventure and excitement. However, compared to the Frostbone Dragon, those adventures had been a walk in the park. This Grand Lord's might was overpowering enough that she felt incredibly powerless. In contrast, despite such an oppressive pressure, Zero Wing's members did not show any signs of slowing. With this, one could easily tell that Zero Wing's members had long since become accustomed to such battles. For some reason, a random thought invoked a strange feeling within Autumn Goose. This was what she has searched for all this time. While Autumn Goose was caught up in her daze, the Frostbone Dragon slammed its massive claws down onto the battle demon. Unable to dodge the attack in time, Feng could only direct the battle demon to defend itself with its weapon. Boom! -95,164. The ground beneath the battle demon's feet shattered as the demon became embedded into the ground. The surrounding land shook from the impact, a deep fissure forming and spreading towards Autumn Goose. Autumn Goose was momentarily taken aback. Compared to the Frostbone Dragon's destructive power, the great lords they had defeated earlier were nothing more than harmless kittens. However, Autumn Goose still reacted. Although her movements were sluggish due to the Guardian boss's pressure, she had managed to pull her weapon up before her. Pang! The incoming shockwave struck and threw Autumn Goose, a damage of -867 appearing above her head. A gasp tore through the watching players. Despite standing so far away, Autumn Goose still received nearly -900 damage after defending herself successfully. If she had failed to lift her weapon in time, she probably would have lost over 4,000 HP in an instant. As for the Frostbone Dragon's claws, even Cola might die instantly if he received a direct hit. Even after activating his Berserk skill and all of his life-saving skills, he would only survive one attack at most. Fortunately, however, they had a Tier 3 demon to take the Bone Dragon's hits for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any chance of surviving against the Grand Lord. Feng simply smiled at everyone's reaction. Ordinary bosses could not compare to a Guardian boss. Furthermore, the Frostbone Dragon was a member of the dragon race. It was much stronger than ordinary bosses. Even if Cola reached level 45, he could not tank this boss by himself. At the very least, they needed 3 MTs of equal caliber to handle the Frostbone Dragon. This should be far enough. Feng arrived beside the Bone Dragon and raised the Abyssal Blade. He swung the magic weapon down on the Grand Lord. Abyssal Curse. Chapter 824, Super Large-Scale Destruction Spell. Seal. Feng shouted low. Suddenly, a massive, black magic array appeared beneath the Frostbone Dragon's feet. Even with its gigantic body, the magic array enveloped the Grand Lord, and an endless stream of black fog penetrated the Bone Dragon's body, slowly corroding it. Roar! The Frostbone Dragon struggled, trying to break free from the array's bindings, but no matter how hard it fought, it could not expel the black fog from its body. Everyone on the team immediately used their most powerful skills against the Frostbone Dragon. Lifting his spear, Gunfire leaped into the air and used Beheaded. Pang! Although the Frostbone Dragon had received the attack without any resistance, when Gunfire's attack struck the Grand Lord's white bone, it felt as if he had just hit a solid wall. Not only did the attack fail to cause any external damage, but the resulting vibration also inflicted pain to his own hand. His attack had only caused slightly over -700 damage. What kind of defense is this? Horror filled Autumn Goose as she stared at the damage. No matter what was said or done, Gunfire was one of the top-ranking experts in the Wind God's Spear. He was very well equipped. Even against all those great lords prior to this fight, his beheaded skill always dealt around -2000 damage. Now, however, even after receiving a significant boost to his attributes, his beheaded had only caused around -700 damage. The Frostbone Dragon's defense had to be more than double that of the previous Great Lords. Meanwhile, the Frostbone Dragon had 64 million HP. With its battle recovery alone it could regenerate 640,000 HP every second. Not to mention, since the battle had begun, the Grand Lord had been absorbing 1% of their HP every 3 seconds. With such a powerful recovery, even 100 continuously attacking Gunfires would barely scratch the Frostbone Dragon. They would be no threat to the Grand Lord at all. Fire Dance then jumped up from the Frostbone Dragon's right, landing on the Grand Lord's spine, instantly executing Absolute Strike. However, 1,000 transformations, which was even sharper than the sacred sword killing ray, cut at the pearly white bone. The short sword only dug 3 centimeters deep into the bone before coming to a halt. Minus 14,489. Why is there such a huge difference in defense? Fire Dance frowned. Absolute Strike was her most powerful burst skill, yet even after a critical hit, the skill only dealt over minus 10,000 damage. At this rate, they would die from exhaustion before they could kill the Frostbone Dragon. If this was already the case for Fire Dance, there was no need to mention how little the others could do against the Frostbone Dragon. Everyone's most powerful skills had only managed to deal around minus 4,000 damage to the Grand Lord. Only after including Feng's damage did the team barely deal enough to overcome the Frostbone Dragon's recovery. At this rate, they would need to fight for 5 or 6 hours to kill the Grand Lord. Unfortunately, it would be a miracle if everyone's stamina lasted for 10 minutes. As for the Battle Demon, although it was very strong, the Frostbone Dragon easily blocked the majority of its attacks. It had barely any opportunities to damage the Grand Lord. 2 seconds after Feng activated Abyssal Curse, the Frostbone Dragon's wings shuddered as it broke free from the magic array. Immediately, it swiped its tail at the Battle Demon, launching a more violent attack than before. In the next moment, an afterimage briefly appeared. Before the Battle Demon under Feng's control could react, the Bone Dragon had sent it flying. Everyone had expected the Battle Demon to suffer an intense amount of damage. However, the Battle Demon only lost around 70,000 HP, that was even less than the damage it had received before. The Bone Dragon's attributes have decreased. Aqua Rose stated as she looked at the Frostbone Dragon's HP. Currently, the Grand Lord only had a maximum HP of 57,600,000. Its attributes had been decreased by 10%. The players felt joy bloom in their chests. Their will to fight soared. Even to ordinary players, a 10% attribute drop would significantly affect their combat power, much less for a guardian boss like the Frostbone Dragon. Everyone, activate your Berserk skills. Use this opportunity to slay this boss. Feng hurriedly reminded. Abyssal Curse could reduce the Frostbone Dragon's attributes for 10 minutes, so if they could not finish the Grand Lord off in these 10 minutes it would become much harder to defeat later. They needed to exert all of their strength now. Following Feng's command, everyone activated their Berserk skills at full strength. As for Feng, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. Among the several Berserk skills Feng had, Dragon's power increased his strength attribute the most. With the Tier 3 Battle Demon acting as a meat shield, Feng used Silent Steps and appeared directly behind the Frostbone Dragon. Phantom Kill. Flame Burst. Feng and his doppelganger released a series of 30 dazzling explosions on the Bone Dragon's weakened ribcage. Minus 20,484. Minus 28,497. Minus 41,054. Minus 57,149. 30 consecutive hits struck the Frostbone Dragon, instantly stealing a small chunk of the Grand Lord's HP. Aqua Rose used Song of Sprites and cast the Tier 1 spell Soul Cloud. In the next moment, several dozen damages appeared above the Frostbone Dragon's head, each one devouring over 1,000 HP. In addition, Aqua Rose summoned 3 Blue Fire Crows and 3 Forest Sprites. Although each summoned creature could only deal around minus 1,000 damage, with the 6 attacking together, they instantly destroyed over 6,000 of the Grand Lord's HP. In terms of damage output, Aqua Rose was only inferior to Feng and Fire Dance. Besides, the Blue Fire Crows were slightly different from the Forest Sprites. The Blue Fire Crows possessed the growth skill. As time passed, they would increase in rank. From elite monsters, the Blue Fire Crow could grow to become lords. At that point, Aqua Rose's damage could even surpass Fire Dance's. Seconds and minutes passed quickly. Under Feng and his team's all-out assault, the Frostbone Dragon's HP quickly fell to 30%. Finally, the Tier 3 Battle Demon was in an extremely miserable state. It currently had less than 20% of its HP remaining. Foolish humans, feel the wrath of the abyss, the frost-bone dragon bellowed as it suddenly flapped its wings. Shio! The frost-bone dragon instantly appeared above South Lake City. In the next moment, an endless amount of elemental mana surged towards the frost-bone dragon's body from all directions. At the same time, a deep blue, twofold magic array appeared above South Lake City as well, enveloping the entire space above the city. The violent power radiating from the magic array threw everyone to the ground as if the end of the world had arrived. It's over. How does the bone dragon know such a spell? Shock filled Aqua Rose's eyes as she stared at the magic array above South Lake City. With her understanding of magic arrays, she knew that they had absolutely no chance of defending against the frost-bone dragon's spell. They could only wait for death to claim their lives. With spells like this, how can anybody defeat the frost-bone dragon? The other team members felt similarly powerless as they watched. It was technically not impossible to deal with a super large-scale destruction spell like this. However, with the magic array covering the entire South Lake City, how could they escape the spell's range in time? Ha ha ha. Go on. Flee. Let's see if you can escape the wrath of the abyss, the frost-bone dragon laughed. I've been waiting for this. Feng's lips curled into a smile. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Immediately, he activated Wind Rider. He then switched the aura of wind to the aura of time before looking at Aqua Rose, saying, "Use Song of Sprites on me." It had already been 5 minutes since Aqua Rose last used Song of Sprites. The skill's cooldown should have ended. Ah! Although Aqua Rose did not understand what Feng intended to do, she cast Song of Sprites on him. Feng then flew towards the Frostbone Dragon, which was still in the process of gathering and condensing mana. Absolute Time. This was Feng's final trump card against the Frostbone Dragon. If he could not interrupt the Frostbone Dragon's abyssal wrath, a super large-scale destruction spell, trying to deal with the Grand Lord would be sheer lunacy. Immediately, with the Frostbone Dragon as the center, the space within a radius of 300 yards froze. All mana in the area scattered and vanished immediately. No! Due to the sudden loss of mana, the Frostbone Dragon released a pained cry as it suffered a backlash from its spell. Its massive body, which had been over 100 meters in height, suddenly shrunk to only 60 meters or so. Its attributes also fell by 40% as it entered a weakened state for 3 minutes. The Frostbone Dragon's body then crashed to the ground. With its combat power greatly reduced, how could the Frostbone Dragon be a challenge for the team from Zero Wing? Even without the Tier 3 Battle Demon, the Frostbone Dragon was no longer a threat. At this time, Feng activated the power of darkness, his attributes soaring once more. He then began a rampant assault on the Grand Lord. When the Frostbone Dragon had less than 500,000 HP remaining, Feng activated Divine Providence before using Flame Burst on the Grand Lord, destroying the Grand Lord's final strand of HP. The instant the Frostbone Dragon died, everyone heard the sound of a system notification. Chapter 825, Loot of a Grand Lord. It's finally dead. They could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief when they saw the Frostbone Dragon falling to the ground, the Grand Lord's HP thoroughly depleted. As the Frostbone Dragon fell to the ground, everyone's experience bars had also abruptly increased by a large margin. So much EXP. A golden glow covered Autumn Goose, Death Wind, Gunfire, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo as all 5 of them leveled up from level 38 to level 39, expressions of shock appearing on their faces. Even the combined EXP they gained from killing the 20 Great Lords from before could not compete against the EXP provided by a single Frostbone Dragon. While everyone was celebrating over their success in killing the Frostbone Dragon, a system announcement suddenly surprised everyone. System announcement, congratulations! You have killed the Guardian Boss Frostbone Dragon. War God's Temple Reputation plus 20 points. Rewarding 5 basic medals of honor. Wah! We've hit the jackpot this time. We got 5 basic medals of honor. Autumn Goose and the others were similarly stunned by this situation. They never imagined that there would be such great rewards for killing the Frostbone dragon. They had heard that many large guilds had organized massive expeditions to conquer towns. Meanwhile, aside from earning a large amount of honor points, another important reason these guilds were organizing such expeditions was to increase their reputation with the war god's temple, as well as obtain basic medals of honor. The higher one's war god's temple reputation was, the more discounts one could obtain when exchanging for items using honor points. At the same time, after one's reputation with the temple reached a certain level, they could also exchange for higher-ranking items. The high-ranking items available for exchange would tempt even top-tier expert players, much less ordinary expert players. For example, battlefield mounts, rare skills, high-ranking rare potions, and many other items could not be found on the market. Although a battlefield mount was only useful in the Abyss battlefield, the quality of the mount itself was very high. Players could exchange for a bronze mount right from the onset. As one's war god's temple reputation increased, one could even exchange for a dark gold mount. These mounts could increase a player's combat power in the Abyss battlefield significantly. Not to mention, there were also all sorts of rare skills. However, aside from needing a large amount of honor points, these high-ranking items also required one other thing for which to exchange. And that item was the basic medal of honor. Exchanging for a single bronze battlefield mount required 20 basic medals of honor and 30,000 honor points. Without basic medals of honor, even with all the honor points in the world, one would not be able to exchange for items that were truly useful to players. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain a basic medal of honor. From the knowledge they gained through the research done over the past few days, for players who participated in capturing a town there was only a single basic medal of honor awarded. Now each of them had obtained 5 medals. That was equivalent to capturing 5 towns. If one wanted to exchange for a bronze mount, they'd need to capture a total of 20 towns. Capturing a town was easier said than done. Unlike the outside world, once players died in the Abyss battlefield, they had to wait until the next day to enter the battlefield again. Hence, one's life was essential in the Abyss battlefield. To avoid death, players would usually act carefully and spend a long time raiding a single town. However, there were currently no bronze mounts being sold on the market at all. Only a single common mount was for sale, which cost 40 gold. Even if someone were selling a bronze mount, it would cost several hundred gold, at the very least. How could ordinary players possibly afford to purchase one? Consequently, if one wanted to experience riding a bronze mount, this was the fastest method to do so. In the Abyss battlefield, battlefield mounts were slightly more powerful than normal mounts. Not only were they faster, but their combat power was also higher by a single rank. Just a fine gold battlefield mount could already rival a chieftain of the same level, while dark gold battlefield mounts could rival a lord of the same level. With such a mount, players could obtain honor points in the Abyss battlefield more easily in the future. While everyone was feeling ecstatic over their unexpected harvest, Feng had appraised all the items dropped by the Frostbone dragon. Although the Frostbone dragon had only dropped 5 items, every piece was either a top-tier weapon or equipment. Big brother Feng, looking at how happy you are, just what kind of items did the boss drop? Hurry up and share them with us. Don't just keep them to yourself. Blue Bamboo became exceedingly curious when she saw the smile on Feng's face. This was the first time she had raided a Grand Lord. Moreover, there was also a rumor going around in the outside world saying that Grand Lords had a chance of dropping epic items. Nothing much. I'm just happy because we managed to complete the Abyss set. Aside from that, the boss has also dropped a level 40 dark gold ranked shield, a level 40 dark gold ranked ring, and a pair of growth-type gloves, Feng said, laughing. He then shared the details of the shield and ring through the team chat. Frostbone shield, dark gold rank. Level 40, level 45. Equipment requirement, strength 500. Defense plus 2720, level 40. Block rate, 37%. Strength plus 43, endurance plus 51. Ice resistance plus 10. Evasion plus 10. Weakens damage received from the front by 20%. Every time shield is struck, 10% of damage will be converted into user's defense. Up to a maximum of 2000 defense can be converted. Maximum HP increased by 10%. Additional skill dash. Frost Body, becomes immune to all damage coming from the front for 4 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. The defense on this shield is especially high. Just the defense on this shield alone is already a match for my total defense. Aqua Rose was dumbstruck after seeing the attributes of the Frostbone shield. The Divine Bluefire shield Cola was currently using only had 1950 defense. However, the total defense the Frostbone shield could provide was 4720 points. Not to mention, the shield itself also had a passive damage reduction skill and an active skill that provided pseudo-invulnerability. With this shield, they would be able to take on even the super powerful skills of bosses in the future. Particularly, when the healers could not keep up with the damage the MT wielding the Frostbone shield was taking, said MT could use Frost Body to alleviate the burden on the healers. Ice Spirit Ring, Dark Gold rank. Level 40, Level 45. Equipment requirement, Intelligence 400. Strength plus 15, Agility plus 18, Endurance plus 24, Intelligence plus 55, Vitality plus 37. Casting range plus 2. Casting speed increased by 10%. Magic damage increased by 10%. Attacks have a certain probability to trigger freeze effect, freezing target for 3 seconds. Additional skill dash. Rapid cooldown, resets cooldown of all skills learned by user. At the same time, removes all control effects and increases casting speed and movement speed by 30% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. After everyone saw the statistics of the Ice Spirit Ring, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. With this ring, a magical class's damage output would increase by at least 20%. Blue Bamboo said as she greatly admired the Ice Spirit Ring. This was the first time she had seen a ring with such amazing attributes. Ornaments were very rare in God's domain. Their value was much higher than even weapons. Despite being fully geared in top-tier equipment, the ring she currently wore was only a level 20 mysterious iron ring. However, she was very well off already. Many players were still wearing level 10 bronze-ranked rings. However, compared to the Ice Spirit Ring, her level 20 ring was practically trash. Don't get too excited. Whether it is the shield or the ring, the value of these two items most likely cannot be compared to this pair of gloves. Feng then shared the stats for the gloves with everyone. Chapter 826, Background of the Number 1 Guild. Growth Type Equipment. Everyone looked at the image that was releasing a faint white glow. There were many divine runes carved on the pair of gloves. There was also a small, dark blue magic array etched on the back of the gloves, with a light blue bead embedded in the middle of the magic array. Frost Gloves, Cloth Armor, Bronze Rank. Level 40, Level 90. Defense plus 348, Level 40. Intelligence plus 26. Vitality plus 22. Endurance plus 21. Additional passive skill dash. Force Chant. While casting, there is a 5% chance to cast tier 1 or below spells instantly. Additional active skill dash. Frost Breath. Deals 500% magic damage in a cone to enemies within 30 yards and freezes all targets hit for 5 seconds, and then reduces their movement speed and attack speed by 40% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Gloves that had once been worn by the Frost King with frost beads embedded on the gloves, which were sealed by the Frost King, and are unable to display their full power. To lift the Frost King's 5-layered seal, a large amount of EXP is needed to be absorbed. Removing the first seal requires 300 million EXP. The upgrade requirement of this equipment sure is rough. Just the first seal requires 300 million EXP. Blackie raised his brows. This much EXP was enough to allow current ordinary players to level up once. Moreover, this was only the first seal. There would still be 4 more seals after this one. Needless to say, the following seals would surely have higher requirements. But the skills of this piece of equipment are amazing. It is capable of instant casting Tier 1 spells. Only, the chances are a little too low. The AoE control skill, on the other hand, is quite good. With these 2 skills together, this pair of gloves would not lose out to any dark gold equipment, Aqua Rose commented. When Feng heard everyone's unbiased evaluations, he could not help but shake his head and laugh, saying, "Do you guys think that removing the seals will only improve the equipment's basic attributes? This is growth-type equipment. It can be upgraded into epic rank if you remove all of the seals. Whether it is the basic attributes of the gloves or its skills, both will gradually improve along with the undoing of the seals. Dark gold equipment definitely cannot compare to something like this. This is epic equipment." Everyone was surprised. Zero Wing's core members had a profound understanding of just how powerful epic items were. Compared to epic equipment, dark gold equipment was practically garbage. The two were on entirely different levels. Even just equipping a single epic weapon or equipment could instantly increase a player's combat power by a large margin, unlike dark gold equipment, where multiple pieces were required to display their advantages. So this is epic equipment? Autumn Goose and the others were momentarily at a loss for words when they looked at the frost gloves. While they were still at the stage of being joyful over getting a piece of dark gold equipment after defeating a great lord, Zero Wing had already set its sights on epic equipment. Over time, the gap between them and Thoughtful Rain would unquestionably grow increasingly larger. Following which, Feng held an internal auction between the members of Zero Wing. This scene caused Autumn Goose, Death Wind, and Gunfire to grow exceedingly envious. They never imagined that, even for such powerful equipment, Zero Wing was willing to distribute them through an internal auction. In other guilds, such equipment was usually distributed based on the team leader's designation. In the end, the Frost Bone Shield was won by Yi Wumian, while Thoughtful Rain obtained the Frost Ring. This outcome greatly surprised Thoughtful Rain. Of course, part of the reason for such a result was because the other magical class members of the team had all set their sights on the Frost Gloves. Unfortunately, the gloves were still won by Aqua Rose in the end. After completing the equipment distribution, everyone teleported out of the Abyss battlefield together. As soon as the team appeared at the teleportation array inside the War God's temple, a wide array of noises immediately entered their ears. Players recruiting for team members filled the War God's temple. After just being away for a few days, the War God's temple had undergone tremendous changes. Currently, players crowded the main hall of the War God's temple. The levels of the players here, as well, had undergone significant changes. Originally, level 30 players were considered mainstream. Now, however, the majority of the players present in the main hall were around level 32. Among them, there was no lack of level 34 or 35 independent players. Also, these players were all relatively well equipped. However, shortly after Feng and the others appeared, the entire main hall went silent. Practically everyone within the building had shifted their gazes towards Feng's group. Aren't they Zero Wing's upper echelons? Damn! They're the real deal. As expected of the top-tier experts of Star Moon Kingdom. Even though I am standing so far away from them, I still can't help but shiver at the pressure they give off. Who are those 3 independent players beside them? All 3 of them are level 39. What? Level 39? The number 1 player on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list just reached level 38 not long ago. Did they hide their levels on the ranking list? Just how did they manage to level up so quickly? It would be great if I can mooch off of them. Pros, carry me please. No one could believe their eyes when their gazes landed on Autumn Goose and the others. Feng and the other members of Zero Wing were wearing black cloaks so no one could identify their levels. Autumn Goose and the others, however, were not wearing black cloaks, so everyone could see their current levels clearly. At this situation, Autumn Goose and the others could not help but feel slightly embarrassed. If not for Feng bringing them along to kill so many great lords, it would be impossible for them to reach level 39 so quickly. At most, they would have reached level 37 by now. After they returned to the Dark Knight Empire, the other members of the Wind God's Spear would also be shocked upon seeing their levels. Yi Feng, are you not coming with us to turn in the quest? Thoughtful Rain asked as she looked at Feng. I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't be going together with you, Feng said as he shook his head. He had just received a message from Melancholic Smile saying that representatives from King's Return wanted to meet him to discuss an important matter. After considering the situation for a long moment, the only conclusion Feng could come up with for this sudden visit was due to the matter relating to Sindheart. After all, Zero Wing did not possess any actual connections with King's Return. However, he also felt that the possibility of such a thing happening was low. A super guild like King's Return could easily annihilate an upstart guild like Immortal Light. Just like Nine Dragons Emperor of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, King's Return could simply take direct action against Immortal Light. There was no need for them to go through so much trouble to deal with a single upstart guild. However, since people from King's Return had come personally to visit him, no matter what was said and done, it was necessary for him to pay back their sincerity. As for the Silver Legend quest, even if he turned in the quest together with Thoughtful Rain and the others, the most he would get in return was a little EXP. That meager amount of EXP was practically negligible to him. Now that the final arc of the Silver Legend quest was complete, there was no need for him to tag along with the group anymore. Hearing Feng saying so, a hint of disappointment appeared on Thoughtful Rain's face. Zero Wing's guild residence. Inside the large guild hall, Zero Wing's members could be seen moving about busily. All this was due to the appearance of the guild stable. To purchase their own guild mount once they reached level 40, everyone began frantically taking on quests one after another, earning as much money as possible. This situation caused the entire guild to buzz with activity. However, inside the busy hall, two people were currently seated inside the reception room of the second floor, leisurely observing the situation inside the guild. They've managed to run the guild quite well. It's no wonder why Zero Wing is known as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. Unfortunately, the guild's background is poor, and it doesn't have any expert nurturing capabilities. A robust man in silver heavy armor spoke disdainfully as he watched the situation downstairs. This man was a level 38 berserker. Although there were many elite players in Zero Wing, at the end of the day, they were only slightly better than the players of Star Moon Kingdom. They were no match for Empire players at all. It was especially true when comparing the levels of expert players. Currently, the highest leveled player in Star Moon Kingdom had only recently reached level 38. On the other hand, many of the players on Empire ranking lists had already reached level 39. At this moment, the doors to the reception room abruptly opened. Feng, who was currently using his appearance of black flame, then walked into the room. Level 40. How could this be? Chapter 827, Sword King Black Flame. As Feng entered the elegant reception room, he did not bother with disguising his current level. The robust man's gaze fixed on Feng, confusion filling his eyes. A guild in Star Moon Kingdom actually had someone higher leveled than the #1 player on the Glory Empire's ranking list. No matter how he thought about it, this was inconceivable. Their levels were already quite high, so they required a tremendous amount of EXP to level up. It was especially true for leveling from level 39 to 40. All those who held their rank on the ranking list practically grinded without rest. Moreover, ordinary experts could not compare to their efficiency. Usually, these rankers had groups to lure and damage monsters for them. When the monsters dropped to their final strand of HP, these rankers would strike the final blow, taking the majority of the monster's EXP. Either that or these rankers formed teams who possessed AoE attack spells and had others lure hordes of monsters to these AoE teams. They would then rotate through each team, sharing the EXP as they killed the monsters. The basis of these systems was sacrificing other players' EXP. Only large guilds had the power to employ these methods. With such a grinding efficiency, the EXP these rankers obtained was many times more than what ordinary expert teams could earn while grinding. Only with this technique could they exceed other players by so many levels. Even so, Feng had still surpassed them by such a large margin. I am Black Flame. What business do you have with me? When Feng examined the two representatives, he realized that he had met one of them before. The robust man was none other than the berserker, Thunder Tiger, whom he had met when he sold equipment in Blackwing City. Aside from the unruly-looking Thunder Tiger, Feng also recognized the indifferent youth beside the berserker. The youth's name was Ordinary Stranger. In the past, he had been one of King's Return's top 10 summoner experts. These two people were extremely powerful. Both could rank with Star Moon Kingdom's top 10 experts. Even the top-tier experts in first-rate guilds could not hope to compete with either of these two. Their levels alone made this evident. Among the two, one was a level 38 berserker, while the other was a level 38 summoner. Most likely, they leveled far faster than even the number 1 player on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list. Their equipment was even more impressive. Both were fully geared with level 35 top-tier dark gold equipment. The staff in Ordinary Stranger's hand especially. One could not judge the staff's quality based on its appearance alone. However, Feng knew that the staff in Ordinary Stranger's hand was a magic weapon. In God's domain, although there were far fewer magic weapons than epic weapons, they were significantly less difficult to obtain. One did not need to kill some kind of super-powerful boss to obtain a magic weapon. Players also did not need to complete an epic quest. Instead, a magic weapon's procurement depended on luck. Players might unexpectedly obtain a magic weapon by completing a hidden quest. They might even find a magic weapon when they opened a high-ranking treasure chest. Although magic weapons had helped many players become experts, they had ruined far more. Ordinary Stranger was one of those people who had managed to control a magic weapon in the past. Hence, he had become one of King's Return's top-ranking experts. Otherwise, he would never have become one of the Super Guild's top 10 summoners. Hello, Guild Leader Black Flame. I am Ordinary Stranger of King's Return, my companion here is Thunder Tiger, Ordinary Stranger stated, a smile suddenly lighting his indifferent face. Although his smile contained no ill will, it looked horrifyingly forced. In truth, we have come to speak with you about a small matter. We hope that you can help us with this. Although he looked down on Zero Wing, he would show respect to a true expert. This was the 51st ranking expert on the God's Domain experts list, the Sword King, Black Flame. Ordinary experts might not realize what such a rank implied, but as an expert from a super guild, Ordinary Stranger understood what it meant. The fact that Feng had earned the 51st rank told him that the man had already reached the Void Realm. He was many times stronger than either of them. If a fight broke out, even if they worked together, they would not be a match for Feng. After meeting Feng personally, Ordinary Stranger felt that the man had grown a lot stronger. He was particularly convinced when he saw the exquisite mold and intricate runes of the weapons hanging from Feng's waist. Although their special effects were hidden, he was certain that dark gold weapons could not compare to those two blades. Based on the rumors floating around, these two weapons could very well be epic weapons. Epic weapons. Even experts like themselves only obtained weapons like those in their dreams. Currently, only the guild's monster-level characters possessed epic items. As to whether or not those items were weapons, that was one of the guild's absolute secrets. Even they had no clue. Even a super guild like King's Return had gone to great lengths to obtain these epic items. Hence, it was truly hard to imagine that the guild leader of an upstart guild actually wielded two epic weapons. You're looking for my help. Interesting. King's Return is a super guild. Is there truly anything your guild can't do in God's domain? Feng said, laughing. Guild leader Black Flame, you jest, Ordinary Stranger said hurriedly. We really need your help with this situation. Alright, tell me, what business do you have with me? Feng waved his hand dismissively. Recently, we've heard that Zero Wing plans to buy some of Snowfield City's lands. We would like to dissuade you. In return, King's Return will provide Zero Wing with a plot of Light City's land, allowing the Candlelight trading firm to develop there, Ordinary Stranger explained. Although Snowfield City was the third largest city in the Twin Towers Kingdom, its player population could not compete with Light Cities. The difference between the two cities was simply too massive. Even an extremely ordinary plot of land in Light City was far more valuable than Snowfield City's golden lands. Can you tell me which plot of land you are offering? Feng was slightly surprised. He had never expected King's Return to be so generous. Only the extremely wealthy could afford land in imperial capitals. Moreover, even if one managed to purchase one or two plots, without the endorsement from the city's ruling guild, one's business would fail. The ruling guild would cause all sorts of trouble to chase away their customers, going so far as to kill the players who dared to spend gold at their shops. This was especially true for imperial capitals in which super guilds had set up their headquarters. In a few years, the players within these imperial capitals would either become members of the guild, guests who had business with these super guilds, or players who supported these super guilds. It would be practically impossible these guilds' foundations in their home cities. Hence, even if one could afford the land in an imperial capital, most guilds usually avoided them. After all, these lands would only become expensive paperweights. Of course, it was a different story if one obtained the permission of the ruling guild. This was why Feng wanted to cooperate with Phoenix Rain. Since King's Return would willingly allow the Candlelight trading firm to develop at Light City, once the trading firm set up a shop, that shop would most likely earn more money than 5 or 6 kingdom cities combined. After all, the player population in Light City was that massive. Here it is. Ordinary Stranger took out a drawing. This was none other than the map of Light City. A red dot had been marked on the map's top corner, representing the land for resale. The slums? Chapter 828, Chased Out. Feng thought he had interpreted the map wrong when he examined the marked location. Cities in God's domain generally had many districts. Among them, the most important was the trade area. Normally, when players tried to set up a shop, they purchased land in the trade district. Following the trade area would be the nobles district. The nobles district housed the city's library and the war god's temple. Naturally, players frequently visited these locations. The commoners district followed the nobles district. The commoners district contained the Adventurers Association and the underground arena. Hence, that district enjoyed quite a bit of player traffic as well. The district with the worst traffic was the slums. There were practically no establishments in the slums that could attract players to the area. Very few players were willing to visit. Hence, in every city in God's domain, the lands in the slums there were the cheapest. Opening a shop there was no different than throwing money into the furnace. This is your offer? Feng asked, laughing. After all that talk, King's Return wanted to trade a worthless location for 5 valuable plots of land. Guild leader Black Flame, don't be in such a rush. Many of Light City's lands have already been distributed. We cannot procure good plots of land with so little time. These are the only ones left. However, our superiors have stated that King's Return will allow the Candlelight trading firm to enter Light City to conduct business. If you are in a hurry to develop the Candlelight trading firm in Light City, you can purchase land with potential from others, Ordinary Stranger explained. In Ordinary Stranger's opinion, this offer was a powerful show of faith towards Zero Wing. Light City was King's Return's main headquarters. The city was home to more than 10 million players. In the future, that number could definitely climb to 20 million, or even 30 million. It was not an exaggeration to say that every inch of land in Light City was worth its weight in gold. To obtain a share of this golden pie, all Zero Wing needed to do was to turn away from those 5 plots of land in Snowfield City. There were lots of guilds that hoped to set up a shop in Light City. The fact that King's Return had agreed to let the Candlelight trading firm set foot in Light City was an opportunity that many guilds dreamed of, but could not obtain. What if I refuse? Feng asked. Although ordinary strangers' offer sounded nice, what fool would actually sell the high-potential land they had only obtained after so much trouble? In the end, Zero Wing had nothing more than an empty promise at the loss of 5 very high-potential lands. Wasn't King's Return being a little too arrogant? This ordinary stranger was taken aback. He had never dreamed that Feng would actually consider turning his offer down. Coldly, he replied, I hope that guild leader Black Flame will rethink this carefully. King's Return is a super guild. Is it really worth offending us over a few plots of land? Alright, enough. You two can leave now, Feng said as he gestured towards the door. Are you doing this because of immortal light? Ordinary stranger suddenly said coldly, Guild leader Black Flame, think this over. I can tell you that immortal light is a sworn enemy of King's Return. We must annihilate this pest. If Zero Wing helps immortal light, you will incur King's Return's wrath as well. Now, that is interesting, Feng said, his lips hooking up into a grin. He then continued, saying, do you think that Zero Wing is afraid of King's Return? Hearing Feng's bold question, both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger were stupefied. They had not expected Feng to brush the super guild off like that. Super guilds were different from other guilds. They were the true overlords of the virtual gaming world. In the virtual gaming world, aside from the few transcendent powers and other super guilds, nobody would dare disregard a super guild. However, when they thought back to how Zero Wing treated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it was possible that the guild would ignore King's Return's threat. Both of you can get lost this instant. Oh, and go back and tell your superiors this. What Zero Wing does is of no concern of King's Return. I will buy those plots of land. You can be certain of that, Feng declared, a frosty glint flashing in his eyes. Sindheart had helped him many times in his previous life. Moreover, since he had already promised Sindheart to buy those lands, he would not go back on his word. He had only wasted so much time talking to these two representatives to gauge what King's Return's stance was towards immortal light. Although Zero Wing could not defeat a super guild, in Star Moon Kingdom, it had no reason to fear them either. As soon as Feng finished speaking, the temperature in the room dropped by several degrees. Both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger suddenly felt their bodies grow cold. Their instincts shouted warnings, reminding them that they were in an extremely dangerous situation and that they could lose their lives at any moment. Both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger knew that they were not a match for Feng. Helpless, they could only leave Zero Wing's residence without accomplishing their objective. What are we supposed to do now? Thunder Tiger asked as he looked back towards the guild residence. Are we just going to return and report this? What else can we do? Ordinary Stranger had not expected Feng to be this insane. He was actually willing to offend King's Return for a meager guild like Immortal Light. Let's find a quiet location and report to Elder Broken City. We'll let the Elder decide how we should proceed. The two experts immediately ran to a high-class restaurant and rented a VIP room. They intended to report Feng's reply, word for word, to Broken City. Meanwhile, Feng arrived at the candlelight trading firm. Melancholic, how many strengthening devices has your team completed? Feng no longer carried a fortune. Although he had earned quite a bit through Stone Forest Town and the candlelight trading firm while he had been gone, after deducting the guild expenses and the magic crystals, which could not be sold, he only had roughly 4,000 gold on hand. Of course, to any first-rate guild in God's domain, having 4,000 gold of liquid funds after deducting guild expenses was practically a dream. However, if Feng wanted to purchase those 5 plots from Sindheart, he did not have nearly enough money. He also had a city waiting for him to build. Inside a VIP room in a high-class restaurant. Is that all? Broken City asked with gravelly tone through the video chat. Yes, that is all. After that, Black Flame chased us out, Ordinary Stranger explained softly. Since Zero Wing is adamant about poking its nose into our business, we should teach the guild a small lesson. I'll have Hell Fiend lead the Falcon Legion over. Find out where Zero Wing's core members are right now. When the time comes, we won't let any of them survive. Broken City declared before disconnecting the call. Both Ordinary Stranger and Thunder Tiger were stunned. Although they did not know why Broken City focused so heavily on a small guild like Immortal Light, sending the Falcon Legion to deal with Zero Wing was no more than making a big fuss over a small issue. The Falcon Legion was King's Return's Ace Legion. The Legion was comprised of the young experts the guild had nurtured and had been specifically formed to deal with other super guilds' legions. Moreover, Broken City was actually sending the Adjudicator Hell Fiend. One could just imagine how furious the old man was. Chapter 829, 5th Floor Master. Blackwing City. Many players hawked their wares on the wide, flourishing streets of the city. Feng had already reverted to his original appearance and made his way towards the Blackwing auction house. It had only been a short time since Feng last visited the city. The street the Blackwing auction house resided on had become a player market. It was even more lively than an empire's imperial capital. However, unlike other cities, one only needed an entry pass to enter Blackwing City. As players' levels continued to increase, more entry passes dropped. Hence, Blackwing City's traffic had increased by several times. At this point, Blackwing City had become the largest trade hub in God's domain. Even the four great empires' imperial capitals could not compete with Blackwing City. The transactions between the various large guilds here were astronomical. If one wanted to point out God's domain's most profitable locations, Blackwing City would definitely be one of them. The auction house in Blackwing City was also where guilds and independent experts of various kingdoms and empires preferred to sell or purchase items. This was because those who could reach Blackwing City were either lucky individuals who had gotten their hands on an entry pass, independent experts with a certain degree of strength, or players from the various large guilds. As long as one had a valuable item, they did not need to worry about it not selling in Blackwing City. They also didn't need to worry that players could not afford their prices. Hence, many players preferred to sell their treasures at the Blackwing auction house. Upon entering the Blackwing auction house, Feng discovered even more players inside the establishment than those who camped on the street outside. It was especially true for the registration counters. Long lines of people had queued up in front of the dozen or so registration counters. Why are there so many people here? Feng swept a glance over the sea of players before him. At the very least, there should be over 1,000 players present. If not for the Blackwing auction house's extremely large size, it would be impossible to hold so many people. While Feng tried to figure out why there were so many players lining up to get into the Blackwing auction house, he suddenly heard a crisp, pleasant voice from behind him. "Yi Feng, so you've received the news as well." Turning to the source of the voice, Feng discovered none other than Gentle Snow, whom he had not seen for quite some time. Currently, Gentle Snow wore a set of silver sacred armor. On her back, she carried a silver greatsword engraved with golden divine runes. A hint of bloodlust radiated from the greatsword. This faint bloodlust wrapped around Gentle Snow's body, making the woman seem like a goddess of the battlefield. Walking through the building, Gentle Snow attracted the passionate, watchful gazes of many male players. However, nobody in the room dared to approach Gentle Snow casually. Though her status as Ouroboros's guild leader was part of the reason, the main deterrent was the group of players accompanying Gentle Snow. Among this group, the lowest player was level 37, while the highest was level 39. In a kingdom, these players would rank at the very top of the kingdom's ranking list. Furthermore, every one of these players had an extraordinary origin. This was particularly the case for Hidden Cloud, the level 39 assassin leading the group. Hidden Cloud was a famous character that belonged to the Super Guild 9 Heavens Pavilion. He had been one of the talented newcomers that had entered the virtual gaming world 10 years ago. He had risen to prominence like a comet when he had joined. Through a relatively popular virtual reality game, he had earned numerous achievements. Afterward, the 9 Heavens Pavilion had paid an astronomical price to recruit him. Back then, his appearance had shaken the virtual gaming world. Moreover, after joining the 9 Heavens Pavilion, he had become the 9th floor master in just 3 years. His growth had left other super guilds speechless. There were a total of 9 floor masters in the 9 Heavens Pavilion. Each of them enjoyed an even higher status than the guild elders. They were the guild's absolute core members. The first floor master was the 9 Heavens Pavilion's guild leader. Hidden Cloud had become the spearhead of the 9 Heavens Pavilion, leading the guild through one conquest after another. By the time he joined God's domain, he had been promoted to the rank of 5th floor master. With a super guild's high-profile individual present, who would dare try to flirt with Gentle Snow? Only those who wished to quit God's domain or wished to start a new account would be so bold. Not only was Hidden Cloud inhumanely strong, but he was also incomparably vicious. There was once the upper echelon of a large guild who had tried to compete with a good friend of Hidden Cloud's over a woman. In the end, Hidden Cloud had wiped his guild out of existence, removing the guild from the virtual gaming world permanently. From then on, nobody ever dared to offend anyone close to Hidden Cloud. Guild Leader Snow. Feng could not help his confusion as he watched the woman approach. He had not come here due to any particular news. He had only come here to earn money. Is something going on here? You don't know. Today, Blackwing City will hold its monthly auction. Incredibly rare items will be available for bidding. I have heard that there is a possibility that epic items will make an appearance, Gentle Snow informed him, somewhat surprised by Feng's reaction. The man before her was one of Zero Wing's core upper echelons. Although news of the monthly auction had only been announced today, with Zero Wing's capabilities, it should have received this information. So, that is what is going on. Realization dawned on Feng. The end of the month was indeed approaching. Near the end of every month, Blackwing City randomly held a large-scale auction. Not only would NPCs sell large numbers of rare items during this auction, but players could also put their items up for sale. However, the handling fees were slightly higher. If one sold ordinary rare items during this auction, they would not walk away with any profit. On the other hand, if one sold extremely rare items, they could make a fortune. Feng was ecstatic about this discovery. He never expected this coincidence. Before teleporting to Blackwing City, Feng had retrieved 5,000 strengthening devices from Melancholic Smile. These strengthening devices were the culmination of several days of Melancholic Smile and her team's hard work. The magic crystals the few of them had spent during this period would even astound a first-rate guild. The current market value for magic crystals was 24 silver each. However, that was only true if one purchased them in bulk. Purchased individually, one would have to spend at least 25 or 26 silver. Unfortunately, magic crystals were the main material needed to manufacture strengthening devices. The other materials were very cheap. Fortunately, magic crystals were not a problem for Zero Wing right now. The magic crystals Feng had won from the Glorious Lions battle team alone were enough to supply Zero Wing's needs for a relatively long time. They also had the magic crystals earned from Stone Forest Town. Snow, is this person your friend? Hidden Cloud asked, his expression darkening as he examined Feng. Michum. Let me introduce you. This is Feng from Zero Wing. Gentle Snow nodded. She then looked towards Feng and introduced Hidden Cloud, saying, this is Hidden Cloud from the 9 Heavens Pavilion. He is also a good friend of my elder brother. Before Feng could offer a greeting, he felt a very clear hint of killing intent from Hidden Cloud. Although Hidden Cloud had hidden it very well, once one reached Feng's standard, hiding killing intent was impossible unless one held absolutely no ill will. However, this killing intent vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. It was as if this killing intent had never existed. Was I mistaken? Feng could not help but turn to the smiling Hidden Cloud. Chapter 830, Beginning of Fame. So, you're the rumored Feng. Hidden Cloud, with his tanned skin, a robust body, and a slightly evil air about him, wore a slightly surprised expression as he looked at Feng. The majority of God's Domain's players were completely clueless about what had happened in the Dark Arena. Not to mention, Matches were held in the dark arena every day, making it even more difficult for people to follow a single battle team. To a super guild upper echelon like Hidden Cloud, however, there was no need to pay attention to the dark arena's ordinary experts. He was only interested in those who could leave an impression. Someone like Feng, in particular, who had defeated a famous, old monster like Sirius, would catch his attention even if he wanted to avoid information on this expert. After all, his guild would remind him about such existences. Experts at Feng's standard could not be ignored. Even in super guilds, he would be a member of the top fighting force. He would be an apex expert the guild would use against its competition. They're just rumors. Feng shrugged, chuckling. Hidden Cloud was an extremely powerful expert. His history was almost considered a legend. He had debuted into the virtual gaming world at the young age of 17. He was currently 27 years old, and already, he had become the Nine Heavens Pavilion's fifth-floor master. He was the target of admiration for countless young players. In the past, Hidden Cloud's achievements in God's domain had even pushed him to his peak. After spending 5 years in God's domain, he had gained the position of second-floor master. In the Nine Heavens Pavilion, he had been the most likely candidate to become the next first-floor master. However, Hidden Cloud's position in the Nine Heavens Pavilion had been secondary. The man himself was far more impressive. In the past, he had been one of the 10 great God-ranked assassins in God's domain. No one throughout God's domain had been able to stop any of his assassination attempts. Hidden Cloud's most impressive assassination had the death of a powerful upper echelon of the Flower of Seven Sins, which he had completed without any assistance. This incident had struck fear into the assassin organization and boosted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's prestige. After all, even super guilds did not dare offend a transcendental power like the Flower of Seven Sins. Many of these super guilds had suffered multiple losses at the hand of the organization. Super guilds had always suffered the Flower of Seven Sins' wrath. Never once had the organization suffered a loss of its own. The fact that Hidden Cloud had managed to defeat one of the organization's upper echelons had significantly boosted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's reputation. This incident had shocked the upper echelons of the various large guilds in God's domain. Feng had been no exception. I had never thought that Gentle Snow knew Hidden Cloud. It seems she has a few of her own secrets. Feng glanced at the 4 people behind Hidden Cloud. These 4 were Hidden Cloud's brothers-in-arms. Every one of them was extraordinary. Even in the dark arena, they would be considered first-class experts. It was also thanks to these 4 people that Hidden Cloud had reached his current position so quickly. However, one thing confused Feng. If Gentle Snow was acquainted with such a powerful existence, it should have been quite easy to secure the position of Ouroboros's guild leader during the previous mutiny, so much so that, if Hidden Cloud had made an appearance, Chao Chenghua and the elders backing him would have surrendered. After all, it was well known that Hidden Cloud greatly valued his relationships. He had even extinguished a large guild just to help a brother earn a woman's affections. Judging by Gentle Snow's tone and expression when she spoke to Hidden Cloud, her brother should have a very close relationship with this man. Yet, in the past, Gentle Snow had still left the virtual gaming world eventually. This was truly a mystery. While Feng pondered this riddle, Gentle Snow turned Feng and smiled, saying, "Since you've only just learned about this, you most likely haven't purchased an entry ticket, right? If you line up now, the tickets will probably sell out before you get one. Why don't you join us? You will regret it if you miss out on the auction." The Blackwing auction house had organized the auction suddenly this time, and many guilds had rushed to purchase entry tickets the moment they heard the news. Now that the auction would begin soon, it was most likely be impossible for Feng to get his hands on a ticket. Feng had helped her earn a fortune in the dark arena. She had significantly increased Ouroboros's liquid assets because of it. Although Feng did not know that, Gentle Snow still thought that she should return the favor. After all, aside from helping her earn money, Feng had also helped her secure Ouroboros. As soon as Gentle Snow extended the offer, Hidden Cloud's expression darkened slightly, his gaze sharpening as he turned to Feng. Thank you for your kind offer. However, I have another matter that I need to deal with first, so it is best if I don't disturb you. Feng did not wish to miss this rare opportunity. He needed to register his auction items quickly. As for whether or not he could enter the auction itself, that was not important. After all, his goal was to make money. How much time do you need? Gentle Snow prodded. Roughly half an hour, Feng said as he glanced at the long queue. Although there were a lot of people at the registration counters, the registration process was simple and did not take very long. He should be able to finish what he needed in half an hour. That won't be an issue. In any case, there is still some time before the auction officially begins. I can wait here for you in the meantime, Gentle Snow offered after a moment of consideration. Alright, I'll try to finish as quickly as possible. Feng nodded. Since Gentle Snow was willing to accommodate him, it would be rude to continue rejecting her offer. There would certainly be many valuable items for sale at Blackwing City's monthly auction. He might be able to purchase something good if he participated. If an epic item were available, he would hit the jackpot. It sure is difficult to invite this man, Gentle Snow sighed as she watched Feng's departing figure. This was the first time inviting someone had been so difficult. However, shortly after Feng left, Hidden Cloud secretly messaged one of his brothers, whispering, "Blaster, research that man called Yi Feng. Find out his origin. I want to know everything about him. Boss, rest assured, I'll get it done quickly." The berserker named Blaster smiled confidently. He then began rapidly searching through the forums for all information relating to Feng. At the same time, he contacted a number of people to help him with the search. At the registration counter. After waiting for over 20 minutes, it was finally Feng's turn. "Sir, how may I be of service to you today?" the NPC female receptionist asked, smiling. "I wish to sell these items at this month's auction," Feng said as he revealed a strengthening device. "Alright, please wait for a moment." The NPC receptionist received the strengthening device and began appraising it. Not all items were allowed in the auctions held in the Blackwing auction house. Items needed a certain value before being permitted. Hence, all items presented needed to undergo the system's appraisal. "I apologize for the long wait. Sir, the estimated minimum price for this item is 1 gold 40 silver. If you wish to sell this item at our auction house, we will charge you a 30% handling fee. Do you wish to put it up for auction?" The female receptionist handed the strengthening device back to Feng after she had finished. Only Blackwing City's auctions would charge a 30% handling fee. Other places charged 20% at most. Even so, Feng did not mind it. Yes. Feng took out 2,000 strengthening devices and divided them into hundreds of auction lots, with each lot having anywhere from 1 to 100 strengthening devices. If he sold too many at once, it would only cheapen the strengthening device. The various large guilds participating in this auction should be able to stomach 2,000 devices. After dealing with the strengthening devices, Feng ran to meet Gentle Snow. He then entered the auction venue with Gentle Snow and her companions, quietly waiting for the auction to start. At this time, Blaster sent Hidden Cloud a private message, reporting, "Boss, we've learned everything there is to know about that brat." Chapter 831, Great Disturbance. There sure are a lot of high-ranking NPCs participating in the auction this time, Feng commented as he swept a glance over the NPCs on the second floor, an amused smile appearing on his face. High-ranking NPCs. At Feng's comment, Gentle Snow turned to the second floor. Indeed, there were quite a number of NPCs present. But isn't it normal for high-ranking NPCs to participate in the Blackwing auction house? This was not her first time attending an auction in the Blackwing auction house. She had even attended high-ranking auctions before. Players were not the only ones to compete over items up for auction. NPCs similarly contested over the items. However, after some of her own research, Gentle Snow, more or less, understood these NPCs' function. These NPCs were here to make sure items were sold at an appropriate price. If the price players offered was too low, these NPCs would join the bidding. They would not let players take advantage of the system. At such a large auction, it was natural that more NPCs would join. However, when players tried to purchase an item, as long as the price they offered was higher than the item's actual value, these NPCs would automatically relent and end their bidding. In response, Feng smiled and nodded, saying, "It is very normal. Only, I've never seen so many powerful NPCs attend at the same time, so I'm slightly surprised." "TCH, what about these NPCs is surprising?" Blaster commented disdainfully. The others nodded in agreement, scorn flashing in their eyes as they looked at Feng. Initially, they had thought that Feng was one of God's domain's apex experts. Now, however, it would seem that he was just a country bumpkin that had never seen the world of the great. At the end of the day, he was simply the upper echelon of an upstart guild. There was no way he could measure up to their standards. Feng simply smiled at the group's reaction, not bothering to explain. However, Gentle Snow's expression turned serious at Feng's statement as she secretly observed the NPCs on the second floor. She did not think that Feng would be surprised just because there were a lot of high-ranking NPCs present. What? How can this be? When Gentle Snow's eyes fell on a handsome youth in a suit of golden armor and an exquisite cape, she was shocked. Previously, she had never bothered to observe the NPCs. Now that she did, however, she discovered something astounding. When she examined the handsome youth, she could not uncover any information about him. She could not even see the most basic of information such as his name or level. Even after activating an advanced identification skill, she was still left empty-handed. More frighteningly, when her gaze fell upon the youth, he actually turned and returned it, observing her. However, this youth simply smiled before turning away. Although they had only exchanged glances for a brief instant, Gentle Snow felt as if she had been suffocating. In that instant, she had felt as if her life was no longer her own. She had never encountered such an NPC before. She had not even experienced this feeling when she met with a Tier 5 NPC in an imperial capital. Tier 5 NPCs were considered top-class individuals even in an empire. Players could not encounter them casually. She had only met one due to a special quest. Moreover, there were also over a dozen Tier 5 NPCs on the second floor. Even if one added together the Tier 5 NPCs in an empire, there would be fewer than those that were here now. It was no wonder why Feng was surprised. Feng, with so many high-ranking NPCs participating in the auction, will something happen? Gentle Snow sent Feng a private message, wearing a nervous expression. Events frequently occurred throughout God's domain. If players could resolve these events, they could earn decent rewards. However, the penalties for failure were equally heavy. When these events occurred, players' consent did not matter. As long as one was within the event's area, the system considered the players to have accepted the quest. Events in God's domain varied in terms of sizes. The larger an event was, the more horrific its punishment would be. She had met the Tier 5 NPC due to an event. In the end, said event had claimed the lives of 99% of the tens of thousands of players that had been present. A lot of equipment had dropped that day, and very few players had survived. She had been one of the lucky few. Unfortunately, because the event had not been completed, neither she nor the other survivors had received a reward. However, compared to the players that had died, she was considered very lucky. With so many Tier 5 NPCs here, she could not imagine what would happen if an event occurred. It's nothing major. Based on what I have learned, one can determine the value of the items that will be up for auction by the number of high-ranking NPCs that participate. The more NPCs that attend an auction, the more valuable the items will be that appear in said auction. Ordinary items wouldn't attract these hidden dragons, Feng explained. He could tell what Gentle Snow was worried about. So, that's the case. It's no wonder why you would check the second floor. Gentle Snow finally understood. Her tense mood began to vanish. However, Feng had hidden one truth from the Snow Goddess. More high-ranking NPCs joined an auction when there were more risks. It was especially true when an NPC like that mysterious young man attended. God's Domain was not a game that let players have their way easily. During the game's initial stages, conflict was limited to players. However, as players reached higher levels, the game would gradually introduce a new type of conflict, the conflict between players and NPCs. In the past, a powerful NPC had even robbed Feng. Hence, money wasn't the only thing necessary to purchase an item from the Blackwing auction house. It was a simple matter if one purchased an item from another player. However, if one purchased an item sold by an NPC, they would have to stay on guard. One might win the bidding for an extremely precious item, but keeping the item would depend on their ability. While Gentle Snow and Feng conversed in secret, the auction had officially begun. Above the auction stage, a beautiful female NPC wearing a white evening gown approached the stage as the auction's hostess. However, as soon as everyone noticed this beautiful, curvaceous NPC, their jaws dropped in shock. This NPC beauty was a level 220, Tier 4 Great Wizard. In any city, she would be an Overlord-level NPC. However, such an existence had actually been tasked to host this auction. Everyone marveled at Blackwing City's wealth and influence. While the various players struggled with their days, the first auction item appeared before them. After examining the item's information, these players were thrown back into their stupor. The item was a golden tablet, radiating a purple-gold glow. Complex runes and images had been carved into the metal. With a glance, it was obvious that this tablet was anything but ordinary. A secret technique. Damn! This can't be real, right? The system is so generous to sell something like this at the very beginning. Our guild must have that. We had been right to join the Blackwing auction this time. Notify the others and tell them to purchase coins immediately. Buy as many as you can. We cannot let other guilds obtain this. Ordinary large guilds were completely clueless about the excitement that tore through the crowd. However, various super guilds and super first-rate guilds were thrown into chaos. These representatives eyed the golden tablet like ravenous wolves. Blaster, notify the guild elders immediately. Tell them to send as much money as they can as quickly as possible. Hidden Cloud shouted, excitement coloring his face. I understand. Not daring to delay, Blaster rushed out of the auction house and rapidly contacted the Nine Heavens Pavilion's elders. Chapter 832, Crazy Auction. Feng was similarly stunned for quite some time after seeing the auction window. A secret technique. This was a treasure that every expert dreamed of obtaining. He had never expected something so shocking to be the Blackwing auction house's first item. If he could obtain this golden tablet, he could help even more people from Zero Wing grasp a powerful combat technique. While Feng recovered from his shock, the bidding for the golden tablet had begun. Bidding for the golden tablet started at 100 gold. However, a few players present instantly bid on it like madmen. 110 gold. 120 gold. 700 gold. It only took a few short seconds to stun many of the players present. The golden tablet's starting bid had already been beyond many players, yet for just a piece of a broken tablet, someone was actually willing to pay 700 gold. Even to a third-rate guild, this was an astronomical price. A single third-rate guild would have 400 or 500 gold at most. Only second-rate guilds and above could afford such a price. Second-rate guilds, however, unless they had lost their minds, would not spend all their liquid funds on an unknown tablet piece. Suddenly, Hidden Cloud shouted, 1,000 gold. This tablet belongs to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Once again, many players were dumbfounded. They had never expected a super guild like Nine Heavens Pavilion to be so insane as to willingly spend 1,000 gold on the golden tablet. Such big words. Do you think this item belongs to your family or something? A female elementalist with an exquisite body laughed pompously. 1,500 gold. Quiet Melody, what's the point of fighting it? Do you really think the sacred temple can compete with the 9 Heavens Pavilion? Hidden Cloud laughed. He then raised the bid, saying, 1,600 gold. To develop the guild, the sacred temple had recently spent a lot of coins to purchase land and magic crystals. Hence, the temples should be running low. It could not compete with the 9 Heavens Pavilion's financial strength right now. Of course, he had 2 goals in mind with his comment. First, he wanted Quiet Melody to retreat, while his second goal was to buy time. Hidden Cloud had not intended to pay much attention to the auction. He was mainly here to accompany Gentle Snow. Hence, he had not brought a lot of money with him. After pooling the money he and his companions had brought, they only had around 2,000 gold or so. If this were a normal auction, that would be more than enough. They could even purchase a piece of epic equipment. Now, however, it was most likely not enough to win the golden tablet. After all, that tablet was far more valuable than any single epic item. Currently, God's Domain's various super guilds searched for these tablets frantically, yet after investing so many resources and manpower, they had not found any clues leading to these items. There were no set patterns to acquiring these items. It was purely based on luck. Now that this tablet had appeared, he would spend more than 10,000 gold if he could purchase the golden tablet, much less several thousand. This item was like God's Domain's golden lands. Not only was it unique, but its value would also grow in the future. One could only encounter a treasure like this, not find one. However, his guild needed time to collect the required money. This made Hidden Cloud somewhat anxious. Ha ha ha. I never thought that the famous Hidden Cloud would be so arrogant. Quiet Melody covered her mouth with the back of her hand and laughed. Her laughter mesmerized many of the male players in the auction venue. It seems you really don't have much money on hand right now. Well then, I'll gladly buy this golden tablet on your behalf. 3,000 gold. The entire venue suddenly fell silent. The various guild representatives and the many independent players could not believe what they had just heard. 3,000 gold. With that much money, one could buy an ordinary plot of land in an imperial capital. Even to super guilds, this was a large sum of money, yet someone was willing to spend it on a piece of a broken tablet. This was insane. Just what kind of item is this? Gentle Snow was astounded when she heard Quiet Melody's bid. As expected of the Sacred Temple's Vice-Temple Master. Feng, on the other hand, silently praised the beautiful Quiet Melody. He had not expected the woman to see through Hidden Cloud's troubles with just a glance and act on it. While bidding for an item in a Blackwing auction, the item would be sold to the highest bidder once a period of time passed without a competing bid. Moreover, if one did not have enough money on hand, they would not be able to bid. Hidden Cloud's expression instantly soured when he noticed that his ploy had backfired. 3,000 gold was already far beyond his limit. If he had not provoked Quiet Melody and had gradually increased the bid, he could have earned some time for his guild to send more money. Now, however, he had lost the opportunity. Snow, how much money do you have with you? Lend it all to me. I'll pay you back with 10%, no, 20% interest later. How about it? Hidden Cloud asked anxiously. This, Gentle Snow hesitated. Although she did not know the golden tablet's function, she could not outbid a super guild. However, her goal in coming here was to buy some items that were useful to her guild. If she lent all of her money to Hidden Cloud, it would be difficult to purchase the items she needed. After all, such auctions did not happen very often. 30%. Hidden Cloud shouted after hearing the hostess reporting the bid a second time. Alright, I have 1,700 gold with me, Gentle Snow said after considering her options. Gentle Snow immediately traded 1,700 gold to Hidden Cloud, boosting his finances to 3,700 gold. 3,100 gold. However, a few seconds after he called out this bid, Quiet Melody once more shouted, 3,200 gold. At this point, Quiet Melody lost her composure. Although she had prepared some money before coming to the auction, she had not prepared a lot. Recently, to develop its businesses, her guild had purchased several plots of land. Hence, her available funds were limited. For this auction, she had only brought 3,500 gold. After Quiet Melody placed her bid, the other members of the sacred temple began to borrow money from other participants. However, a crisp sound echoed throughout the venue. 3,500 gold. Everyone immediately turned their gazes towards the new voice, discovering a beautiful young woman of similarly extraordinary origins. Phoenix Rain. Hidden Cloud glared at the smiling Phoenix Rain, who sat in the back row on the first floor. I am truly sorry, but the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has set its sights on this item as well, Phoenix Rain said, smiling softly. Recently, she had made a huge fortune in the Dark Arena. Although she had already spent some of that fortune, for this auction, she had brought 4,000 gold with her. It was also obvious that both Hidden Cloud and Quiet Melody were reaching their limits. Hence, she had more than enough to obtain the golden tablet. 3,700 gold. Hidden Cloud yelled out his final bid. At the same time, he secretly sent a message to Blaster, demanding, Blaster, is the money not here yet? Boss, they're still in the process of collecting money right now. They've already mailed some of it to me, but I'll need to wait for another minute to receive it. Blaster was also jittery. However, the process of sending money in God's domain was not instantaneous. There was a short transfer time. 3,800 gold. Phoenix Rain increased the bid by 100 gold without hesitation. Both Hidden Cloud and Quiet Melody frantically tried to borrow money. However, borrowing such a large sum in such a short time was easier said than done. And yet, after Phoenix Rain had announced her bid, Feng motioned towards the hostess and said, 4,000 gold. Chapter 833, Stone Tablet Obtain. Yifeng. Phoenix Rain's mouth twitched slightly when she saw Feng suddenly raise his hand. She hadn't expected him to be here. Moreover, he had placed such a high bid. This placed her in a somewhat awkward position. She only had around 4,000 gold on hand. It would be difficult for her to continue bidding. However, Phoenix Rain's surprise was minor compared to the shock everyone else in the venue felt. This had been a contest between God's domain's major powers, yet someone from a lesser guild had actually dared to outbid them. He had practically issued a direct challenge. How does he have so much money? Surprise flashed in Hidden Cloud's eyes when he turned to the calm Feng. He had already read through the information his team had collected about this man. Feng had been an unknown pawn before entering God's domain, an insignificant existence that did not warrant his attention. However, after joining God's domain, Feng had begun to shine. During the game's early stages, he had only been well known in a town. Afterward, he had vanished from the public eye. The next time he appeared and displayed his strength was when he had helped Gentle Snow. Not only had he defeated Soaring Snake, one of Ouroboros's top experts, but he also helped Gentle Snow become the guild leader of Ouroboros. However, the match against Sirius in the Dark Arena had truly earned him fame. Nevertheless, compared to Hidden Cloud, Feng was still insignificant. Even if the swordsmen were more powerful, at the end of the day, he was merely the upper echelon of a small guild. A small guild could never compete with the Nine Heavens Pavilion. The resources each guild commanded were on entirely different levels. Yet, a minor character like Feng had bid 4,000 gold. Feng was even richer than he was. However, after a brief period of silence, Quiet Melody suddenly shouted, 4,500 gold. She rose the bid by 500 gold instantly. Even Feng could only smile bitterly while shaking his head. Like Phoenix Rain, he had only brought around 4,000 gold. That was a close call. Luckily, I managed to borrow some coins at the last minute. Otherwise, I really would have lost the item to Phoenix Rain. Quiet Melody revealed a relieved smile as she turned to Feng. If not for Feng raising the bid and earning her some time, she would have lost this auction. Damn it! The sacred temple is going to snatch it from us. Hidden Cloud's frustration was overwhelming as he glared at the satisfaction on Quiet Melody's face. If he obtained the golden tablet, not only would the Nine Heavens Pavilion give him the right to use the tablet first, but he would have also made a huge contribution to the guild. Moreover, with the first usage rights to the golden tablet, he could nurture a group of trustworthy experts. With those experts by his side and his contribution to the guild, he could advance his position in the pavilion. Now, however, not only did he have to hand the golden tablet over to someone else, but that person was also a longtime rival. This was far more vexing than losing the golden tablet to Phoenix Rain. Yi Feng, lend me your 4,000 gold. I'll pay you back with 30% interest, Hidden Cloud asked desperately, his voice no longer carrying any hints of superiority. Feng shook his head, saying, No, I want 50% interest. That's going too far. Hidden Cloud growled, killing intent lacing his words. 30% is already high. If you hurry, you'll lose the 30% interest and earn yourself a powerful enemy. Emotion warmed Gentle Snow's face. She had never thought that Hidden Cloud would ever make such a threat. His desperation truly confused the snow goddess. Just what kind of item was this golden tablet? It had actually driven Hidden Cloud to lose his composure. At this moment, the man before her behaved nothing like the Hidden Cloud she knew. Going too far. Feng grinned. Unhurriedly, he pointed his finger at the distant Phoenix Rain, saying, The Phoenix Pavilion Master has also asked for a loan. Since you don't want to borrow it, I can lend it to the Phoenix Pavilion Master. You. Furious, Hidden Cloud wanted to rage. However, when he heard the hostess smash the gavel a second time, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine. I promise 50%. On the surface, although Hidden Cloud had agreed to Feng's conditions, he changed his view of Feng from someone who needed a warning to someone who needed to be extinguished. Once the auction was over, he would introduce Feng to despair. Meanwhile, Feng had long since been prepared as he quickly retrieved a contract and handed it to Hidden Cloud. The terms of the contract were very simple. As long as Hidden Cloud signed it, he would obtain 4,000 gold. However, the assassin was required to return 6,000 gold within a day. If he violated the contract, he would have to pay Feng 3 times the amount he borrowed in credits. After Hidden Cloud examined the contract, his hatred for Feng deepened. This was the first time anyone had taken advantage of him to such a degree, yet he was powerless about it. Unfortunately, he could only swallow this humiliation and sign the contract. Immediately, an additional 4,000 gold appeared in his pockets. 7,000 gold. Hidden Cloud shouted. As these words echoed throughout the auction venue, even Quiet Melody was momentarily stunned. She couldn't believe that Hidden Cloud would be this decisive. She had only managed to gather a total of 5,100 gold. The auction would be long over by the time she gathered enough money to make a counterbid. This Yi Feng really is hateful. Even though we are secret partners, he loaned the money to Hidden Cloud, Blue Phoenix huffed as she watched the calm Feng. I was truly blind to have thought of him as a good person. However, Phoenix Rain, who sat beside Blue Bamboo, remained silent as she seriously evaluated the distant Feng. She, too, had initially been angry. However, her anger quickly dissipated after she read the message Feng had sent her. The message was very simple. The golden tablet is dangerous. Although she did not know what kind of danger the golden tablet possessed, she did not think that Feng would lie to her. After all, she had a close partnership with Zero Wing. She had previously stated that, after she obtained the golden tablet, she would split half of the slots to learn the secret technique with Zero Wing. This trade would benefit both sides. There was simply no reason for Feng to reject her offer. She also did not believe that Hidden Cloud would be generous enough to split any of the learning slots with anyone else. While Phoenix Rain pondered, the hostess smashed her gavel a third and final time. Congratulations to this gentleman for obtaining this tablet. Let us give him a round of applause, the beautiful hostess announced as she clapped her hands. I finally got it. At this moment, Hidden Cloud felt ecstatic. When the golden tablet rested in his hands, wondrous fantasies of a powerful future filled his mind. He then shifted his gaze to Feng, ridicule flashing in his eyes. Now that I've obtained the tablet, I'll take care of you soon. Feng paid no heed to Hidden Cloud's gaze. Instead, his eyes shifted towards the venue's second floor. The moment Hidden Cloud obtained the golden tablet, the mysterious youth on the second floor smiled happily at the assassin. When Feng had first laid his eyes on the golden tablet, he, too, had wanted it for his own. However, when he shouted his bid of 4,000 gold, he had turned his attention to the second floor. Indeed, just as Feng had guessed. This golden tablet was not some kind of treasure at all. It was a fatal poison. The instant he announced his bid, the mysterious NPC on the second floor had shifted his gaze towards him. Feng had lived in God's domain for many years, so he was very familiar with the game's NPCs. He was also very familiar with the look in the youth's eyes when he turned towards him. It had not been a look of curiosity or congratulatory. He had looked at Feng as a predator looked at prey. Since the golden tablet was the youth's apparent target, Feng had dropped out of the foolish competition for it. After the first auction items sold, the venue's atmosphere grew heated. The items that appeared afterwards sold quickly, one after another. However, none of these items caught Feng's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item is a precious tool in God's domain. With this, not only can you strengthen your defense, but you can also preserve your equipment's durability. This is definitely a must-have when adventuring. The female hostess then presented the attributes of the strengthening device. When the players in the venue saw the strengthening device's attributes, they were flabbergasted, and a passionate flame began to burn in their eyes. Chapter 834, Tool of Astronomical Value. There's actually such a thing in God's domain? The strengthening device was even enough to tempt gentle snow. As players reached higher levels in God's domain, battles grew increasingly intense. Against powerful monsters, in particular, the burden on their equipment durability was massive. It was impossible for players to fight for extended periods in the fields. They had to return to towns frequently to repair their equipment. This limited their grinding and questing efficiency. Unfortunately, no one had found a tool in God's domain that could solve this problem. The only solution they had was to prepare several sets of equipment as temporary replacements. However, guilds simply did not have enough equipment to supply every member with multiple sets. It was especially true for top-tier equipment. Even a first-rate guild like Ouroboros had to rely on outside sources for equipment, not to mention other guilds. To make matters worse, as players faced higher-leveled monsters, equipment drop rates decreased. This had significantly slowed guilds' development. If guilds had a tool like the strengthening device, they could solve this problem. Although the strengthening device was somewhat expensive, compared to the cost of preparing one or two additional sets of top-tier equipment for a player, the strengthening device was a cheap solution. Gentle Snow wasn't the only person who had realized this. The representatives of the various large guilds also understood the value of the strengthening device. Unfortunately, only one device was up for auction right now. I wish more were up for sale, Gentle Snow sighed in disappointment. Although everyone shared her feelings, nobody held back when placing their bids. 2 gold. 2 gold 10 silver. 2 gold 30 silver. Although only one strengthening device was available, many people participated in the bidding. This was completely different from the golden tablet's sale. The tablet's price would soar randomly by several hundred or thousands of gold. Small guilds simply could not afford to participate. However, they could compete for an item that only cost several gold. 5 gold. Hidden Cloud decisively raised the bid by a large margin, causing hesitation to ripple through the crowd. After all, if they call out a higher bid now, they would be challenging a super guild. They were not so desperate as to offend a super guild for a single strengthening device. Suddenly, Quiet Melody shouted, 6 gold. Melody, You think you can challenge me? Hidden Cloud sneered. He then shouted, 10 gold. Now that he had the golden tablet, the guild elders were extremely pleased with him and had marked down his contribution to the guild. Hence, he was in a very good mood. Moreover, the guild had sent him the collected money. Even after paying off his debt to both Gentle Snow and Feng, he still had around 5,300 gold. He was not afraid to compete with the sacred temple in the least. When the bid reached 10 gold, everyone promptly gave up. If they bought the strengthening device for 10 gold, they would lose money rather than saving it. After a moment of thought, Gentle Snow chose to give up as well. Only a single strengthening device was up for sale. Even if she obtained it, its impact was limited. After the hostess slammed her gavel 3 times, Hidden Cloud won the strengthening device. Unfortunately, before Hidden Cloud could celebrate his victory, the hostess presented another strengthening device. Unlike before, however, she displayed a stack of 100 strengthening devices. 100 devices? Gentle Snow was momentarily stunned. Immediately, joy blossomed in her heart. 100 strengthening devices would have a far greater impact than just one. It would be of great help during large-scale team quests. 300 gold. 310 gold. 500 gold. The bids continuously increased. You want to compete with your meager wealth? Hidden Cloud laughed. If he could obtain these 100 strengthening devices, he could contribute far more to the guild. He then shouted, 700 gold. 800 gold. Phoenix Rain bid. 1,000 gold. Hidden Cloud raised the price without hesitation. 1,050 gold. Quiet Melody gnashed her teeth as she rose the bid. If she missed the opportunity to purchase these strengthening devices, who knew when she would get another? 1,200 gold. Hidden Cloud leisurely raised the price once more. Even to a super guild, 1,200 gold was not a small amount of money. In the end, both Quiet Melody and Phoenix Rain could only relent. However, nobody could have expected that, after this stack of strengthening devices sold, a stack of 10 strengthening devices would appear on the screen. Damn! Is the system playing with us? Can't they just tell us how many strengthening devices will be up for auction? Although the various large guild representatives were excited that the strengthening device had appeared again, they also felt helpless. After all, who knew if this stack of strengthening devices would be the last available? For a time, everyone participated in another bidding war for the strengthening devices. As one strengthening device after another sold, Feng's elation grew. In the end, all 2,000 strengthening devices had been purchased, with an average price of 10 gold. After deducting the 30% handling fees, Feng earned a total of 14,518 gold. This was far more than he had initially expected. With this money, he would have no problem purchasing the 5 plots of land in Snowfield City. After the auction concluded, players began to filter out of the auction house. Boss, we really hit it big this time. Not only did you get the golden tablet, but you also bought plenty of strengthening devices. It won't be long before you secure the position of the 4th floor master, Blaster whispered his congratulations. It's still too soon to celebrate. Now that we have the rights to the tablet, as long as you guys put on a good show, it will only be a matter of time before I become the 4th floor master, Hidden Cloud laughed. He then shifted his gaze towards Feng, who walked alongside Gentle Snow, and said quietly, but that Feng cannot stay. He swindled 2,000 gold out of me. He is looking to die. Send someone to keep an eye on him. Once I'm done dealing with the golden tablet, I'll teach him that it is not that easy to earn my money. Boss, rest assured, my men are already following him. He won't escape, Blaster reported as he patted his chest. He could only feel sorry for the swordsman. Throughout God's domain, there were very few people Hidden Cloud could not kill. He had even recently obtained an excellent dagger. The weapon was practically a nightmare for Hidden Cloud's targets. Just as Hidden Cloud and the others left the Blackwing auction house, everything on the street froze. What's going on? The players wandering the street were shocked. None of them could move, not even a step. They couldn't even make their fingers twitch. It was as if time had stopped, and only their minds remained active. As the space had frozen, fear surfaced in everyone's hearts. They felt as if they stood in the middle of a ferocious beast's nest, and this ferocious beast had already stretched its jaws and was prepared to devour them all. Even Phoenix Rain, Quiet Melody, Gentle Snow, and the other top-tier experts were astounded by this surprising event, much less the various ordinary players. After all, it wasn't just players who could not move. Even the level 180, Tier 2 guards patrolling the street had been rendered immobile. Meanwhile, without anyone's notice, a black figure had appeared in front of Hidden Cloud and quietly overlooked the assassin. Chapter 835, Soul Disintegration. Who is that? Phoenix Rain, who had just exited the auction house, watched the mysterious youth slowly walk towards Hidden Cloud in disbelief. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Blackwing City was not an ordinary city. Even the city patrols were far superior to an imperial capital's. Yet, despite it the daylight hour, this NPC acted so boldly. The most unbelievable part about this situation was that even the Tier 3 guard captains had been frozen in place. This mysterious youth's power was incredibly frightening. What are you trying to do? Hidden Cloud asked the mysterious youth before him. He had only managed to force these words out after an intense struggle. He could clearly feel how terrifying the man before him was. The bloody glint in the man's eyes alone made him involuntarily shiver. Before this man, his power was as insignificant as a speck of dust. If this man wished it, he would lose his life instantly. His only option right now was to delay for time. What kind of place was Blackwing City? It was probably the safest location throughout God's domain. There was no way Blackwing City's authorities would allow an NPC to do as they wished. Ha ha ha. You sure are an interesting little fellow. You're still trying to buy time. I advise you to give up. Although you are still in Blackwing City, this space is in a completely different dimension. Even a Tier 5 Divine Mage, adept in space magic won't detect us here. The mysterious man smiled calmly at Hidden Cloud's question. Alright, will you hand over the golden tablet on your own, or will I have to retrieve it myself? Although the youth's words had not been loud, every player on the street had heard him very clearly. What? An NPC is robbing someone? Is this some kind of event? Isn't this NPC too strong? He's actually making a move inside Blackwing City. This isn't a legendary quest, right? The watching players were both excited and scared. Although this chance encounter was interesting, they were afraid of being caught up in the incident. A meaningless death at their levels would be a major, unfortunate loss. Golden tablet? What is that? I don't know what you're talking about, Hidden Cloud said, his mouth twitching as he stared at the mysterious youth. That golden tablet was his hope of advancing his career in the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Not only had he spent a large sum of money to obtain it, but the pavilion's upper echelons had also heard of his procurement already. If he simply handed the tablet to this NPC and returned to report to his superiors that he had lost it, acting as if nothing had ever happened, he would only enrage the Nine Heavens Pavilion's elders and guild leader. Handing over the golden tablet was scarier than death. Hearing Hidden Cloud's words, Feng glanced at the assassin, admiring the man's courage. When he had encountered an NPC robbery in his previous life, he had tried to resist as well. Unfortunately, he had not experienced a positive outcome. As he had not been strong enough, the NPC had successfully robbed him. However, being robbed was one thing. The true problem lay in the fact that said NPC had attacked. Dying by an NPC's hand had a far more severe penalty than an ordinary death. Moreover, the more powerful the NPC was, the heavier the punishments players received when that NPC killed them. Feng had been considerably lucky. His murderer had only been a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. In the end, he had lost 2 levels and suffered a weakened state for 5 days. Meanwhile, no matter how he looked at it, the mysterious youth was definitely stronger than a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. A lot stronger. You're not gonna hand it over? The youth sighed. It seems that I have to do it myself, then. As soon as the NPC finished his statement, he stretched out a finger and lightly tapped Hidden Cloud's forehead. Pang! Ah! Hidden Cloud screamed with pain, sounding as if this pain came from the depths of his soul. In the next moment, Hidden Cloud's physical body disintegrated, revealing a half-transparent version of himself. However, this half-transparent Hidden Cloud began to fade. The assassin's scream grew in pitch and distorted, sounding almost inhuman. Amazing! This NPC actually knows soul disintegration. Feng was slightly surprised as he watched Hidden Cloud's body vanish in the wind. At this moment, even Feng had sympathy for Hidden Cloud. Feng had only seen soul disintegration in a video in the past. Not only could this attack kill players, but it could also damage a player's soul directly. It was similar to when he absorbed players' immortal souls. An immortal soul, as the name suggested, was an immortal existence. No matter how much damage an immortal soul took, it could recover. When Feng absorbed the immortal souls of the players he killed, he had only absorbed a tiny portion. Even so, this prevented the players from logging into God's domain for a short time. Soul disintegration was different. It was a skill purely meant to shatter a player's soul. It could destroy a player's immortal soul completely. Experiencing one's soul disperse was far more severe than someone or something absorbing a portion of it. Although players could also recover from this damage, it took far more than not logging in for 2 or 3 days. Feng would not be surprised if Hidden Cloud could not log into God's domain for half a month. Why fight it? Though, even if you had handed it over, I would have still killed you. The mysterious youth shook his head as he looked at the golden tablet that had fallen from Hidden Cloud's body. The youth then turned to the other players on the street, smiling as he stated, "Anyways, now that I've obtained the item, let's celebrate with your deaths." A chill gripped the players' hearts as they heard the young NPC's words. "It's over," Phoenix Rain frowned, her previous hint of joy vanishing. Phoenix Rain wasn't the only one to have that reaction. Everyone trembled with fear. They had all heard the assassin's painful wails. Hidden Cloud was an apex expert from the Nine Heavens Pavilion. How much pain could cause an expert like that scream as he had? Feng had been telling the truth. Phoenix Rain suddenly remembered the message Feng had sent. Feng had warned her that the golden tablet was dangerous. Now, it would seem that she had also become one of this NPC's targets, and not even the heavens could save her. Damn it! This NPC is too black-hearted. He won't even spare innocent bystanders. Feng's expression darkened as he watched the mysterious youth's raised hand. He had miscalculated this time. He had never imagined that he would become entangled in the robbery as well. The NPC robberies he had encountered in the past had usually only involved the targeted players. If bystanders kept to themselves, the NPCs would leave them alone. Unfortunately, it was too late to do anything now. In the next moment, an endless amount of mana gathered in the youth's hand. It was as if he had sucked all of the mana in this space into his palm. With this much mana, the spell the youth was conjuring was likely stronger than a Tier 5 skill. The mysterious youth smiled and pointed a finger to the sky. Immediately, the black ball of mana shot up from the youth's hand. After reaching a certain height, a crack suddenly appeared in the mana ball. Chapter 836, Tablet's Secret. Just who is this mysterious youth? Feng was slightly shocked as he looked at the cracking ball of mana in the sky. The skill the youth had used was a Tier 5 curse. Dark Paradise. Even Tier 6 gods would fear this move. The power that the curse contained could turn all the players on this entire street into ashes instantly. Most likely, the penalty they would suffer would not be any lighter than Hidden Clouds at all. Disappear. The mysterious youth then flew up towards the sky. In the next moment, the black ball of mana transformed into a black hole that began sucking and devouring everything in its surroundings. As the suction grew stronger, the black hole expanded. Players on the street were even getting pulled off the ground. Damn it! Feng abruptly activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation, and his strength attribute immediately surpassed that of a Lord-ranked monster of the same level. Space Freeze, the skill that the youth had used earlier, was partially a control skill. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power, Feng became immune to all control skills. Unfortunately, the strength suppression, as well as an extremely powerful mental suppression, was still present inside the frozen space. Even without the original control effect, moving inside the frozen space remained impossible with the attributes of current players. Only by using twofold Berserk did Feng have a chance of moving. Sure enough, this strength suppression is intense. When Feng tried to shift his body, it felt as heavy as lead. Oh. There's still someone who can move. The mysterious youth was slightly surprised as he swept his gaze towards Feng. You are the first Tier 1 class capable of moving under my domain. At this moment, Feng could already twitch his fingers. However, his body was still immobilized. Unfortunately, under Dark Paradise, even if you can move, you cannot escape. However, as soon as the mysterious youth said these words, a low shout entered everyone's ears. Shatter! As the sound of this low shout echoed throughout the entire space, the frozen space instantly shattered. You actually dare make such a huge fuss inside Blackwing City. Your courage is truly commendable. In the next moment, a woman dressed in white sacred robes appeared in the sky, overlooking the mysterious youth. Or are you saying that you intend to make Blackwing City an enemy? Upon regaining his freedom, Feng looked at the woman in white, and he could not help but shout in surprise, Charlene. Feng knew full well just how powerful Charlene was. Every time he met her, the woman's strength had received a significant improvement. At the very beginning, she had been playing the role of a female bandit. Afterwards, she had transformed into a Tier 3 divine official. Later on, she had even become a Tier 5 red official. Now, she was even more powerful, actually managing to directly shatter the mysterious youth's domain. While Feng was still in shock, a red jade staff appeared in Charlene's hand. The instant this staff appeared, the mana in the surrounding space stopped moving altogether. Charlene then lightly tapped her staff and... boom! The black hole abruptly disappeared from the sky of Blackwing City. It seems I've underestimated Blackwing City's capabilities, the mysterious youth said as he looked at Charlene. However, it is still impossible for Blackwing City's magic arrays to hold me captive. Saying so, the mysterious youth transformed into a streak of light and vanished from everyone's sight. He sure is quick in running away. The youth's disappearance did not surprise Charlene. After sending Feng a glance, she, too, vanished from the sky, leaving behind only a group of dumbfounded players. What kind of situation is this? Isn't that NPC a little too amazing? He actually succeeded in killing a player inside Blackwing City and got away safely on top of that. Excited expressions appeared on the faces of the players on the street who had witnessed this scene. This was their first time experiencing the power of a high-tiered NPC. In front of these NPCs, even the current strongest player in God's domain would be no different from an ant. However, their excitement was more due to their anticipation of high-tiered classes. Meanwhile, news of this matter also spread throughout God's domain at the speed of light. I never thought that there would also be such a risk when buying NPC-sold items from an auction. It seems I'll have to be careful when purchasing items in the future. When Gentle Snow thought about her purchases for the guild, she could not help growing anxious. Let alone that mysterious youth, even a level 100, Tier 2 NPC could put her in a huge bind. If a Tier 3 NPC appeared, then only death would await her. In reality, Gentle Snow wasn't the only person who had such thoughts. The representatives of the various large guilds shared her fears. In the future, when they were purchasing treasures sold by NPCs in an auction, they would have to estimate properly whether or not they had the ability to protect the treasures they wanted to acquire. If they were not confident in protecting a treasure, they would not buy it. Otherwise, they could lose both their lives and money. He's finally gone. Feng breathed out a sigh of relief as he saw the mysterious youth disappearing. Had Charlene come even 1 or 2 seconds later, he would have had to surrender to fate and gotten sucked into the black hole. At that time, not only would he have lost several levels worth of EXP, but he also would not have been able to log into the game for several days. It definitely would have dealt a fatal blow to his gaming career. However, as soon as Feng relaxed, Charlene's voice suddenly entered his ears. "Come to the library. I have some things to say to you." System, you have triggered the epic quest, Tablet Secret. Quest content, head to White River City's library and meet with Charlene. What? Feng was momentarily stunned when he heard the system notification. Even an NPC robbery can trigger a quest. This was Feng's first time to encounter such a situation. Generally, if one had a certain amount of strength, they would be able to repel an NPC robbery easily and protect the merchandise they bought from the auction house. One could say that having sufficient financial power was only the first threshold to purchasing a treasure from the auction house. At the end of the day, whether one would be able to obtain the treasure depended on their own abilities. Hidden Cloud had purchased the golden tablet at a high price. If the assassin were to learn that Feng had fortuitously gotten such a chance encounter due to his sacrifice, he would most likely faint from anger. At this moment, however, Hidden Cloud had long since flown into a rage. Damn it! Damn it! That damnable NPC actually dared to steal my tablet. Hidden Cloud bellowed as soon as he exited his virtual gaming cabin, an extremely ugly expression on his face. Now that he had lost the golden tablet, the upper echelons of the guild would definitely be angry. This feeling of falling from heaven straight into hell maddened Hidden Cloud. After Feng had triggered the quest, he did not hurry to return to White River City. Instead, he bade farewell to gentle snow and secretly went to a private location and disguised himself. He then returned to the Blackwing auction house and placed the remaining 3,000 strengthening devices up for sale at the establishment. Rather than selling all 3,000 devices at once, he split them up into batches and scheduled them for different time slots. However, instead of selling them in stacks, he would sell anywhere from 10 to 20 individual pieces for each time slot. If he sold the strengthening device at the Candlelight trading firm, he could indeed earn a lot more money. After all, he would not need to pay an exorbitant handling fee. He could even increase the trading firm's fame this way. However, strengthening devices were not items that ordinary players could easily afford. Only the various large guilds gathered at Blackwing City possessed the financial reserves to purchase these items. When Feng's first batch of 10 strengthening devices went up for sale at the Blackwing auction house, it immediately triggered another commotion in Blackwing City. Isn't this the strengthening device that appeared in the monthly auction? Chapter 837, Lakeheart City. Inside the Blackwing auction house. The moment the strengthening devices appeared once more, various members of large guilds, who had been idling around in the main hall of the auction house, began frantically contacting the upper echelons of their respective guilds. The strengthening device from the monthly auction held just before had already become famous. It had even caused a commotion on God's Domain's official forums. Currently, the monsters in God's Domain were growing more powerful. It would be a miracle if an ordinary player's equipment could last them over 10 hours of grinding out in the fields. If these players frequently fought elite or stronger monsters, their equipment's durability would decline even faster, generally lasting 8 hours at most. Guild elite members might be able to hold out for a little longer. However, the current mainstream grinding spots were becoming farther and farther away from cities. Just making a round trip would cost players a lot of time, so much so that their travel time might be even longer than the time they spent grinding monsters. To the elite members and upper echelons of guilds, time was money. It was especially true for the time of guild experts. To develop their guilds, not only were these experts required to maintain a strong lead in levels, but they were also required to raid field bosses and dungeons to procure equipment for the guild. Naturally, these experts could not afford to waste all their time on travel. The obvious solution to this problem was to prepare extra sets of top-tier equipment. However, this method was simply too extravagant even for guilds. While the monthly auction was still ongoing, the various large guilds had immediately experimented on the strengthening devices they acquired. As a result, they had already gained a relatively precise understanding of the item's effects. Previously, they could only make a rough guess based on the introduction of the item. Hence, upon conducting their tests, these large guilds were shocked. Although the strengthening device could only extend a player's grinding time by 3 to 4 times, the better the equipment the strengthening device was used on, the greater the effects. In addition, while battling, the bonus durability provided by the strengthening device would be the first to diminish instead of the equipment's own durability. In other words, as long as players still had strengthening devices on hand, they could devote their time to grinding. They would not have to prepare any additional equipment, neither would they need to return to a city to get their equipment repaired. If allocated to ordinary or elite players, the 10 gold strengthening device would indeed be very extravagant. However, when assigned to an expert player, it would not be one bit extravagant. On the contrary, it would be a profit, instead. Unfortunately, the strengthening devices were sold only in the monthly auction. This situation caused many large guilds that had not participated in the auction great frustration. Now that the strengthening device had appeared in the auction house as a player-sold item, how could the members of the various large guilds not grow frantic? Just a few minutes after the strengthening device's appearance, the price for a single unit broke past the 9 gold threshold. Moreover, the price was still increasing rapidly. Even Feng had not expected the strengthening device to be this popular. When he exited the auction house, he saw group after group of players rushing into the building. Huh? Why is Phoenix Rain suddenly contacting me? Just as Feng was preparing to leave Blackwing City, he suddenly received a call from Phoenix Rain. However, the person she was contacting was not Feng but Black Flame. Guild leader Black Flame, have you heard? There is a player selling strengthening devices at the Blackwing auction house right now, Phoenix Rain said through the video chat, smiling. Yes, I've also just heard about it. Feng nodded, having already changed to his Black Flame guise. But why is Phoenix Pavilion Master contacting me? I want to purchase a large number of strengthening devices, so I wish to borrow some money from you. Of course, I won't borrow it for nothing. 3 days later, I'll return it to you with 30% interest, or you can buy a high-potential land in one of the Black Dragon Empire's major cities from me. Phoenix Rain smiled as she extended a tempting proposition. Originally, she had not wished to borrow money from Feng. However, with the appearance of the strengthening device, and based on her newfound knowledge regarding the item, she had a great opportunity for the Phoenix Pavilion to surpass the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. Level 40 was an important turning point in God's domain. With the strengthening device, she could rapidly raise a group of experts to level 40. At level 40, even using only common mounts would still bring about explosive improvements to their leveling speeds. They would be able to develop new maps earlier than other guilds. However, she had already spent a large part of her funds to purchase other items during the monthly auction. She did not have enough to contest for the strengthening devices, not to mention needing money to buy mounts. Hence, she gave Feng such a lucrative offer. Of course, the reason why she had looked for Feng to borrow money from and not someone else was mainly because Zero Wing was simply too wealthy. Zero Wing had relatively few members. The guild's various departments were also incomplete. The guild's expenses were not particularly high either. Moreover, Zero Wing was the proud owner of Star Moon Kingdom's wealthiest trading firm, the Candlelight Trading Firm. The guild also possessed the enviable Stone Forest town. The guild's daily profits were in no way inferior to even those of a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Due to these reasons, the wealth Zero Wing possessed could make even her envious. Just from the bid Yi Feng had placed earlier on the golden tablet, one could tell how rich Zero Wing was. Alright, but I want to purchase land at the Black Dragon Empire's Lake Heart City. Shi Feng inwardly cheered upon hearing Phoenix Rain's words. He had never imagined that the woman would be so desperate. However, I'll say this first. I still have other uses for my coins. I won't buy it if your price is too high. Although he had previously purchased some potential land in the Black Dragon Empire and subsequently established the Candlelight trading firm at these locations, there was a limit to his funds. Currently, large guilds within the empire had long since bought up the majority of the potential land in the empire's major cities. Even if Zero Wing could afford to purchase them now, nobody would be willing to sell any of their lands. Now that Phoenix Rain was willing to sell potential land, he naturally had to take advantage of the opportunity. In the future, the value of these plots would increase manifold. It was especially true for the land in Lake Heart City. Lake Heart City was a small island city located within the Black Dragon Empire. The island itself was situated in the middle of Mist Lake, the Black Dragon Empire's largest lake. Lake Heart City was also a producer of one particular item. And that item was the Ice Jade. On its own, the Ice Jade was an item that could raise a player's ice resistance temporarily. It could also be processed into ice resistance gemstones, which could be inlaid into equipment, similar to regular gemstones, and greatly increase a player's ice resistance. During the initial stages of the game, this item was not particularly valuable. After players reached level 50, however, the value of Ice Jades would multiply. At that time, the demand for the item would exceed its supply. Likewise, the value of the lands of Lake Heart City would also increase markedly. Previously, there had been too many lands that Zero Wing had to purchase. However, the guild's funds were extremely constrained. Hence, it had to limit its purchases to a few cities. Although it had earned enough money later on, by then, the potential lands of Lake Heart City had long since been bought clean. As for the golden lands of the city, Zero Wing had neither the money nor reputation required to purchase them. In the end, the guild had no choice but to settle for an ordinary plot of land. Lake Heart City. Phoenix Rain checked and discovered that there were indeed 2 plots of high potential land under her name in Lake Heart City. Moreover, although Lake Heart City was one of the major cities in the Black Dragon Empire, the player population there was not particularly high, as the city was mainly a tourist spot for casual players. She had never imagined that Shi Feng would actually be interested in such a location. Alright. I have land that is close to the auction house there. I'll sell it to you at market price, which is 6,200 gold. However, I also want to borrow an additional 4,000 gold. I'll return the 4,000 gold 3 days later. How about it? Deal. Shi Feng immediately grew ecstatic when he saw the location of the land in the map Phoenix Rain had sent him. With this plot of land, he would gain another income source for his city building funds. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.